The Culture of Cities. Lewis Mumford. Canton. Introduction. We the people seem to have the freest book trade in the world. Certainly we have the biggest. Cruise the mighty Amazon, and you will see so many books for sale in the United States today as would require more than 400 miles of shelving to display them, a bookshelf that would stretch from Boston's Old North Church to Fort McHenry in South Baltimore. Surely that huge catalog is proof of our extraordinary freedom of expression. The U.S. government does not ban books, because the First Amendment won't allow it. While books are widely banned in states like China and Iran, no book may be forbidden by the U.S. government at any level, although the CIA censors books by former officers. Where books are banned in the United States, the censors tend to be private organizations, church groups, school boards, and other local, busy bodies roused to purify the public schools or libraries nearby. Despite such local prohibitions, we can surely find any book we want. After all, it's easy to locate those hot works that once were banned by the government as too obscene to sell, or mail, until the courts ruled otherwise on First Amendment grounds. Fanny Hill, Howl, Naked Lunch. We also have no trouble finding books banned here and there as anti-family, satanic, racist, and slash or filthy, from Huckleberry Finn to Heather Has Two Mommies to the Harry Potter series, just to name a few. 2. And yet, the fact that those bold books are all in print, and widely read, does not mean that we have the freest book trade in the world. On the contrary, for over half a century, America's vast literary culture has been disparately policed, and imperceptibly contained, by state and corporate entities well placed and perfectly equipped to wipe out wayward writings. Their ad hoc suppressions through the years have been far more effectual than those quixotic bans imposed on classics like The Catcher in the Rye and Fahrenheit 451. For every one of those bestsellers scandalously purged from some provincial school curriculum, there are many others, we can't know how many, that have been so thoroughly erased that few of us, if any, can remember them, or have ever heard of them. How have all those books, to quote George Orwell, dropped into the memory hole in these United States? As America does not ban books, other means less evident, and so less controversial have been deployed to vaporize them. Some almost never made it into print, as publishers were privately warned off them from on high, either on the grounds of national security or with blunt threats of endless corporate litigation. Other books were signed enthusiastically then dumped, as their own publishers mysteriously failed to market them, or even properly distribute them. But it has mainly been the press that stamps out inconvenient books, either by ignoring them, or most often laughing them off as conspiracy theory, despite their soundness, or because of it. Once out of print, those books are gone. Even if some few of us have not forgotten them, and one might find used copies here and there, these books have disappeared. Missing from the shelves and never mentioned in the press, and seldom mentioned even in our schools, each book thus neutralized might just as well have been destroyed en masse or never written in the first place, for all their contribution to the public good. 3. The purpose of this series is to bring such vanished books to life. First life for those that never saw the light of day, or barely did, and second life for those that got some notice, or even made a splash, then slipped too quickly out of print, and out of mind. These books, by and large, were made to disappear, or were hastily forgotten, not because they were too lewd, heretical, or unpatriotic for some touchy group of citizens. These books sank without a trace, or faded fast, because they tell the sort of truths that Madison and Jefferson believed our Constitution should protect, truths that the people have the right to know, and needs to know, about our government and other powers that keep us in the dark. Thus the works on our forbidden bookshelf shed new light for most of us. It's still new light on the most troubling trends and episodes in U.S. history, especially since World War II, America's broad use of former Nazis and ex-fascists in the Cold War, the Kennedy assassinations, and the murders of Martin Luther King Jr., Orlando Letelier, George Polk and Paul Wellstone, Ronald Reagan's mafia connections, Richard Nixon's close relationship with Jimmy Hoffa, and the mob's grip on the NFL. America's terroristic Phoenix program in Vietnam, U.S. support for South America's most brutal tyrannies, and CIA involvement in the Middle East, the secret histories of DuPont, ITT, and other giant U.S. corporations, and the long war waged by Wall Street and its allies in real estate on New York City's poor and middle class. The many vanished books on these forbidden subjects, among others, altogether constitute a shadow history of America, a history that we the people need to know at last, our country having now become a land with billionaires in charge, and millions not allowed to vote, and everybody under full surveillance. Through this series, we intend to pull that necessary history from the shadows at long last to shed some light on how America got here, and how we might now take it somewhere else. Mark Crispin Miller. Introduction. Why read a book about cities that was published nearly 80 years ago? Because we need Lewis Mumford's classic study more than ever. The culture of cities not only explains a range of urban problems still confronting us today, but also offers a vision of what our cities could be like, a vision even more important now than it was back in 1938. By the time he wrote this book, Mumford was already an influential thinker, as the New Yorker's architecture critic, and author of a series of respected cultural and architectural histories: The Story of Utopias, Sticks and Stones, The Golden Day, The Brown Decades, Technics and Civilization, that had established him among this nation's leading public intellectuals of the 1920s and 30s. While it heightened Mumford's national renown, he made the cover of Time magazine in 1938, The Culture of Cities made him internationally famous as well. Soon after its publication, he was invited by the city of Honolulu, and communities throughout the Pacific Northwest, to advise them on urban growth and regional planning. And, after World War II, the British government sought his guidance on rebuilding London. 2 In a world racked by depression, and then the war, many people were profoundly moved by what one reviewer called Mumford's great and terrible indictment of our existing culture. 3. And yet this book is more than an indictment. Mumford argues that many of the challenges faced throughout the world, challenges that still confront the world today, are due to the inappropriate scale and organization of our political and economic system. In the book's first 4 chapters, he traces the emergence of the nation-state and global capitalism out of European feudalism, in which Mumford saw a model for the future, more local and appropriately scaled. 4 He then proceeds to lay out in the final 3 chapters an alternative, wherein city-based regions would become the dominant political, social, and economic unit, with boundaries based not on historical happenstance, but on the geography of shared culture and natural resources. That vision informs Mumford's advocacy of what he called the medieval synthesis. 5 Contrary to the prevailing notion of medieval cities as filthy, anarchic, and diseased, Mumford extols their unity, coherence, and vitality, citing lessons for today in their modest size, incremental development, and mix of uses, aspects of what we now call sustainability. Many of their salient features: their protected boundaries, lively streets and markets, central churches, town halls, and universities, Mumford sees as rational adaptations to local conditions and regional needs, organically arising over time. He takes the same view of medieval houses, with their integration of work and living spaces, their use of local materials, and their lack of differentiated space and differentiated function. 6. Mumford, who called himself a generalist, 7 writes here less as a historian than as a polemicist, for a position that he seeks to ground historically. We see this, for example, in Chapter 2, Court, Parade, and Capital, where he merges the 3 conventional epochs of modern European history, the Renaissance, Neoclassical, and Romantic eras, into a single category, the Baroque. In Mumford's view, the Baroque city imposed geometrical forms onto the landscape, street grids and radial boulevards terminating on monumental structures. This style was the product of concentrated wealth and power, and the concomitant rise of big government and the bureaucratic state. The Baroque mentality also led to the emergence and dominance of capital cities, which Mumford sees as bleeding Europe's many regional centers of their social and economic life, so as to gorge the centers of the nation-states, whose boundaries were largely unrelated to ecological and cultural regions. With the Industrial Revolution, and the ascendance of big business, the Baroque city of big government evolved into the industrial city, or Coke town, which Mumford describes in Chapter 3, the insensate industrial town. Overcrowded, squalid, and polluted, the industrial cities of the 19th century grew rapidly and knew no bounds, driven by the excessive accumulation of wealth, the overconsumption of goods, and ever-growing power of what Mumford calls mechanical order, wherein making money was the only thing that mattered. Although the industrial city was quite different physically from its Baroque ancestor, Mumford notes their deep connection, inasmuch as both depended for their growth on the relentless exploitation of people and resources. Mumford draws these historical threads together in Chapter 4, The Rise and Fall of Megalopolis, a term first used by Mumford's mentor, Patrick Geddes. Point 8 Here Mumford makes the seminal argument that the contemporary city the megalopolis has largely continued the expansion and exploitation that marked the urbanism of the previous centuries. Surely there were many changes in technology, as civilization shifted from what Mumford, like Geddes before him, calls an Eotechnic or water and wood complex to a Paleotechnic or coal and iron era. Beneath such technological change, however, the concentration of wealth and power, and the pursuit of boundless growth, were undiminished in the modern city, a trend that is, in Mumford's view, untenable or, as we now put it, unsustainable. If it continues to enlarge itself, the modern megalopolis, Mumford predicts, will metastasize into a tyrannopolis, run by dictators and gangsters, and eventually into necropolis, a city of death of dying. From this grim forecast, however, Mumford moves on to a much more optimistic view in his last 3 chapters, which lay out an alternative path, a neotechnic or biotechnic future, based on a completer integration of the machine with human needs and desires. This would be a world comprising networks of regional cities, limited in size, and linked by trains and other means of transportation to traverse the surrounding rural landscapes. This ideal combines a range of extant urbanist ideas: Ebenezer Howard's Garden Cities, 9, Patrick Geddes's Organic Regionalism, 10, and even Frank Lloyd Wright's Broadacre City, 11, which had a similar agrarian emphasis. And Mumford could point to enough examples of regional cities already built: Radburn in the United States, 12, Letchworth in England, 13, to demonstrate the viability of this vision, and give readers a sense of what such a future might look like, and what it might feel like to live in. For all that, however, Mumford's vision is also strikingly original, based on several of his key ideas. The history recounted in his first 4 chapters makes the idea of regional cities seem almost inevitable and essential, if we want to avoid a future of endless inequality and insurrection. That history shows how regional cities remain part of a much longer tradition of organically formed communities dating back to the very first human settlements. Above all, Mumford makes the case that, in city building as well as most other aspects of human activity, scale matters. He shows, sometimes in exhaustive detail, how the problems that we face in the modern city, inherited from the Baroque and industrial cities that preceded it, largely arise from a belief that bigger is better and that all growth is good. For Mumford, cities, like any biological community, have natural limits, and we get in trouble when we ignore those limits, thinking that they don't apply to us, or that we can overcome them. This idea sounds surprisingly fresh today. As nations worldwide slip into political gridlock and or civil war, and global capitalism continues to push more wealth into ever fewer hands, and multinational corporations use up our key natural resources, and pollute them past the point where it affects the very climate, and wipes out keystone species, Mumford's visions seem more relevant than ever. The challenge lies in figuring out exactly how we might reorganize the world into culturally and environmentally sensible regions. How would those whose power and profits have depended on the current model ever let that happen? This question highlights the main weakness of the culture of cities and Mumford's other works. Point 14 He presents a very appealing description of a future in which people would live in close-knit communities, in healthy relationships with each other and with nature, with a stable population and responsive governance and responsible commerce, all within a humanly scale-built environment, but getting there from here is ever harder to imagine. Mumford seems to see it happening through a transformation in the way we think about the world around us, and about ourselves, a shift that he examined in such later works as The Condition of Man 15 and The Conduct of Life 16. It is still difficult to see exactly how such personal conversions might bring on the larger change that Mumford advocates, despite the heartfelt and extraordinarily compelling way in which he argues for it. And yet, at this late date, that may be changing. To see how, we might compare The Culture of Cities with The Economy of Cities 17, a much later book by Mumford's sometime nemesis, urban theorist and cultural critic Jane Jacobs. While Mumford highlighted his differences with Jacobs, 18 both saw the need for a re-evaluation of our values and envisioned our social, political, and economic future centered around city-based regions, whether built on greenfield sites, as Mumford imagined, or emerging within existing cities, as Jacobs argued. Way ahead of their time with this idea, both authors, were they alive today, might find it gratifying that, in an era of increasing social diversity, economic change, and political gridlock, cities and the regions immediately around them have become the places where the greatest transformations occur and opportunities lie, as several commentators have observed. Point 19. Jacobs' book also complements Mumford's by showing how regional economies work and how, through import replacement and internally generated innovation, they can emerge as important players in the global economy. This suggests that, while personal values matter, what may matter even more is the collective value of an educated population, strong research universities, steward natural resources, and a rich ecosystem of leadership and talent, goods surely crucial to attainment of the regional ideal that Mumford so convincingly conveys. Both Jacobs and Mumford also had a gift for grounding their ideas in daily life, recognizing the importance of institutions such as the family and education in making this new regional economy, the biotechnic economy, happen. As Mumford put it, the dwelling house and the school, with all their specialized communal aids, constitute the essential nucleus of the new community. 20. Although it sold only 7,500 copies in its first year, 21, The Culture of Cities long remained in print, resonating differently for every generation. Just after World War II, it spoke to those in search of an alternative beyond the global standoff between capitalism and communism. In the 60s and beyond, it appealed to those young people looking for more intimate communities attuned to nature, and then it spoke to the environmental consciousness of Generation X, and, more recently, to the millennials, with their search for a more rational work-life balance. And now that this essential book is available digitally, Mumford's vision will continue to enlighten and encourage those who want to make our cities human once again, livable, affordable, sustainable, and therefore indispensable to all. Near the end of the last chapter, Mumford quotes Aristotle, "Men come together in cities in order to live the good life." 22. We read this book for the same reason. Thomas Fisher. March 2016. As far back as 1915, under the stimulus of Patrick Geddes, I began to collect the materials that have gone into this book. Like my hitherto published papers and books on architecture, community planning, housing, and regional development, the present study rests primarily on first-hand surveys, conducted in many different regions, beginning with a close study of my own city and region, New York, and its immediate hinterland. It both attempts to explore in a more unified way a field hitherto worked on divergent lines by specialists, and to establish, for the purpose of communal action, the basic principles upon which our human environment, buildings, neighborhoods, cities, regions may be renovated. Certain aspects of life, those ordinarily treated under the head of ethics, religion, and education, remain to be dealt with at another time. Even at the risk of an occasional repetition of thought, I have had to parallel in this volume parts of technics and civilization, but it should be plain that the two works, while independent, are complementary. Each seeks to explore what the modern world may hold for mankind once men of good will have learned to subdue the barbarous mechanisms and the mechanized barbarisms that now threaten the very existence of civilization. L.M. Preface to the 1970 edition. When The Culture of Cities appeared a generation ago, the literature of cities was still extremely meager. Despite the work of Marcel Poet and Pierre Lavedan, the urban historians, Max Weber, the sociologist, and my own master, Patrick Geddes, most of the current thinking about cities proceeded without sufficient insight into their nature, their function, their purpose, their historic role, or their potential future. The brief introduction that opened the culture of cities put the whole process of urban development in a fresh perspective, and the chapters that followed were so far in advance of current thinking that I have no hesitation in reprinting them without altering a word, though further observation and experience have called for various minor revisions I have made in later works. From the outset, the culture of cities was widely hailed as an outstanding interpretation and a worthy successor to its earlier companion volume, Technics and Civilization. But despite a certain measure of popular success, the book exerted little influence in the United States. To many urban planners, administrators, and academic specialists, its constructive proposals seemed too remote from practical financial and political requirements to be acceptable, and even some of my one-time co-workers and friends regarded my picture of the increasing demoralization and disintegration of megalopolis as far-fetched and unduly pessimistic. But elsewhere in the world, as it turned out, the culture of cities proved to be a timely and encouraging contribution, and during the next 2 decades, while hope was still too like despair for prudence to smother, it exerted a marked influence. The very parts of the book that offended the American specialists in planning and housing made sense to the peoples of Britain and the occupied countries of Europe, whose cities, from Warsaw to London, were being reduced to rubble. They had no difficulty in envisaging Necropolis, the city of the dead. It was already there. They knew all too well that something had gone wrong with civilization itself. The mounting disasters from 1914 on had prepared their minds for the constructive changes that would be necessary to rebuild their world on a sounder human foundation. In some countries, notably Britain, the culture of cities served as a guidebook to reconstruction and renewal. Despite its high price, the first English edition sold out promptly, and half a generation ago, in a poll of municipal officials in Britain, it was still chosen, almost unanimously, as the one book essential for a planner's education. Not the least service performed by this work was to reinforce the policy for handling urban growth, not by endless suburban extensions, or heavier internal congestion, but by building new towns, the method advocated and demonstrated by Sir Ebenezer Howard and his associates in the successful building of 2 garden cities. These proposals, for long dismissed as romantic or old-fashioned and even now strangely denounced by Jane Jacobs as an effort to destroy the city, were, so far from being backward, half a century ahead of their time, for Howard's Garden Cities of Tomorrow had been published in 1898. If the culture of cities encouraged and stimulated many people in Britain, it had an even more extraordinary, if more limited, effect upon the younger planners of the continent. The one exception here was France, whose leading urban propagandist, Le Corbusier, had set the fashion for those extravagant high-rise structures that have conformed so admirably to the bureaucratic and technocratic, above all, financial requirement of the dominant pecuniary power economy. Though only a few copies of the American or English editions had trickled into the occupied countries before 1939, they had an effect out of all proportion to their numbers. Summarized in translations, the book, I am happy to report, was used in underground schools of planning in Poland, the Netherlands, and even in Greece. The one copy available in Poland, Matthew Nowicki told me, was actually taken by a prisoner to Auschwitz, and miraculously survived, like its possessor, to return to Warsaw. Similarly, in Finland, a copy of the Swedish edition brought back, I believe by Alvar Aalto, was presented to the Prime Minister as offering valuable proposals for Finland's housing and planning after the war. But soon after the war ended, in the letdown that too often follows an all-out collective effort, the tide turned against such a radical approach to urban and regional rehabilitation. Though the ideas put forward in The Culture of Cities continued to have an indirect effect upon the design of the British new towns from 1947 onward, and had a direct effect upon the rebuilding of Coventry, not least its shopping centre, more fashionable thought, extrapolating past tendencies, turned toward further metropolitan concentration, with high-rise building for residences as well as offices, with ruthless, socially destructive modes of urban renewal, with the reckless dispersal of population by means of multi-laned expressways that daily poured pollution-laden streams of traffic into the city, turning even the proud boulevards of Paris into mere parking lots. In short, Le Corbusier's bureaucratic concept of the modern metropolis, artfully disguised as La Ville Radieuse, temporarily won out. As a result, by the mid-1950s, a professor of urban planning did not hesitate to dismiss the culture of cities as a museum piece. In the Urban Prospect, I have paid my respects to the reigning authorities in urban planning, the technocrats and bureaucrats, the statisticians and mathematical modellers who turned their backs upon the ecological and cultural realities of the city in the hope of transferring all its essential activities to the computer, and I will not trouble to repeat those disrespectful compliments. Enough to say that I only wish I had written more such museum pieces, for the very parts of the culture of cities that were rejected as obsolete or irrelevant, the chapters on megalopolitan disintegration, on the politics of regional development, and on the social basis of the new urban order, like my earlier descriptions of environmental pollution, were precisely those that had grown immensely in significance. At least the younger generation has now caught up with me. Meanwhile, my own thinking did not halt at the point I had reached in 1938. As a professor of city and regional planning at the University of Pennsylvania during the 1950s, I found it necessary to cover the entire span of urban history, and I accordingly expanded the historic chapters of the culture of cities into the wider panorama of the city in history, a book whose measure has still to be taken. In conceiving that new work, I intended to follow it with an equally exhaustive account of the contemporary urban prospects, a generous expansion of the second half of the present volume. But since there is no immediate likelihood of my completing such a book, there is all the more reason for bringing out the present volume in its original form, for it is in these final chapters that the ecological foundations for a balanced urban environment were laid down. For those who wish to pursue this line of thinking further, I would suggest the final chapters of The Pentagon of Power, 1971. Louis Mumford. Spring 1970. Introduction. The city, as one finds it in history, is the point of maximum concentration for the power and culture of a community. It is the place where the diffused rays of many separate beams of life fall into focus, with gains in both social effectiveness and significance. The city is the form and symbol of an integrated social relationship. It is the seat of the temple, the market, the hall of justice, the academy of learning. Here in the city the goods of civilization are multiplied and manifold. Here is where human experience is transformed into viable signs, symbols, patterns of conduct, systems of order. Here is where the issues of civilization are focused. Here, too, ritual passes on occasion into the active drama of a fully differentiated and self-conscious society. Cities are a product of the earth. They reflect the peasant's cunning in dominating the earth. Technically they but carry further his skill in turning the soil to productive uses, in enfolding his cattle for safety, in regulating the waters that moisten his fields, in providing storage bins and barns for his crops. Cities are emblems of that settled life which began with permanent agriculture, a life conducted with the aid of permanent shelters, permanent utilities like orchards, vineyards, and irrigation works, and permanent buildings for protection and storage. Every phase of life in the countryside contributes to the existence of cities. What the shepherd, the woodman, and the miner know, becomes transformed and etherealized through the city into durable elements in the human heritage. The textiles and butter of one, the moats and dams and wooden pipes and lathes of another, the metals and jewels of the third, are finally converted into instruments of urban living, underpinning the city's economic existence, contributing art and wisdom to its daily routine. Within the city the essence of each type of soil and labor and economic goal is concentrated, thus arise greater possibilities for interchange and for new combinations not given in the isolation of their original habitats. Cities are a product of time. They are the molds in which men's lifetimes have cooled and congealed, giving lasting shape, by way of art, to moments that would otherwise vanish with the living and leave no means of renewal or wider participation behind them. In the city, time becomes visible, buildings and monuments and public ways, more open than the written record, more subject to the gaze of many men than the scattered artifacts of the countryside, leave an imprint upon the minds even of the ignorant or the indifferent. Through the material fact of preservation, time challenges time, time clashes with time, habits and values carry over beyond the living group, streaking with different strata of time the character of any single generation. Layer upon layer, past times preserve themselves in the city until life itself is finally threatened with suffocation. Then, in sheer defense, modern man invents the museum. By the diversity of its time structures, the city in part escapes the tyranny of a single present, and the monotony of a future that consists in repeating only a single beat heard in the past. Through its complex orchestration of time and space, no less than through the social division of labor, life in the city takes on the character of a symphony. Specialized human aptitudes, specialized instruments, give rise to sonorous results which, neither in volume nor in quality, could be achieved by any single piece. Cities arise out of man's social needs and multiply both their modes and their methods of expression. In the city, remote forces and influences intermingle with the local, their conflicts are no less significant than their harmonies. And here, through the concentration of the means of intercourse in the market and the meeting place, alternative modes of living present themselves. The deeply rooted ways of the village cease to be coercive and the ancestral goals cease to be all-sufficient. Strange men and women, strange interests and stranger gods loosen the traditional ties of blood and neighborhood. A sailing ship, a caravan, stopping at the city, may bring a new dye for wool, a new glaze for the potter's dish, a new system of signs for long-distance communication, or a new thought about human destiny. In the urban milieu, mechanical shocks produce social results, and social needs may take shape in contrivances and inventions which will lead industries and governments into new channels of experiment. Now the need for a common fortified spot for shelter against predatory attack draws the inhabitants of the indigenous village into a hillside fortification. Through the compulsive mingling for defense, the possibilities for more regular intercourse and wider cooperation arise. That fact helps transform the nest of villages into a unified city, with its higher ceiling of achievement and its wider horizons. Now the collective sharing of experience, and the stimulus of rational criticism, turn the rites of the village festival into the more powerful imaginative forms of the tragic drama. Experience is deepened, as well as more widely circulated, through this process. Or again, on another plane, the goldsmith's passive repository for valuables becomes, through the pressure of urban needs and the opportunities of the market, the dynamic agent of capitalism. The bank, lending money as well as keeping it, putting capital into circulation, finally dominating the processes of trade and production. The city is a fact in nature, like a cave, a run of mackerel or an ant heap. But it is also a conscious work of art, and it holds within its communal framework many simpler and more personal forms of art. Mind takes form in the city, and in turn, urban forms condition mind. For space, no less than time, is artfully reorganized in cities, in boundary lines and silhouettes, in the fixing of horizontal planes and vertical peaks, in utilizing or denying the natural site. The city records the attitude of a culture and an epoch to the fundamental facts of its existence. The dome and the spire, the open avenue and the closed court, tell the story, not merely of different physical accommodations, but of essentially different conceptions of man's destiny. The city is both a physical utility for collective living and a symbol of those collective purposes and unanimities that arise under such favoring circumstance. With language itself, it remains man's greatest work of art. Through its concrete, visible command over space, the city lends itself, not only to the practical offices of production, but to the daily communion of its citizens. This constant effect of the city, as a collective work of art, was expressed in a classic manner by Thomas Mann in his address to his fellow townsmen of Lubeck on the celebration of the anniversary of Lubeck's foundation. When the city ceases to be a symbol of art and order, it acts in a negative fashion, it expresses and helps to make more universal the fact of disintegration. In the close quarters of the city, perversities and evils spread more quickly, and in the stones of the city, these antisocial facts become embedded. It is not the triumphs of urban living that awaken the prophetic wrath of a Jeremiah, a Savonarola, a Rousseau, or a Ruskin. What transforms the passive agricultural regime of the village into the active institutions of the city? The difference is not merely one of magnitude, density of population, or economic resources. For the active agent is any factor that extends the area of local intercourse, that engenders the need for combination and cooperation, communication and communion, and that so creates a common underlying pattern of conduct, and a common set of physical structures, for the different family and occupational groups that constitute a city. These opportunities and activities superimpose upon primary groups, based upon traditional acceptances and daily face-to-face contact, the more active associations, the more specialized functions, and the more purposive interests of secondary groups. In the latter the purpose is not given, but chosen, the membership and the activities are selective, the group itself becomes specialized and differentiated. Historically, the increase of population, through the change from hunting to agriculture, may have abetted this change. The widening of trade routes and the diversification of occupations likewise helped. But the nature of the city is not to be found simply in its economic base. The city is primarily a social emergent. The mark of the city is its purposive social complexity. It represents the maximum possibility of humanizing the natural environment and of naturalizing the human heritage. It gives a cultural shape to the first, and it externalizes, in permanent collective forms, the second. The central and significant fact about the city, as Geddes and Branford pointed out, is that the city functions as the specialized organ of social transmission. It accumulates and embodies the heritage of a region, and combines in some measure and kind with the cultural heritage of larger units, national, racial, religious, human. On one side is the individuality of the city, the sign manual of its regional life and record. On the other are the marks of the civilization, in which each particular city is a constituent element. Today a great many things stand in the way of grasping the role of the city and of transforming this basic means of communal existence. During the last few centuries the strenuous mechanical organization of industry, and the setting up of tyrannous political states, have blinded most men to the importance of facts that do not easily fit into the general pattern of mechanical conquest, capitalistic forms of exploitation, and power politics. Habitually, people treat the realities of personality and association and city as abstractions, while they treat confused pragmatic abstractions such as money, credit, political sovereignty, as if they were concrete realities that had an existence independent of human conventions. Looking back over the course of Western civilization since the 15th century, it is fairly plain that mechanical integration and social disruption have gone on side by side. Our capacity for effective physical organization has enormously increased, but our ability to create a harmonious counterpoise to these external linkages by means of cooperative and civic associations on both a regional and a worldwide basis, like the Christian Church in the Middle Ages, has not kept pace with these mechanical triumphs. By one of those mischievous turns, from which history is rarely free, it was precisely during this period of flowing physical energies, social disintegration, and bewildered political experiment that the populations of the world as a whole began mightily to increase, and the cities of the Western world began to grow at an inordinate rate. Forms of social life that the wisest no longer understood, the more ignorant were prepared to build. Or rather, the ignorant were completely unprepared, but that did not prevent the building. The result was not a temporary confusion and an occasional lapse in efficiency. What followed was a crystallization of chaos, disorder hardened uncouthly in metropolitan slum and industrial factory districts, and the exodus into the dormitory suburbs and factory spores that surrounded the growing cities merely widened the area of social derangement. The mechanized physical shell took precedence in every growing town over the civic nucleus. Men became dissociated as citizens in the very process of coming together in imposing economic organizations. Even industry, which was supposedly served by this planless building and random physical organization, lost seriously in efficiency. It failed to produce a new urban form that served directly its complicated processes. As for the growing urban populations, they lacked the most elementary facilities for urban living, even sunlight and fresh air, to say nothing of the means to a more vivid social life. The new cities grew up without the benefit of coherent social knowledge or orderly social effort. They lacked the useful urban folkways of the Middle Ages or the confident aesthetic command of the Baroque period. Indeed, a 17th-century Dutch peasant, in his little village, knew more about the art of living in communities than a 19th-century municipal councillor in London or Berlin. Statesmen who did not hesitate to weld together a diversity of regional interests into national states, or who wove together an empire that girdled the planet, failed to produce even a rough draft of a decent neighborhood. In every department, form disintegrated, except in its heritage from the past, the city vanished as an embodiment of collective art and techniques. And where, as in North America, the loss was not alleviated by the continued presence of great monuments from the past and persistent habits of social living, the result was a raw, dissolute environment, and a narrow, constricted, and baffled social life. Even in Germany and the Low Countries, where the traditions of urban life had lingered on from the Middle Ages, the most colossal blunders were committed in the most ordinary tasks of urban planning and building. As the pace of urbanization increased, the circle of devastation widened. Today we face not only the original social disruption. We likewise face the accumulated physical and social results of that disruption: ravaged landscapes, disorderly urban districts, pockets of disease, patches of blight, mile upon mile of standardized slums, worming into the outlying areas of big cities, and fusing with their ineffectual suburbs. In short, a general miscarriage and defeat of civilized effort. So far have our achievements fallen short of our needs that even 100 years of persistent reform in England, the first country to suffer heavily from disurbanization, have only in the last decade begun to leave an imprint. True, here and there patches of good building and coherent social form exist, new nodes of integration can be detected, and since 1920 these patches have been spreading. But the main results of more than a century of misbuilding and malformation, dissociation and disorganization still hold. Whether the observer focuses his gaze on the physical structure of communal living or upon the social processes that must be embodied and expressed, the report remains the same. Today we begin to see that the improvement of cities is no matter for small one-sided reforms. The task of city design involves the vaster task of rebuilding our civilization. We must alter the parasitic and predatory modes of life that now play so large a part, and we must create region by region, continent by continent, an effective symbiosis, or cooperative living together. The problem is to coordinate, on the basis of more essential human values than the will to power and the will to profits, a host of social functions and processes that we have hitherto misused in the building of cities and polities, or of which we have never rationally taken advantage. Unfortunately, the fashionable political philosophies of the past century are of but small help in defining this new task. They dealt with legal abstractions, like individual and state, with cultural abstractions, like humanity, the nation, the folk, or with bare economic abstractions like the capitalist class or the proletariat, while life as it was lived in the concrete, in regions and cities and villages, in wheatland and cornland and vineland, in the mine, the quarry, the fishery, was conceived as but a shadow of the prevailing myths and arrogant fantasies of the ruling classes, or the often no less shadowy fantasies of those who challenged them. Here and there one notes, of course, valiant exceptions both in theory and in action. Le Play and Reclus in France, W.H. Riehl in Germany, Kropotkin in Russia, Howard in England, Grundtvig in Denmark, Geddes in Scotland, began half a century ago to lay the ideological basis for a new order. The insights of these men may prove as important for the new biotechnic regime, based on the deliberate culture of life, as the formulations of Leonardo, Galileo, Newton, and Descartes were for the more limited mechanical order upon which the past triumphs of our machine civilization were founded. In the piecemeal improvement of cities, the work of sanitarians like Chadwick and Richardson, community designers like Olmsted, far-seeing architects like Parker and Wright, laid the concrete basis for a collective environment in which the needs of reproduction and nurture and psychological development and the social processes themselves would be adequately served. Now the dominant urban environment of the past century has been mainly a narrow byproduct of the machine ideology. And the greater part of it has already been made obsolete by the rapid advance of the biological arts and sciences, and by the steady penetration of sociological thought into every department. We have now reached a point where these fresh accumulations of historical insight and scientific knowledge are ready to flow over into social life, to mold anew the forms of cities, to assist in the transformation of both the instruments and the goals of our civilization. Profound changes, which will affect the distribution and increase of population, the efficiency of industry, and the quality of Western culture, have already become visible. To form an accurate estimate of these new potentialities and to suggest their direction into channels of human welfare, is one of the major offices of the contemporary student of cities. Ultimately, such studies, forecasts, and imaginative projects must bear directly upon the life of every human being in our civilization. What is the city? How has it functioned in the Western world since the 10th century, when the renewal of cities began, and in particular, what changes have come about in its physical and social composition during the last century? What factors have conditioned the size of cities, the extent of their growth, the type of order manifested in street plan and in building, their manner of nucleation, the composition of their economic and social classes, their physical manner of existence and their cultural style? By what political processes of federation or amalgamation, cooperative union, or centralization, have cities existed, and what new units of administration does the present age suggest? Have we yet found an adequate urban form to harness all the complex technical and social forces in our civilization, and if a new order is discernible, what are its main outlines? What are the relations between city and region? And what steps are necessary in order to redefine and reconstruct the region itself, as a collective human habitation? What, in short, are the possibilities for creating form and order and design in our present civilization? These are some of the questions I shall pose in the following study. Wherever possible, I shall utilize for answer concrete contemporary examples, a procedure that is all the easier because the germs and embryonic forms of the new order are by now, for the greater part, in existence. But where this is impossible, I shall seek to uncover the essential principle upon whose basis a viable answer or solution may be predicted. Today our world faces a crisis which, if its consequences are as grave as now seems, may not fully be resolved for another century. If the destructive forces in civilization gain ascendancy, our new urban culture will be stricken in every part. Our cities, blasted and deserted, will be cemeteries for the dead, cold lairs given over to less destructive beasts than man. But we may avert that fate. Perhaps only in facing such a desperate challenge can the necessary creative forces be effectually welded together. Instead of clinging to the sardonic funeral towers of metropolitan finance, ours to march out to newly plowed fields, to create fresh patterns of political action, to alter for human purposes the perverse mechanisms of our economic regime, to conceive and to germinate fresh forms of human culture. Instead of accepting the stale cult of death that the fascists have erected, as the proper crown for the servility and the brutality that are the pillars of their states, we must erect a cult of life, life in action, as the farmer or the mechanic knows it, life in expression, as the artist knows it, life as the lover feels it and the parent practices it, life as it is known to men of goodwill who meditate in the cloister, experiment in the laboratory, or plan intelligently in the factory or the government office. Nothing is permanent, certainly not the frozen images of barbarous power with which fascism now confronts us. Those images may easily be smashed by an external shock, cracked as ignominiously as fallen Dagon, the massive idol of the heathen, or they may be melted, eventually, by the internal warmth of normal men and women. Nothing endures except life, the capacity for birth, growth, and daily renewal. As life becomes insurgent once more in our civilization, conquering the reckless thrust of barbarism, the culture of cities will be both instrument and goal. Chapter I: Protection and the Medieval Town. 1. Stripping off the medieval myth. Before one approaches the medieval town, one must strip off the false wrappings in which successive generations have swathed this portion of the European past. The Middle Ages were defamed during the early Renaissance for vices that actually belonged to their defamers. History offers many instances of the transferred reproach. Thus the earlier inhabitants of historic cities were vilified for demolishing precious Roman monuments that were not in fact destroyed until the very period that professed to value them, the age of the new humanists. Let us depart, to begin with, from the notion that the period from the 10th to the 16th century was a compound of ignorance, filth, brutality, and superstition, for such a description does not altogether fit the life of Europe as a whole, even during the worst parts of the Dark Ages, which still felt the civilizing influences of Celtic monasticism and the resolute order and economy of Charles the Great. This view of the Middle Ages is partly a product of the 18th century Gothic romances, with their lurid pictures of torture chambers, cobwebs, mystery, and madness. No doubt such elements existed, but they no more characterized the civilization as a whole than the existence of armed gangsters and organized rackets and fascist pirates entirely characterizes our present civilization. One must not magnify the black spots in the past nor minimize those in our own day. One must of course equally set aside the charming tapestry of the Middle Ages, composed by Pugin, Ruskin, Morris, and similar writers. They often treated intentions as if they were facts and ideals as if they were realizations. Above all, this version forgets that if the Middle Ages were governed by bold warriors and patient craftsmen, it was likewise a period of embryonic capitalist enterprise and audacious technical improvements, eager merchants, adventurous entrepreneurs, canny inventors, a period that invented the mechanical clock, made radical improvements in mining, sailing, and military attack, and learned to cast iron and manufacture glass spectacles and utilize physical energy on a scale never before achieved by any other civilization. Our Middle Ages is far richer in detail than the earlier versions, and as respects the management of industry and the building of cities one finds even more to commend than did the most ardent early advocates of Catholic piety. There is a social kinship between our own age and the age of the guilds that parallels the relation I pointed out in Technics and Civilization between the Eotechnic and the Neotechnic complexes. And in the domain of cities, we have tardily begun to realize that our hard-earned discoveries in the art of laying out towns, especially in the hygienic laying out of towns, merely recapitulate, in terms of our own social needs, the commonplaces of sound medieval practice. Does this seem topsy-turvy? On the contrary, it was the myth that was baseless. 2. The need for protection. Between the date that symbolizes the fall of Rome and the 11th century, when the cities of the West awakened to a new life, lies a period that is hard to describe but important to understand. It was out of the incurable misery and terror of this age that certain special attitudes toward life grew up which powerfully affected the development of all the dominant social institutions of the West, particularly the city. 5 centuries of violence, paralysis, and uncertainty had created in the European heart a profound desire for security. When every chance might prove a mischance, when every moment might be one's last moment, the need for protection rose above every other concern, and to find a safe haven was about the most one asked from life. In Italy and France the old ways, it is true, had never entirely disappeared, hence the pagan undercurrents in that life, hence the 12th century Renaissance, so much more vital, both as continuation and as rebirth, than that which was to follow. But a disorganization and diminishment of the forces of civilization did characterize this period. The worst effects became visible only around the 9th century. Slavery, which had taken root in Roman agriculture, was introduced on a wide scale by the conquering barbarians, and the population, never far from famine, actually decreased. Military terrorism and its parasitic economy led to a devolution of the city. People left these stony wastes because they were driven to accept life at a subsistence level. Even when they remained in the neighborhood of an old city, like Mainz or Trier, it was no longer a meaningful part of their active life, only the shell remained. Its stones served as caves in the rock, might have served bare hiding places for those fleeing from the wrath to come. If the Saracen encirclement of the Mediterranean hastened the passage from the uniform organization on the old imperial lines to a feudal economy of local production, barter, and consumption, under special local customs and local laws, the final blow was given at the other end of Europe by the invasions of the Norsemen in the 9th century. The final blow and the first move toward recovery. These Norse raids were conducted in small boats that pierced the heart of the countryside between Brittany and the Elbe. No district was immune to their sacking, burning, slaying. The terror of these visitations must have created a new community of interest between the feudal lord and his dependents, but it also showed the technical inferiority of the local warband in opposing attacks carried on by more audacious, perhaps more highly specialized, opponents. Sheer necessity led to the rediscovery of an important fact. In the crude state of Western military techniques in the 9th century, the strength and security of a fortified stronghold, perched on some impregnable rock, could be secured even for the relatively helpless people of the lowlands, provided they built a wooden palisade or a stone wall around their village. Such a wall, particularly when surrounded by a moat, kept the attacker out, and made his weapons ineffective. In terror of the invaders, the inhabitants of Mainz, for example, restored at last their dilapidated Roman wall. Under commissions from the German Emperor, Henry I, walls were built even around monasteries and nunneries to guard them from attack. And in Italy, too, walls were built again at the end of the 9th century in order to repel the Hungarians and other invaders. This discovery, fortunately, proved to be double-edged. If the wall could protect the town from outside invasions more successfully than the feudal warband, could it not also protect the community from the invasions and usurpations of these greedy and arrogant protectors? By means of the wall, any village could become another stronghold. People would flock to that island of peace, as originally they had submitted in desperation to the feudal gang leaders or had given up the hopes of domesticity to find protection in a monastery or a nunnery. Life in the open country, even under the shadow of a castle, ceased to be as attractive as life behind the urban wall. Stockades, such as one still sees in Lucas Cranach's woodcut of the Siege of Wolfenbüttel in 1542, were a cheap price to pay for such collective security of life and property, such regularity in trade and work, such peace in thought and worship. Note the sequence. First, the cowering countryside, with its local production and mainly local barter, social life gathered in little villages or in suburbs, as the agricultural settlements that nestled under the castle's walls were called. Then a deliberate physical reconstruction of the environment, the wall, protection made permanent and regular. In this security from outside raids and impositions, local craftsmen and peasants and fishermen, under privileges wrung from their local lord, came together for a regular weekly or fortnightly market. Presently they sought permanent quarters for themselves in a spot that combined so many advantages in living. It is significant to note that, as Hegel points out, the new quarter of Regensburg, in the 11th century as distinguished from the royal and the clerical quarters, is that of the merchants. As social life became more solid and compact, this industrial and merchants' quarter, the suburb, became the town center, and the seats of feudal and ecclesiastical power tended to become more suburban. This urban movement was a checkered one. It marched under various banners, issued out of different circumstances, and produced diverse results. Sometimes urbanization was deliberately promoted by the feudal lords, often it was opposed by them, particularly by the princes of the church, above all, when the rights of political and economic independence were claimed by the new townsmen. In some countries, as in England and France, municipal freedom was promoted by a temporary coalition with the central power, as a means of weakening the feudal nobles who challenged the king's dominion. But, opposed or helped, the population flowed into these protected centers, built and rebuilt them, and in a few centuries created perhaps the highest type of urban civilization that had been known in Europe since the 5th century in Greece. 3. The increase of population and wealth. The revival of trade is often taken, even by eminent scholars like Pyrrhon, as the direct cause of the city-building and civilizing activities that took place in the 11th century. But the fact is that this urban renaissance and its characteristic agents date from the previous century. Their locus is not the isolated market, but the monastery. Up to the time of the Norse invasions, the monasteries had served as a secure haven amid all the stormy uncertainties of life. In fact, the monastery had during this period performed the functions of the city in transmitting, if not greatly enlarging, the social heritage. Thanks to the knowledge the Benedictines preserved, sometimes even of Roman agricultural practice, it was many levels above the state of the surrounding countryside. Here the arts of building flourished and the techniques of glass manufacture and decoration were carried on. Above all, it was here that the written record was preserved and manifold. In facing the new conditions of life in the 9th century, the monasteries were not in the least backward. The nunnery of Gernrode in Germany was called Kloster Uendeberg, and this meant something more than that the place was fortified. A regular market worked to the advantage of the feudal lord or monastic proprietor. Considerably before the grand revival of trade in the 11th century, one finds under Otto II, 973 to 983, that permission was given to the widow Imma, who was founding a cloister in Carnton, to provide a market and a mint and to draw taxes therefrom, typical characteristics of the new urban foundations. In the time of Otto, according to Hegel, most of the market privileges were granted to religious proprietors rather than to temporal lords. These markets, under the supervision of the monastery, were probably older than the walls which later provided security of a more material order, for as early as 833 Louis the Pious in Germany gave a monastery permission to erect a mint for a market that was already in existence. The market piece, symbolized by the market cross that stood in the marketplace, could not be broken without suffering heavy penalties. Finally, under this royal aegis, a special market law, applying to fairs and markets, with a special court having jurisdiction over traders, came into existence. The various forms of security offered by religion, by jurisprudence, and by standard economic practice entered into the foundation of medieval towns. The revival of trade in the 11th century, then, was not the critical fact that laid the foundation of the new medieval type of city. Many actual foundations antedated that fact. Commercial zeal was rather a symptom of a far more inclusive revival that was taking place in Western civilization. Not least, it was a mark of the new sense of security that the walled town itself had most potently helped to bring into existence. If trade is one symptom, the political unification of Normandy, Flanders, Aquitaine, and Brandenburg is another, and the land reclamations and forest clearance of the monastic orders, such as the Cistercians, founded in 1098, is a third. The confusion scholars have fallen into here derives partly from the fact that they read present motives back into past situations, and partly because they have not distinguished carefully between local, regional, and international markets. Local merchants, as distinguished from craftsmen who sell their own goods, could have played only an insignificant part in the 11th century revival. In general, the early trade revival on semi-capitalistic lines was confined to the luxury wares that entered into international commerce. This was incapable of fostering the growth of towns until the towns themselves had come into existence. Moreover, the special international market was the great fair, held usually once a year. Their merchants from all parts of Europe would come together. But this type of merchant, with his caravan and his armed guards and his special treaties for political protection, moved from place to place. He was a glorified peddler, more like the Yankee merchant captain of the early 19th century than like an urban businessman. To fancy that these wandering international traders were responsible for the original growth of the medieval town is to put the cart before the horse. It was rather a revival of the protected towns that helped the reopening of the regional and international trade routes, and led to the inter-European circulation of surplus commodities, particularly those of little bulk, wine from the Rhine, spices and silks from the east, armor from Lombardy, woolen goods from Flanders, leather from Pomerania, across the footways and waterways of Europe. Cities formed stepping stones in this march of goods, from Byzantium to Venice, from Venice to Augsburg, from Augsburg over the Rhine and so, too, from Baltic cities, down to the Mediterranean. The great fairs of the Middle Ages no doubt laid the foundation for the international capitalism of the 16th century, localized earlier in Florence and Augsburg, and later in Antwerp and Amsterdam, before it finally crossed in the 18th century to London. No less than the Crusades, the fairs furthered the interchange of regional modes and patterns of life. But if the cultural importance of international trade was high, its economic importance, particularly as a source of urban growth, has been grossly exaggerated for the early Middle Ages. The fact is that even at a later period than the 11th century, the merchants with their retainers accounted, according to von Below, for only a small part of the town's population, far smaller than today. For the producers in the early medieval town composed about 4/5 of the inhabitants, as compared with 2/5 in the modern city. Once the food supply was enlarged, once urban settlements became secure, commerce did serve as a powerful stimulus to growth, above all because it was necessary to pay for luxuries in money. As the demand for finery grew, and as more money was needed for the equipment of the feudal soldiery, the feudal lords had a special incentive to transform their holdings into urban areas, which brought in a large return in cash rent. Urban rents may not have exclusively provided the funds for capitalist enterprise, but capitalist enterprise certainly stimulated the desire for urban rents. This gave the feudal landlord an ambivalent attitude toward the city. As power ceased to be represented in his mind in purely military terms, he was tempted to part with a modicum of control over his individual tenants and dependents in order to have their responsible collective contribution in the form of cash payments, demands the land-bound serf could not meet. This was an important secondary stimulus to the building of towns. Capitalism itself, however, was a disruptive rather than an integrating force in the internal life of the medieval city. It supplanted the old protective economy, based on status, mollified by religious precept, by a trading economy based on individual enterprise and the lust for gain. The economic history of the town is largely a story of the transformation of a group of protected producers living in a state of relative equality, into a small group of privileged merchants for whom the rest of the population ultimately toils. This change was already over the horizon when Chaucer wrote his wistful encomium on the former age, when there lay no profit, there was no rich esse. By providing a nest in which the cuckoo bird of capitalism could lay her eggs, the walled town made it possible for her own offspring to be crowded out by the boisterous newcomer it harbored. Beneath the revival of industry that took place between the 11th and the 13th century was a fact of more fundamental economic importance, the immense extension of arable land and the application to the land of more adequate methods of husbandry. Wooded areas in Germany, a wilderness in the 9th century, gave way to ploughland. The Low Countries, which had supported only a handful of dejected fishermen, were taken over and transformed into one of the richest productive soils in Europe. As early as 1150 the first polders, land reclaimed from marsh or sea by means of dikes, were created in Flanders. Agricultural irrigation was practiced in Milan as early as 1179. The breeding of horses, the invention of an improved harness and the use of the iron horseshoe, the spread of querns, water mills, and windmills, these improvements endowed the new communities with relatively vast sources of power. This not merely transformed mining and metallurgy, it removed the need for servile labor and added to the surplus of human energies that had always existed in the more favored regions. In the course of 3 centuries the Europe we know today was opened or reopened for settlement, a feat exactly comparable to the opening up of the American continent between the 17th and the 20th century. Indeed, one may regard the American conquest as a continuation of the original process on a new soil, for the colonization of New England, at all events, was on medieval urban lines, as that of Virginia and South Carolina was on the typical feudal pattern. This vast extension of the agricultural base and this enormous increase in power in turn made possible the increase of population. According to Boisonade, the region between the Rhine and the Moselle increased its population tenfold between the 10th and the 13th century. The English counties, which had numbered 1,200,000 souls in 1086, reached a total of 2,355,000 toward 1,340. The birth rate was perhaps higher, the number of people who survived was certainly greater, and this fact was not confined to the newly exploited territories of the north. Italy had made such progress in its agricultural economy as to number at least 10 million souls in the 14th century. Better established and more favorably situated with respect to the higher civilizations of the East, Italy was the leader in both the material and the spiritual revival. In the 13th century, Venice was a magnificently organized municipality, and Venice and Milan each then had probably over 100,000 people. The Germanic cities, with perhaps the exception of the old Roman border town of Vienne, averaged a much lower population, but there was no lack of energy in the German colonization movement, or in the process of urbanization. For in the course of 4 centuries 2,500 cities were founded, and the municipal framework then laid out lasted substantially until the 19th century. The very outlines of municipal territory often remained, though in the meanwhile the town had filled them up. During the peak years of the movement, not merely did the number of cities multiply, but the rate of urban population growth, as far as it can be estimated, was roughly comparable to that recorded in the 19th century. At the end of the 12th century, for example, Paris had about 100,000 inhabitants, and at the end of the 13th century something like 240,000. In 1280 Florence had 45,000 inhabitants, and in 1339 around 90,000. Trade, industrial production, mechanization, organization, all these facts helped expand the life of the cities. But they do not account for the feeding of the hungry mouths. People do not live on coins, even if the local mint has the exclusive privilege of coining them, nor do they live on air, even though city air makes people free, as the saying went. The thriving life of these towns had its origin in the agricultural improvement of the countryside, an improvement that was spotty, and vitiated ultimately by the reckless deforestation that accompanied it, but sufficient to create unheard of stores of energy. Even the dismal colonization lands in Pomerania could send their honey and wax and hides back to the more industrial towns of the West. This agricultural improvement was duly transported into the city in the gardens, the cultivated spaces, and the common fields within the city itself. For except for a few congested centers, the town of the Middle Ages was not merely in the country but of the country. Food was grown within the walls, as well as on the terraces, or in the orchards and fields, outside. 4. Lordly scatters and medieval New Edens. If the new methods of military protection accounted for the popularity of cities as places for residence and productive work, a special set of economic motives nevertheless existed which accounts for the headway this movement made. The liberation of towns was a step toward the efficient ordering of economic life, the replacement of barter by money, and of life service by urban piecework or seasonal hire, in short, the transition, to use Maine's old distinction, from status to contract. The 18th century myth of the social contract was a rationalization of the political basis of the medieval town, whose survival in Geneva Rousseau knew. For the corporate town was in fact based upon a social contract between the landed proprietor and the settlers or inhabitants. The cities movement, from the 10th century on, is a tale of old urban settlements becoming more or less self-governing cities, and of new settlements being made under the auspices of the feudal lord, endowed with privileges and rights that served to attract permanent groups of craftsmen and traders. The city charter was a social contract. The free city had legal as well as military security, and to live in the corporate town for a year and a day removed the obligations of serfdom. Hence the medieval city became a selective environment, gathering to itself the more skilled, the more adventurous, the more upstanding, probably therefore the more intelligent part of the rural population. Political interest in this period usually centers on the struggle for power between the urban bourgeoisie and its overlords. This tends to neglect the part that feudalism itself had in encouraging the growth of cities. Many of the conflicts in the old centers came from attempts to drive a hard bargain with the new citizens, rather than from absolute resistance to granting any privileges whatever. 4 towns were founded on a great scale throughout Europe, particularly on the borderlands, by the great proprietors. Even in the old centers, the habit of bequeathing land to a church or a monastery put the church in control of large areas of urban land. Many of the new towns were frontier posts, as in Gascony and Wales, and they resembled such later foundations in America in that they served as a means of making a fresh start. On the political side, I shall quote Tout, whose study of medieval town planning was a landmark in English in this field. The political necessity for town making arose earlier than the economic need. In the humble beginnings of the new towns of the Middle Ages, military considerations are always paramount. A strong ruler conquered a district adjacent to his old dominions, or wished to defend his frontier against a neighboring enemy. He built rude fortresses, and encouraged his subjects to live in them, so that they might undertake the responsibility of their permanent defense. But since the serf, after all, had a permanent claim to the land he was tied to, it needed some extra bait to move him 200 or 300 miles away, Fox the first time he had bargaining power, and the proprietor was forced to meet the demands of the new settler halfway. By fighting, by bargaining, by outright purchase, or by some combination of these means, the towns won the right to hold a regular market, the right to be subject to a special market law, the right to coin money and establish weights and measures, the right of the citizens to be tried in their local courts and to bear arms in their own defense. All of these rights might or might not lead to complete local self-government, as in the great Hansa towns, but at all events it endowed the local community with many of the marks of what is now called in pious legal phrase a sovereign state. In general, membership in the urban community, even in such an insignificant little town as Loris in France, which got no general right of self-government, meant freedom from forced payments and from military service, as well as freedom to sell one's possessions and go elsewhere. Citizenship gave its possessor mobility of person, indispensable for the rise of a trading class. When a feudal lord desired to equip an army, join the Crusades, or indulge the new luxuries that seeped into Europe after the Crusades, he had only one economic source of wealth, his land. Under feudal custom he might not usually alienate the land or sell it off, but by dividing it up, by encouraging the growth of towns and founding new centers, he could increase his annual rents. Even though, with the customary long leases, rents might rise slowly for the original proprietor, his heirs would nevertheless in the course of time claim the unearned increment of the city's growth and prosperity. The same desire for ready money eventually took hold of the religious orders which, by gift and inheritance, steadily came into possession of ever larger urban domains. One must not forget that even in London down to the 20th century a few feudal proprietors, the Duke of Bedford, the Duke of Westminster, and the Crown, had title to the most heavily exploited areas. In Germanic law land was placed in a special category that set it apart from buildings or personal property. Almost as important as the actual rent in cities were special sources of urban income in which the proprietor of the land had a share, tolls at the bridges and the local market, customs imports and fines from courts, all of which multiplied as the town itself increased in population. Originally, in a pioneer town, it might be necessary to remit taxes to the newcomer provided he built a house. Tax exemption to promote housing is a very old dodge. But later, such enticements could be omitted, houses might be at a premium. As with all speculative enterprises, some towns might more than justify the landlord's hopes, and others, like many of the fortified towns, Bastides, in southern France, might remain economically as well as socially torpid. But town building itself was one of the major industrial enterprises of the early Middle Ages. Villages that succeeded in achieving the necessary privileges might hope to have their urban status confirmed by productive enterprise, trade, and cultural wealth. Now we can understand feudalism's ambivalent attitude toward this movement. The free city was a new source of wealth, but the challenging self-confidence and independence of the people who rallied to the commune was a threat to the entire feudal scheme. The town concentrated manpower and economic power and the weapons of defense, but it drained off manpower from the countryside, leaving a greater share of the oafs and dullards behind, eventually the urban need for labor power would undermine the institution of serfdom. In Italy, the opportunities for civil life attracted the nobles to the town. In the countries of Northern Europe, this class usually held aloof, clinging to the boar hunt and the bridling of the deer, the open-air life, and the smoky manorial hall, remaining themselves more akin to the peasants they oppressed than to the townsmen they freed. As urban occupations step by step drove out the rural ones that had at first been pursued in the city with almost equal vigor, the antagonism widened between town and country. The city was an exclusive society, and every townsman was, in relation to the country folk, something of a snob, with such snobbery as only the upstart and the nouveau riche can achieve. This fact was eventually to contribute toward the undoing of urban freedom and self-government. 5. Domination of the Church. The ideas and institutions of medieval civilization concern us here only as they affected the structure of cities and the development of the organs of their cultural life. But unless one understands these ideas, the purely physical shell must remain blank. In Western Europe, after the fall of the Roman Empire, the one powerful and universal institution was the Church. Membership in that association was a constant source of life and well-being, and to be cut off from its communion was so great a punishment that, until the 16th century, even kings trembled before it. The fundamental political divisions of society, surviving all other ties and allegiances, were the parish and the diocese. The most universal form of taxation was the tithe, which went to the support of the great establishment of Rome. No small part of the economic life was devoted to the glorification of God, the support of the clergy and of those who waited on the clergy, and to the construction and maintenance of ecclesiastical buildings, cathedrals, churches, monasteries, hospitals, schools. By itself, the local church would often be a museum of Christian faith, as well as a house of worship. The presence of a saintly hermit walled up in his cell near its doors, or even the bones and relics of such a saint, would be an attraction to the pious. Churches and monasteries that possessed such relics became the goal of a pilgrimage. The bones of Thomas à Becket at Canterbury, the Chalice Well at Glastonbury, where Joseph of Arimathea was supposed to have dropped the Holy Grail. These things drew men to cities no less than the possibility of trade. In the early Middle Ages, even business and religion were in organic relationship, so much so that business would copy the institutions of religion in the organization of its trading posts. The Hansa settlements were plainly fashioned on monastic lines, and exacted the same sort of narrow devotion. But at the end of the Middle Ages, and this is one of the signs of the end, even pious matters have a worldly tinge. One seeks security, no longer in the depths of the church, but in a shrewd loan, backed by a note, and ultimately vouched for by the armed might of the state. Faith gives way to credit. Perhaps the most important civic effect of this otherworldly religion, with its enfolding protection, its abstentions, its withdrawals, was that it universalized the cloister. Medieval culture, constantly in retreat, had its claustrum, where the inner life could flourish. One withdrew at night, one withdrew on Sundays and on fast days. So long as the medieval complex was intact, a constant stream of disillusioned worldly men turned from the marketplace and the battlefield to seek the quiet contemplative round of the monastery. The ineffectiveness and costliness of artificial forms of illumination even prolonged the withdrawal of the night, and winter served, so to say, as the cloistered period of the year. This universal concentration on the inner life had its compensatory effect on the imagination. The vulgar daylight perceptions were illumined by the impassioned hallucinations and visions of dream. The figures of the inner eye were as real as those that fell peripherally on the retina. And though Protestantism in the 16th century brought in a distrust of the wanton eye, it preserved for private use the habits of the cloister, prayer and inner communion. Today, as we shall see later, our architecture has passed from the cave to the garden, from the monument to the dwelling house. But in throwing open our buildings to the daylight and the outdoors, we will forget, at our peril, the coordinate need for quiet, for darkness, for inner privacy, for retreat. The cloister in both its public and private form is a constant element in the life of men in cities. Without formal opportunities for isolation and contemplation, Opportunities that require enclosed space, free from prying eyes and extraneous stimuli and secular interruptions, even the most externalized and extrovert life must eventually suffer. The home without such cells is but a barracks, the city that does not possess them is but a camp. In the medieval city the spirit had organized shelters and accepted forms of escape from worldly importunity. Today, the degradation of the inner life is symbolized by the fact that the only place sacred from interruption is the private toilet. 6. The service of the guild. The unattached person during the Middle Ages was one either condemned to exile or doomed to death. If alive, he immediately sought to attach himself, at least to a band of robbers. To exist, one had to belong to an association, a household, a manor, a monastery, a guild. There was no security except in association, and no freedom that did not recognize the obligations of a corporate life. One lived and died in the style of one's class and corporation. Outside the church, the most universal representative of corporate life was the guild. When one first encounters the guild in England in Anglo-Saxon times, it is primarily a religious fraternity under the patronage of a saint, meeting for brotherly comfort and cheer, insuring its members against the dire accidents of life and providing a decent burial. It had features not unlike those of the later English Friendly Society, or the Society of Freemasons, Elks, or Oddfellows. The guild never lost this religious color. It was a brotherhood adapted to specific economic tasks but not wholly engrossed in them. The brothers ate and drank together on regular occasions, they formulated regulations for the conduct of their craft, they planned and paid for and enacted their parts in their mystery plays, for the edification of their fellow townsmen, and they built chapels, endowed chantries, and founded schools. Such unions and brotherhoods had existed among the urban craftsmen of the Roman Empire, they lingered on in Byzantium, and though the connection remains obscure, perhaps the memory of them, like the memory of a far remoter event, Alexander's spectacular conquests, remained alive in popular myth, if not practice, during the Dark Ages. In Germany, among the first guilds of which there are records, apart from burial associations, are those of the weavers of Mainz in 1099, and the fishermen of Worms in 1106. If the growth of the merchant guild in general anticipated by half a century or so the growth of the craft guilds, it must be remembered that, except in international trade, the line between craftsmen and merchants was not closely drawn till the 14th century in the northern part of Europe. So that, during this period, craftsmen were, according to Gross, admitted to the merchant guilds and probably constituted the majority of the members. The merchant guild was a general body, organizing and controlling the economic life of the town as a whole, regulating conditions of sale, protecting the consumer from extortion and the honest craftsman from unfair competition, protecting the traders of the town from the disorganization of their market by outside influences. The craft guild, on the other hand, was an association of masters working up their products and banded together to regulate production and establish standards of workmanship. In time, each of these institutions found its physical expression in the city, at first in modest houses or rented rooms, later in special guild halls and market halls that sometimes vied in magnificence with the town hall or the cathedral. Ashley notes that the cost of these buildings was one of the circumstances which led to and seemed to justify the demand for heavy entrance fees. This in turn led to the restriction of membership to the more wealthy members of the community. Not the first or last time in which the pomp of a great architectural shell has destroyed the creature who burdened himself with its creation. Note the difference between the medieval community and that of the modern city. In industry, since the 18th century, it is the organization of the economic process that has taken definite corporate form in the factory, the business corporation, the chain store. Political associations, such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Manufacturers' Association, and the Trade Union for long had no integral part in the economic organization, they sprang up at the edges, included only a part of the population concerned, appeared belatedly, and in no case, not even that of the trade union, did they cover any large part of the cultural life of their members. In the medieval town, the actual organization of industry was simple, the primary fact was association. It was in fulfillment of its social purposes that the guild became a health and old age insurance society, a dramatic society, an educational society. Once the economic motive isolated itself and became the all-engrossing end of the guild's activities, the institution decayed. A patriciate of wealthy masters rose within it to hand on their privileges to their sons and to work together to the exclusion and disadvantage of the poorer craftsmen and the growing proletariat. By the time the religious dissensions of the 16th century broke up the religious brotherhood itself, its cooperative economic nature had already been seriously undermined. The fat people were battening upon the lean people. In fact, the guild rises and falls with the medieval city. The guilds are the city in its economic aspect, and the city is the guilds in their social and political aspect. The center of the municipality's activities was the town hall. In the beginning, according to Dehio, the town hall was a freestanding building in the marketplace, usually of 2 stories, containing 2 halls, that on the lower floor being originally used for the finer wares that needed protection from the weather, not afforded by the booths that lined the marketplace itself. The upper room would be used for the meeting of the mayor and the council, for the administration of justice, for the reception of ambassadors, and for periodic feasts and drinking bouts. The remains of the latter, incidentally, linger on in modern London, along with the ghost of the old livery companies, in the famous feast at the Guildhall that follows the annual election of the new Lord Mayor, and the Lord Mayor's Parade. In the town hall, too, toward the close of the Middle Ages, the leading families, drawn chiefly from the wealthier circle of the wholesale merchants, might to the envy of the rest of the population hold their dances and routs. It became, in fact, a sort of collective palace for the patriciate, hence it was often called a theatrum or playhouse. Here marriages would be celebrated with due pomp, a provision that has survived, with genuflections toward democracy, down to the present day. Note the acknowledgement of the older order in the 2 special marriage chambers, 1st and 2nd class, in the new Hilversum town hall in Holland. Thomas Mann, in Buddenbrooks, has given us a last faltering glimpse of that old life. By membership in the municipality one escaped feudal dues, one assumed burgher responsibilities. Not merely was military service imposed on males who were not officers of the church, but the police force of the town was selected by rotation from among the burghers, the duty of watch and ward. In modern times, we have such service only for war or some sudden disaster, but in the medieval city it struck much closer home, and it is a serious question whether the leaving of such functions of protection to the care of a professional police has not weakened the sense of civic responsibility and done away with an effective means of education. To patrol one's city at night, to know its dark alleys under the moon, or with no light at all except one's lantern, to enjoy the companionship of the watch, was this not an early practical example of William James's moral equivalent of war, more useful, more humane, than any national scheme of military training? In assuming the policeman's duty of regulating traffic at crossings during the hours when children are going to and from school, the American school child is perhaps recovering some of that sense of responsibility which disappeared in the 18th century with the final collapse of the medieval municipality. Here, as in most other departments, there existed great differences between the conditions in the 11th century, still bare and constricted and precarious, and those in the 16th century, when wealth had poured into the city and heaped up. At the beginning the city was striving as a social unit to establish its existence. The very insecurity promoted neighborly effort and even solidarity between the various ranks and occupations. They needed each other, and voluntary groups of neighbors formed, as Skevel has emphasized, very much as they would form today under pressure in a small New England village. When the privileges had been won, and when great disparities in riches appeared between the successful and the unsuccessful, when wealth as well as station was inherited, then the walls between the classes became more important than the protective barrier that had once made the city one. At the close of the Middle Ages wealthy individuals began to endow schools, build asylums for the aged and the orphaned, taking over functions once performed by the guild, precisely as the new despots were taking over for the country as a whole the political privileges of the free cities. but when one attempts to generalize the period as a whole, one may still echo Gross, deeply though he was imbued with a Victorian distrust of the closed corporation and the protective policies of the guild exclusive of the inhabitants of the privileged soaks, the population was more homogeneous than that of towns existing at present, there were in the former fewer class distinctions, more equality of wealth, and more harmony of interests than in the latter. These are the words of one who was no admirer of the medieval economic system, they therefore carry double weight. The social activities of the town shrank as the new capitalistic economy grew up. Outside the church, only one institution survived from the old guilds and even increased its power and influence, perhaps the most important single institution in the medieval town. With an instinctive recognition of its importance, the name of this institution was originally the common term for all guilds in the 12th century, universitas. Like other forms of craft guild, the aim of the university was to prepare for the practice of a vocation and to regulate the conditions under which its members performed their work. Each of the great schools that originally formed the university, jurisprudence, medicine, and theology, was professional in character. The general humanistic education that began to come in with the Renaissance College, particularly in England, was an upper-class graft on the original tree. Beginning with Bologna in 1100, Paris in 1150, Cambridge in 1229, and Salamanca in 1243, the university laid down the basis of a cooperative organization of knowledge on an interregional basis. Scholars flocked to these centers from every part of Europe, and in turn, the masters studied and taught at distant centers. The combination of scientific knowledge, political knowledge, and sacred knowledge, which the university offered in its faculties, had no exact parallel in any other culture. The germs of the university doubtless were latent in the library school at Alexandria or in the lecture system of the Roman municipalities, but in the university the organization of knowledge was elevated into an enduring system, which did not depend for its continuance upon any single group of texts. The system of knowledge was more important than the thing known. In the university the functions of storage, dissemination, and creative addition were adequately performed. As the cloister of the monastery might be termed a passive university, so the university might be called an active cloister. It made explicit, concrete, and systematic one of the enduring functions of the city, withdrawal from immediate practical responsibility and the critical reappraisal and renewal of the cultural heritage. Here was a social invention of the first order. For this alone the medieval corporation would be important. And the very independence of the university from the standards of the market and the city, fostered the special sort of authority it exercised, the authority of verifiable truth, ratified by the methods of philosophic dialectic, factual scholarship, and scientific method, as these have been developed from period to period. The vices of such an organization may be many, and its services during the intervening centuries have not been of uniform value, for the university shares to this day the exclusiveness and the professional conservatism of the guild system, and it has sometimes put a brake upon discovery and creation, so that the major contributions to knowledge have often been made outside its walls. Nevertheless, the enlargement and transmission of the social heritage would have been inconceivable, during the last 3 centuries, without the agency of the university. As the church ceased to be the repository of modern values, the university gradually took over the office. The university has become for the modern city what the cathedral was for the predominantly religious culture of the Middle Ages. 7. Medieval domesticity. In most aspects of medieval life, the closed corporation prevailed, even the city originally was so restricted. But compared to modern life, the medieval urban family was no private unit. It included, as part of the normal household, not only relatives by blood but a group of industrial workers as well as domestics whose relationship was that of secondary members of the family. Young men from the upper classes got their knowledge of the world by serving as attendants in a noble family, while apprentices and journeymen lived as members of the master craftsman's family. If marriage was perhaps deferred longer for men than today, the advantages of home life were not entirely lacking, even for the bachelor. The workshop was a family, likewise the merchant's counting house. The members ate together at the same table, worked in the same rooms, slept in the same dormitory, joined in the family prayers, participated in the common amusements. Chastity and virginity were the ideal states, but even the prostitutes formed guilds, and in Hamburg, Wien, and Augsburg, for example, the brothels were under municipal protection. When one remembers that syphilis did not make its definite appearance, at least in malignant form, until the late 15th century, even prostitution constituted a smaller threat to domestic health and well-being than it did in the following centuries. The intimate union of domesticity and labor, surviving now in the city only in petty shops or in the household of an artist, dictated the major arrangements within the dwelling house itself. Naturally, between the rude huts and stone enclosures of the 10th and 11th centuries, and the elaborate merchant houses that were built from the 13th to the 16th century, there was a difference as great as that between the 17th century dwelling and a New York apartment house today. Let us attempt, nevertheless, to single out the common factors in this development. Houses were usually built in rows around the perimeter of their rear gardens, sometimes in large blocks they formed inner courts, with a private green, reached through a single gateway on the street. Freestanding houses, unduly exposed to the elements, wasteful of the land on each side, were relatively scarce. Even farmhouses would form part of a solid block that included the stables, barns, granaries. The materials for the houses came out of the local soil and they varied with the region, now wattle and daub, now stone or brick. Their type depended upon economic factors, and the wider use of half-timber and stucco after the 14th century arose partly out of the need for building cheap houses for the rising proletariat. The earliest houses would have small window openings, with shutters to keep out the weather, the later, permanent windows of oiled cloth or paper. In the 15th century glass, hitherto used mainly for public buildings, became more frequent, at first only in the upper part of the window. The glass would be heavy, irregular, feebly transparent, and the leads that held it would further reduce the amount of light. By the 16th century, however, glass had become cheap and fashionable. The popular saying in England about Hardwick Hall, more glass than wall, was equally true of the burgher houses. In North Germany and England a broad bank of window would extend across the whole house at each story, front and rear, thus making up in effect for the tendency to deepen the house. The effort of governments in the 18th century to raise revenue by means of window taxes partly arrested this popular development, an atrocious stupidity. Result: the 16th century house is often closer to modern requirements for light and air than the common run of Victorian mansions. Heating arrangements steadily improved. This fact, plus the increased use of distilled liquors, as fortification against inclement weather, partly accounts for the outburst of human energy in the north. Winter gradually ceased to be a period of stupefied hibernation. The open hearth in the middle of the floor, scarcely as effective as the arrangements in an Indian teepee, gave way to the fireplace and the chimney. Fireproofing went along with this development, for originally, lacking proper materials, the poorer burghers were tempted to experiment with wooden chimneys, an unduly optimistic practice repeated in the early settlement of New England. In 1276 Lubeck passed an ordinance enforcing the use of fireproof roofing and the fireproof party wall, and in London, after the severe fire of 1189, special privileges were given to people building in stone and tile, while in 1212 thatched roofs were ordered to be whitewashed, the better to resist fire. As for the plan of the house, it varied with the region and the century, yet certain features remained common. Viollet-le-Duc has shown us the ground plan of a French house, with a shop on the ground floor connected by an open gallery with the kitchen in the rear. The two formed a court, where the well occupied a corner. There was a chimney in the kitchen and in the living room or grande salle above the shop. From the latter there is access to the dormitories above. Haynes' plan of an old house in Nuremberg is not essentially different, but, as in the surviving houses from the 17th century, there are more interior rooms, a kitchen and a smaller room on the ground floor, a heatable room above the kitchen, and a number of chambers, with a toilet on the second floor directly above that on the first. The only form of modern hallway was the open gallery, This was a common feature in houses not built around a closed court. It survived in the design of inns, where a means of circulation was specially necessary, and the internal hall, because of the absence of artificial light, was not an attractive solution. The main outlines of this type of house lasted right down through the 17th century, even later. But as one went downward in the economic scale, arrangements would be less differentiated and the space more constricted. The one-room apartment, still common among the poor in many countries, possibly had its origin in the more industrialized cities of the late Middle Ages. The fact that the burgher house served as workshop, store, and counting house prevented any zoning between these functions. The competition for space between the domestic and the working quarters, as business grew and the scale of production expanded, was also perhaps responsible for encroachment over the original back gardens by sheds, storage bins, and special workshops. Mass production and the concentration of looms in great sheds was known in Flanders in the 14th century, and operations like fulling, milling, glass-making, and iron-making required a more isolated type of workshop. In these industries came the earliest break between living and working. But at first the family pattern dominated industry, just as it dominated the organization of the Benedictine monastery. Survivals of this regime lingered on in every European city. The habit of living in long retained by London drapers, with the men and the women divided into dormitories, was a typical holdover from the Middle Ages. In the disposition and specialization of rooms in the Middle Ages, the ways of the aristocracy filtered down but slowly to the rest of the population. Comforts that were enjoyed by lords and ladies alone in the 13th century did not become popular customs until the 17th or even the 19th century. The first radical change, which was to destroy the form of the medieval dwelling house, was the development of a sense of privacy. This meant, in effect, withdrawal at will from the common life and the common interests of one's associates. Privacy in sleep, privacy in eating, privacy in religious and social ritual, finally privacy in thought. In 1362 Langland, in Piers Plowman, chided the tendency of the lord and lady to withdraw from the common hall for private meals and for private entertainment. He must have foreseen the end of that reciprocal social relation between the stationary upper and lower ranks of the feudal regime, a relation that had mitigated its oppressions. The desire for privacy marked the beginning of that new alignment of classes which was to usher in the merciless class competition and individual self-assertion of a later day. In the castles of the period one notes the existence, not merely of a private bedroom for the noble owners, one also notes the private toilet, perched over the moat, the first hint of the 20th century arrangement for a private toilet. Monasteries, however, had long had collective latrines in separate buildings. The separation of the kitchen from the dining room is not characteristic, probably, of the majority of the population in any country today. It had taken place in the monastery because of the scale of the preparations, and it was copied eventually in the monorial hall and the fine town house. But the common quarters offered this incentive to social living, they alone were usually heated. That the medieval house was cold in winter perhaps accounts for the development of inner rooms, insulated from the outer walls by air. Yet the cold could not have been unendurable, or else people in the Middle Ages would have worn night dresses, instead of going to their naked bed, as numberless illustrations depict them. Privacy in bed came first in Italy, among the upper classes, but the desire for it developed slowly. Even in the 17th century maidservants often slept in trundle beds at the foot of that of their master and mistress. Until the curtained bed was invented, sexual intercourse must have taken place for the most part under cover, and whether the bed was curtained or not, in darkness. Privacy in bed preceded the private bedroom, for even in 17th century engravings of upper middle class life, and in France, a country of refinement, the bed still often occupies part of the living room. Under these circumstances, the erotic ritual must have been short and almost secretive, with little preliminary stirring through eye or voice or free movement. It had its intense seasons, especially spring, but the late medieval astrological calendars, which depict this awakening, show the lovers having intercourse in the open with their clothes on. In short, Erotic passion was more attractive in the garden and the wood, despite stubble or prickly stems or insects, than it was in the house, on a mattress whose stale straw or down was never quite free from musty dampness. For lovers in the medieval house, the winter months must have been a large wet blanket. An endless succession of pregnancies punctuated the married lives of all but barren women, and brought many of them to early graves. No wonder virginity figured as the ideal state. To sum up the medieval dwelling house, one may say that it was characterized by lack of differentiated space and differentiated function. In the cities, however, this lack of internal differentiation was offset by a completer development of domestic functions in public institutions. Though the house might lack a private bake oven, there was a public one in the baker's or the cook shop. Though it might lack a private bathroom, there was a municipal bathhouse. Though it might lack facilities for isolating and nursing a diseased member, there were numerous public hospitals. And though lovers might lack a private bedroom, they could lie between the acres of the rye, just outside the city's walls. Plainly, the medieval house had scarcely an inkling of the two important domestic requirements of the present day, privacy and comfort. And the tendency in the late Middle Ages to deepen the house, chiefly under pressure of rising ground rents, progressively deprived those who worked most steadily indoors, the mother, the domestics, the children, of the necessary air and light which dwellers in much cruder country hovels could have. Mark this paradox of prosperity. As long as conditions were rude when people lived in the open, pissed freely in the garden or the street, bought and sold outdoors, opened their shutters and let in full sunlight, the defects of the house were far less serious than they were under a more refined regime. It was no lack of care and concern for children that made the infant mortality records so black, so far as we may estimate them. The cradle, the hobby horse, and even the toddler, for the child who had not yet learned to walk, are depicted in 16th century prints. These cherubs were treated with love. But the domestic environment became increasingly defective, and such diseases as are spread through either contact or respiration must have had a maximum opportunity for sweeping through the family in the late medieval house. The urban dwelling was indeed perhaps the weakest link in medieval sanitary arrangements, for in other respects, the standards were far more adequate than most Victorian commentators and those who blindly repeat their mistakes believed. 8. Hygiene and sanitation. What gave the early medieval town a sound basis for health was the fact that, though surrounded with a wall, it was still part of the open country. Until the 14th century, these two types of environment were scarcely differentiated. The village had not been devoted purely to agriculture since handicraft, at the time of the English Domesday Book, had flourished there, nor were the towns, for centuries to come, wholly industrial. A good part of the population had private gardens and practiced rural occupations, just as they did in the typical small American town up to about 1870. At harvest time, the population of the town would swarm out into the country, as the slum dwellers of the East End still migrate to Kent for the hop picking. One has only to read the household recipes of the goodman of Paris, who was of the well-to-do merchant order, to see how the more prosperous burghers kept a leg firmly planted in each world. Near the city, the fowler and the rabbit hunter could go after game. Fitzstephen noted that the citizens of London had the right of hunting in Middlesex, Herefordshire, the Chiltern Hundreds, and part of Kent. And in the streams by the city, fishing was diligently pursued, not merely on the coast but inland. Augsburg, for example, was noted for its trout. Until 1643 many of the city officials took their pay in trout. This strong rural influence can be marked on the early city plans. All but a handful of medieval towns were closer to what we should now call a village or a small country town than a city. Greatness did not mean a big population or a spreading territory. In the original towns, with the exception of a few that kept to original Roman foundations or were constricted by topographical obstacles, ample gardens spread in the rear of the houses. The size of the medieval house block was not standardized, but in general a 100-foot depth was common and a 50-foot width was not unusual. Since it was customary to build row houses, for cheapness, for compactness, and above all, Perhaps, for maximum protection against cold, this would mean that in some cities houses originally would show their long side to the street, as they still do at Grantham, for example, in England, a type of planning that did not come back till the development of modern workers' housing estates in England. Gardens and orchards, sometimes fields and pastures, existed within the city, as well as in the suburb outside. Endless illustrations and plans as late as the 17th century prove how universal these open spaces were. Goethe describes such a fine rear garden, so favorable to a genial family life, in his Dichtung und Wahrheit. Medieval people were used to outdoor living. They had shooting grounds and bowling grounds and tossed the ball and kicked the football and ran races and practiced archery. When the open spaces filled up, Botero notes, Francis I provided a meadow near the river for the scholars of the University of Paris. The spirit of this hardy informal play is carried on, even today, in the merriest of all urban parks, the Jardin du Luxembourg. In sum, as far as usable open spaces go, the medieval city had at its foundation and through most of its existence a far higher standard for the mass of the population than any later form of town, down to the first romantic suburbs of the 19th century. To form a notion of medieval standards of open space in building, one must turn to such surviving semi-public buildings as the Inns of Court in London, the colleges at Oxford or Cambridge, or to the homes for the aged, such as one still finds in Holland. One must not look at the narrow streets between the houses without remembering the open green, or the neatly checkered gardens, that usually stretched behind. I lay emphasis on the rural character of the medieval town for two reasons. First, because a false notion about its dinginess and overcrowding has grown up, which has no foundation at all in most cities except the notorious fact of post-medieval overcrowding, and second, because the existence of these open spaces shows that sanitary arrangements were not necessarily as offensive as they have been pictured, nor vile smells as uniformly ubiquitous. How the original open spaces got built over one may learn in a typical instance from Stowe. The parish church of St. Mary Bow needed room in the churchyard for the burial of the dead, but was by the middle of the 15th century hemmed in with houses. John Rotham, in his will, gave a certain garden in Hosier's Lane to be a churchyard. After 100 years the overcrowded capital could not even afford open spaces for the dead, so this plot was built on. Garden, graveyard, house plot. Finally, in the 17th century, the back garden might be built over, too, and the resultant insanitary mass would then be regarded by the hopeful 19th century investigator as typical medieval overcrowding. Up to a generation ago American country towns existed in which neither the streets nor the privies were much more advanced, technically, than they were in the early Middle Ages. But they were neither as foul nor as dangerous to health as might be fancied, just because of the openness of their layout. The point is that crude sanitation is not necessarily bad sanitation. Indeed, a medieval farmhouse, in which the common dung pile served as domestic privy, was not as inimical to health, probably, as the pre-Pasteur town of the 19th century, blessed with refined water closets and a water supply drawn from the same river into which the sewage of the town above was emptied. There is no proof that visitations of the plague were much worse in the medieval town than in the American or European town of the first half of the 19th century, nor is there sufficient proof that poor sanitary arrangements alone were responsible for the origin or the virulence of medieval epidemics. Consider the death rate from influenza in 1918 in countries entirely outside the war zone, or from poliomyelitis in its recurrent waves today. If the medieval expectation of life was low, a defective diet, especially a defective winter diet, must perhaps take as large a share of the blame as the defective disposal of fecal matter. As the cities increased in size and density of population, their rural base was undermined and new sanitary difficulties arose out of the very fact of density. Not alone the density of the living but the congestion of the dead, who were buried for convenience and piety, not outside the city's walls, but in the vaults or graveyards of the parish churches. By the 17th century the overcrowded conditions here constituted a serious sanitary menace, through seepage into the water supply, and in a few cosmopolitan centers, like Paris or London, this may have been true at an earlier date. but in the 12th and 13th centuries, these breeding places for disease were no more congested than the city itself. And as early as the 16th century special provisions were made towards sanitary control and decency in the matter of excrement. Thus Stowe mentions an ordinance which commands that no man shall bury any dung or gown within the liberties of the city, nor carry any ordure till after 9 o'clock in the night, that is, after bedtime. On these matters, as Professor Thorndike points out, evidence favorable to many medieval cities is indisputable. He quotes Bruni's eulogy of Florence, in which Bruni remarks that some towns are so dirty that whatever filth is made during the night is placed in the morning before men's eyes to be trodden underfoot, than which it is impossible to imagine anything fouler. For even if there are thousands there, inexhaustible wealth, infinite multitude of people, yet will I condemn so foul a city and never think much of it. Similarly, Leland, a later observer, in his journeys about England makes special mention of the dirt whenever he comes across it. It is rare enough to deserve comment. As long as the open spaces and gardens remained, as long as the countryside was easily accessible to the dung farmer, the normal smells of the medieval town were not more offensive than those of the farmyard, nor were the evils overwhelming. What applies to human excreta applies also to garbage. Leftovers were eaten by the dogs, the chickens, and the pigs, which acted as general town scavengers. The ban on pigs and the general introduction of paving comes in about the same time. By the 16th century, in well-managed towns that had made provisions for street cleaning, there was also a ban upon keeping pigs in any part of the town, even in the gardens behind the houses. But in the early days the pig was an active member of the local board of health. Like a great many medieval institutions, the pig lingered on in more backward centers till the middle of the 19th century, in Manchester, for example, and in New York, the Great World Emporium. Non-edible waste was doubtless harder to dispose of, ashes, tannery offal, the scourings of wool, but certainly there was less of it than in the modern city. Tins, iron, broken glass and paper did not form such gigantic heaps. Here again, a few overgrown centers doubtless polluted their streams even in the Middle Ages, but big towns like Paris and London were quite exceptional places, and in the run of medieval towns the damage was insignificant. In the main, the waste materials were organic ones, which decomposed and mingled with the earth, and in these flimsy nests of buildings, particularly in the earlier centuries, there would be outbreaks of fire, famous in the annals of almost every town, which subjected whole streets and quarters to the most powerful of germicidal agents. It was the plating of the medieval town in imperishable materials and the heaping up of the living in smaller quarters, with more meager open spaces, that created the filthy conditions that met the eye in the 17th and 18th centuries. The worst conditions prevailed when the city had lost its natural rural base, and had not yet created an adequate mechanical substitute. Two other matters closely connected with hygiene remain to be discussed, the bath and the drinking water supply. Even as early as the 13th century the private bath made its appearance, sometimes with a dressing room, as we learn from a 16th century Nuremberg merchant's household book. In 1417, indeed, hot baths in private houses were specially authorized by the City of London. If anything were needed to establish the medieval attitude toward cleanliness, the ritual of the public bath should be sufficient. Bathhouses were characteristic institutions in every city, and they could be found in every quarter. Complaint was even made by Guarino News that children and young girls from 10 to 18 years of age ran shamelessly naked through the streets to the bathing establishment. Bathing was a family enjoyment. These bathhouses would sometimes be run by private individuals, more usually, perhaps, by the municipality. In Riga as early as the 13th century bathhouses are mentioned. According to von Below, in the 14th century there were 7 such houses in Würzburg, and at the end of the Middle Ages there were 11 in Ulm, 12 in Nuremberg, 15 in Frankfurt am Main, 17 in Augsburg, and 29 in Wien. Frankfurt had 29 bathhouse keepers as early as 1387. So widespread was bathing in the Middle Ages that the bath even spread as a custom back into the country districts. whose inhabitants had been reproached by the writers of the early fabliaux as filthy swine. What is essentially the medieval bath lingers in the Russian or Finnish village today. Bathing in the open, in a pool in the garden or by a stream in the summer time of course remained in practice. Public baths however were for sweating and steaming and thorough cleanliness. It was customary to take such a purging of the epidermis at least every fortnight. In time, the bathhouse came to serve again as it had in Roman times. It was a place where people met for sociability, as Dürer plainly shows in one of his prints, a place where people gossiped and ate food, as well as attended to the more serious business of being cupped for pains or inflammatory conditions. As family life in the late medieval town deteriorated, the bathhouses became the resort of loose women, looking for game, and of lecherous men, looking for sensual gratification, so that the medieval word for bathhouse, namely, stew, comes down to us in English as a synonym for brothel. Indeed, it is so used as early as Piers Plowman. The provision of drinking water was also a collective function of the town. First, the guarding of a brook or spring, the provision of a fountain in the public square and of other fountains in the local quarters, sometimes within the block, sometimes on the street. As numbers increased, it was necessary to find new sources and distribute old ones over a wider territory. In 1236 a patent for a leaden conduit to convey water from Tyburn Brook to the city of London was granted. Pipes were laid in Zittau in 1374, and in Breslau in 1479 water was pumped from the river and conducted by pipes through the city, probably such wooden pipes as are illustrated in Bauer's De Re Metallica, and were used, on Manhattan Island for example, down to the 19th century. As late as the 15th century the provision of water conduits in London was a matter for private philanthropy, like hospitals or almshouses. The author of the Maison Rustique warns his readers against the use of lead pipes. The dangers of lead poisoning had presumably been noted. As with baths, the piping of water to fountains, whence it was distributed by hand to the houses, was not as convenient as the private water supply that began to trickle in, all too literally, in the 17th century. But to offset this, it satisfied two important functions that tended to disappear with the reign of greater mechanical efficiency: art, in the shape of the handsome fountains that decorated the squares and public places of the medieval city, and sociability, the occasion for meeting and gossiping as people waited their turn around the village pump. The pump, no less than the taproom, served as local newspaper for the quarter. The diffused local water supply of the medieval town was, finally, a source of strength in defense. When, in the 17th century, the growing cities were forced to seek outside their fortifications for water, they put themselves at the mercy of an army that could command the open country. But in the big cities, the population grew more rapidly than the technical means and the capital necessary to capture sufficient water for its inhabitants. This partly accounts for the loss of cleanly habits and for the water famines that overtook the 17th century capitals, and made the later development of the industrial town so vile. In its remedial measures for health, the medieval town was far in advance of its contemptuous Victorian successor. The holy orders founded hospitals in almost every town. There would be at least two in most German towns, one for lepers and one for other types of disease, according to Heil, while in big cities, such as Breslau, with its 30,000 population in the 15th century, there would be as many as 15, or one for every 2,000 inhabitants. Plainly, cases that in more recent times would have been treated at home must at this earlier period have had systematic hospital care, a fact which mitigated the lack of domestic facilities. Municipal physicians made their appearance in the 14th century, in Constance as early as 1312. In Venice a permanent health magistracy was created in 1485, to which in 1556 inspection and enforcement machinery were added which long served as a model to the rest of Europe. Contagious diseases, incidentally, were usually isolated outside city walls. The value of isolation wards, with separate toilets, had long been established by the better equipped monasteries. The establishment of quarantine, for people passing in and out of cities from foreign parts, was one of the major innovations of medieval medicine. Much as travelers hated it, it was based on sound empiric observation, and the gradual eradication of leprosy in Europe, thanks to the same policy of isolation, was nothing less than a triumph. In the main, then, the medieval town was not merely a vital social environment, it was likewise adequate, at least to a greater degree than one would gather from its decayed remains, on the biological side. There were smoky rooms to endure, but there was also perfume in the garden behind the burgher's house, the fragrant flowers and the savory herbs were widely cultivated. There was the smell of the barnyard in the street, diminishing in the 16th century, except for the growing presence of horses, but there would also be the odor of flowering orchards in the spring, or the scent of the new mown hay, floating across the fields in early summer. Though Cockneys may wrinkle their noses at this combination of odors, no lover of the country will be put off by the smell of horse dung or cow dung, even though mingled occasionally with that of human excrement, is the reek of gasoline exhaust, the sour smell of a subway crowd, the pervasive odor of a garbage dump, or the chlorinated rankness of a public lavatory more gratifying. Even in the matter of smells, sweetness is not entirely on the side of the modern city. As for the eye and ear, there is no doubt where the balance of advantage goes. The majority of medieval towns were infinitely superior to those erected during the last century. One awoke in the medieval town to the crowing of the cock, the chirping of birds nesting under the eaves, or to the tolling of the hours in the monastery on the outskirts, perhaps to the chime of bells in the new bell tower. Song rose easily on the lips, from the plain chant of the monks to the refrains of the ballad singer in the marketplace, or that of the apprentice and the housemaid at work. As late as the 17th century, the ability to hold a part in a domestic choral song was rated by Pepys as an indispensable quality in a new maid. There were work songs, distinct for each craft, often composed to the rhythmic tapping or hammering of the craftsman himself. Fitzstephen reported in the 12th century that the sound of the water mill was a pleasant one amid the green fields of London. At night there would be complete silence, but for the stirring of animals and the calling of the hours by the town watch. Deep sleep was possible in the medieval town, untainted by either human or mechanical noises. If the ear was stirred, the eye was even more deeply delighted. The craftsman who had walked through the fields and woods on holiday, came back to his stone carving or his woodworking with a rich harvest of impressions to be transferred to his work. The buildings, so far from being quaint, were as bright and clean as a medieval illumination, often covered with whitewash, so that all the colors of the image makers in paint or glass or polychromed wood would dance on the walls, even as the shadows quivered like sprays of lilac on the facades of the more richly carved buildings. Patina and picturesqueness were the results of time's oxidation, not original attributes of the architecture. Common men thought and felt in images, far more than in the verbal abstractions used by scholars. Aesthetic discipline might lack a name, but its fruit were everywhere visible. Did not the citizens of Florence vote as to the type of column that was to be used on the cathedral? Image makers carved statues, painted triptychs, decorated the walls of the cathedral, the guild hall, the town hall, the burgher's house. Color and design were everywhere the normal accompaniment of the practical daily tasks. There was visual excitement in the array of goods in the open market, velvets and brocades, copper and shining steel, tooled leather and brilliant glass, to say nothing of foods arranged in their panniers under the open sky. Wander around the survivals of these medieval markets today. Whether they be as drab as the Jews' market in Whitechapel, or as spacious as that on the plain Palais at Geneva, they still have some of the excitement of their medieval prototypes. This daily education of the senses is the elemental groundwork of all higher forms of education. When it exists in daily life, a community may spare itself the burden of arranging courses in art appreciation. Where such an environment is lacking, even the purely rational and significant processes are half-starved. Verbal mastery cannot make up for sensory malnutrition. If this is a key, as Madame Montessori discovered, to the first stages of a child's education, it continues to be true even at a later period. The city has a more constant effect than the formal school. Life flourishes in this dilation of the senses. Without it, the beat of the pulse is slower, the tone of the muscles is lower, the posture lacks confidence, the finer discriminations of eye and touch are lacking, perhaps the will to live itself is defeated. To starve the eye, the ear, the skin, is just as much to court death as to withhold food from the stomach. Though diet was often meager in the Middle Ages, though the religious often imposed abstentions upon themselves in fasts and penances, even the most ascetic could not wholly close his eye to beauty. The town itself was an omnipresent work of art, and the very clothes of its citizens on festival days were like a flower garden in bloom. 9. Principles of medieval town planning. The layout of the medieval town followed the same general patterns as the village. There were street villages and street towns, there were crossroads villages and crossroads towns, there were circular villages and circular towns, and finally, there were irregularly accreted villages and towns of the same apparently aimless and accidental pattern. The common mistake of supposing that the last type is typically medieval rests upon a misreading of the facts, while the corresponding belief, uttered by Spengler, that the rectangular city pattern is purely a product of the final stage of the hardening of culture into civilization, or a special example of soulless mechanization particularly marked by the appearance of the American city, is even more willfully fallacious. At the very beginning of the Middle Ages one discovers the regular, geometrical type of plan, with the rectangle as the basis of subdivision. Even the monastery of St. Gall in the 9th century exhibited in its ground plan and disposition of buildings the use of straight lines and right angles. This order preceded both military colonization and the development of capitalistic forms of regularity. In general, one may say that a geometric layout is more characteristic of freshly founded towns, and that the irregular layouts, with blocks of different dimensions, with varied perimeters, were a product of slower growth and less systematic settlement. But the distinction does not always hold. Sometimes the use of the rectangular block unit is coupled with a rectangular outline for the city as a whole, see Montpellier in southern France. Sometimes this pattern exists within a circular bounding wall, and sometimes, as in Montsegur, a rectangular unit is intelligently modified so as to adapt it to the contours and natural boundaries of the site. Rectangular platting has been subject to a vast amount of superficial interpretation, particularly by writers who fail to note that the pattern may in fact be as rural in origin as the windings of the most capricious cowpath. In all probability, the layout of fields in rectangular strips or plots is a product of plough culture on land of low relief. Indeed, the Etruscan priest used to define the boundaries of the rectangular Etruscan town by means of a plough. Or still earlier, the rectangular town may have grown out of the use of piles and long horizontal wooden beams in lake villages. Confusion has arisen here because of a failure to grasp the difference, familiar to students of biology, between homologous and analogous forms. A similar form does not necessarily have a similar significance in a different culture, and so, too, similar functions may have quite different forms. Thus the rectangle meant one thing to an Etruscan priest, another to Hippodamus, the planner of the Piraeus, a third to the Roman legionary, spading up his camp for the night, and a fourth to the city plan commissioners of New York in 1811. To the first, the rectangle might symbolize cosmic law, to the last it simply meant the maximum possibilities for real estate speculation. There is indeed a certain ground for thinking of medieval plans as more irregular than most modern plans. This was because uneven sites were more frequently utilized, since they had advantages in fortification and defense. Medieval builders had no a priori love for symmetry as such. It was simpler to follow nature's contours than to attempt to grade them down or even them up. Internal traffic for wheeled vehicles made no demands for regular streets. As long as water came from wells and springs, a steep rocky site might be as satisfactory as a low-lying one. Note how the drumlins of Boston were occupied and platted long before the Back Bay fens were drained and captured for residence. Indeed, it is by its persistent power of adaptation to site and to practical needs that the medieval town presented such multiform examples of individuality. The planner made use of the irregular, the accidental, the unexpected, and by the same token, he was not averse to symmetry and regularity when, as in the frontier towns, the plan could be laid out in a single step on fresh land. Many of the surviving irregularities on medieval plans are due to streams that have been covered over, trees that have been cut down, old bogs that once defined rural fields. Whether adaptive or geometrical, of slow growth or quick development, on an old Roman foundation like Cologne or on an entirely new site like Lübeck or Salisbury, the determining elements in the medieval town are the bounding wall, and the central open space where the principal church is usually located, and where the town hall, the guild hall, the market, and the inns, finally cluster. The wall, with its outside moat, both defines and symbolizes the town. It made it an island. To retreat, to wall off a secure place, to interpose armor between the naked flesh and the sword, or a dogma between doubt and the harsh facts of life, all these actions were conceived and performed in the same style. This was not a world of wide horizons, shadowy borderlands, clouds and mist, uncharted seas and giddy distances. It was a world of sharp definitions. What could not be paced and measured, defined and classified, immediately dropped into the realm of the mythological. Walls of custom bounded the economic classes and kept them in their place. Virtue was white, vice was black. To be unclassed, unbounded, was essentially to be defenseless. Philosophical nominalism, which challenged the objective reality of classes, was as destructive to the medieval conception of the world as cannonballs proved to be to the old palisades and walls of the city. No wonder the church bristled at the heresy. Though the wall existed for military defense and the main ways of the city were usually planned to facilitate rallying to the main gates, the psychological import of the wall must not be forgotten. One was either in or out of the city, one belonged or one did not belong. When the town gates were locked at sundown, and the portcullis was drawn, the city was insulated from the outside world. As in a ship, the wall helped create a feeling of unity between the inhabitants. In a siege or a famine, the morality of the shipwreck share and share alike developed easily. But the wall also served to build up a fatal sense of insularity, all the more because of the absence of roads and quick means of communication between cities. Usually near the center of the city, both for practical reasons of assembly and for symbolic reasons, was the principal church or cathedral. Here the main routes might converge, although they rarely crossed or attempted to form a continuous route. The marketplace was not a device for attracting or pumping out fast-moving traffic. In the shadow of the church, sometimes hugging its walls for protection, the regular market takes place. This square forms an agora and an acropolis in one. Sometimes the chief buildings in the marketplace form conspicuous islands, with access on all sides. Sometimes they are directly attached to the neighboring houses, but it is highly unusual to find them surrounded on four sides by a wide open plaza, as the improvers of the 19th century transformed them. The central position of the church or cathedral is the key to the layout of the medieval city. Within its narrow area, its towers, or the shadows they throw, are visible from every point, and the difference in size between its towering walls and the little houses that huddle at the base is a symbol of the relation between sacred and profane affairs. When one finds the market square spreading beside the cathedral, one must not be tempted to assign to these institutions the same values they have today. It was the first that was occasional, and the second whose services were regular. The marketplace grows up by the church because it is there that the citizens most frequently assemble. It was in the church, in the early days, that the city's treasury was stored, and it was in the church, sometimes behind the high altar, that deeds were deposited for safekeeping. Because of its central location in quarter or city, the arms might even be kept in the church. In fact, one must think of the early church as what one would now call in America a community center building, not too holy to serve as a dining hall for great public festivals. The scale of the marketplace is not directly determined by either the height of the main buildings or the size of the city. It is rather adapted to marketing and public ceremony, for it is on the porch of the cathedral that the miracle plays were enacted. It was within the square that the guilds set up their stages for the performance of their mystery plays. It was here that great tourneys would be held. It was not merely acropolis but amphitheater. Often one marketplace will open into another subordinate square, connected by a narrow passage. Parma is an example. Except in the church, where grandeur and height were important symbolic attributes, the medieval planner tended to keep to human dimensions. Almshouses would be founded for 7 or 10 men, and instead of building one large hospital, it was commoner to provide a small one for every 2 or 3,000 people. Similarly, Colton reckons that there was one parish church for every 100 families. In London in the 12th century, according to Fitzstevens, there were 13 conventual and 126 smaller churches. The habit of erecting such buildings continued long after the social need had exhausted itself. Note the church building that went on in the City of London under Wren. This decentralization of the essential social functions of the city not merely prevented overcrowding and needless circulation, it kept the whole town in scale. Here the physical form confirmed the social fact, and the social fact gave significance to the physical form. The loss of this fine sense of scale, which one notes in the oversized burgher houses of the north, or the crazy towered urban fortresses in Italy, was symptomatic of social pathology. The street occupied in medieval city planning a quite different place than in an age of locomotion. Except in the country, we inevitably think of houses being built along a line of predetermined streets. But on the less regular medieval sites it would be the other way about. Groups of trades or groups of institutional buildings would form self-contained quarters or islands. Within these islands, and often outside, as part of the connecting urban tissue, the streets were essentially footways, marks of the daily comings and goings of the inhabitants. Islands formed by the castle, the monasteries, or the specialized industrial section of the technically more advanced towns were characteristic features. They had their counterpart in the little internal islands one encounters in the northern countries in the housing foundations for the aged or the poor. The Fuggeré in Augsburg is the most handsomely built survival of this mode, although the Dutch and English foundations of the same period surpass it in spaciousness. In the early medieval city, the street was a line of communication rather than a means of transportation. The unpaved streets were more like the courtyard of a farm. The streets were sometimes narrow and the turns and closures frequent. There was a difference in breadth between the main streets and the subordinate ones. When the street was narrow and twisting, or when it came to a dead end, the plan broke the force of the winter's wind and reduced the area of the mud. The overhang of the houses not merely gave extra space to the inhabitants above but furnished a partly covered way to the pedestrian. Sometimes the building was constructed to form an arcade walk, as in the street leading up to Das Golden Dackel in Innsbruck, protection against summer sun or winter sleet. One must not forget how important this physical protection against the weather was, for the stalls and booths of the handicraftsmen and merchants were not generally put behind glass until the 17th century. The greater part of the citizens' active life was spent outdoors. The closed narrow street and the exposed shop were complementary. Not till glass closed the second could new conceptions of town planning open up the first. Some 3 centuries before wheeled vehicles became common, the street lost its rural underfooting. Paving for the pedestrian came in as early as 1184 in Paris, 1235 in Florence, and 1310 in Lubeck, while by the end of the 14th century, even in England, Langland could use the figure as common as the pavement to every man that walketh. Often these early efforts applied only to a single important street, and the movement spread so slowly that it did not reach Landshut in Bavaria till 1494, although that other great technical innovation, window glass, was used by South Bavarian farmers, according to Heine, in the 13th century. The provision and care of paving reminds one of another feature about the management of the medieval town, for here again it was association that was put on a public basis, while physical organization was, more often than not, on a private basis. Certainly this applies to paving, lighting, and the piped water supply. By the 16th century the first two were usually mandatory, but they were carried out by the private householder for his particular private property. The cleaning of streets likewise for long remained a private concern, a custom that lingered through the 19th century in London in the institution of the crossing sweeper. Medieval practice still applies to the building and maintenance of sidewalks. Under the Paving Act that prevailed in Northampton in 1431, the municipal authorities had the power to order the owners of the property to have and keep in repair the street in front of their houses and adjoining their property, but no property owner was compelled to extend the pavement into the street above 30 feet, so it became the duty of the town to pave the market and similar wide places. As the physical utilities of the town became more complicated, the need for more detailed municipal regulations and for more zealous and far-sighted municipal enterprise became greater. The growth of population gradually centered political attention more and more upon the mechanical means of existence, and the institutions bound up with common interests and feelings, with the common ideology, became more feeble, if they did not disappear. This change was closely associated with those larger transformations that marked the growth of a technical and capitalistic culture. Finally, in the 19th century, the physical organs and activities became the main determinants of plan, and the social life of the city was squeezed, as it were, into the accidental apertures left open by railroad extension and real estate speculation. 10. Control of growth and expansion. How did the medieval town grow? To what extent did it grow? These questions bring us face to face with important aspects of both the polity and the culture, as well as the physical necessities, of medieval life. As long as the simple wooden palisade or masonry wall sufficed for military protection, the wall was no real obstacle to town extension. Technically, it was a simple matter to tear down the wall and extend the city's boundaries once the inner spaces had been filled up. Florence, for example, enlarged her wall circuit for the second time in 1172, and not more than a century later built a third circuit that enclosed a still greater area. This was common practice in the growing towns up to the 16th century. But even at its widest, no medieval town usually extended more than half a mile from its center. The historic Mile of Edinburgh stretched between the extreme limits of Castletop and the Holyrood Abbey on the outskirts. The limitations on the medieval town's growth were rather of a different nature, limitations of water supply and local produce, limitations by municipal ordinance and by guild regulations which prevented the uncontrolled settlement of outsiders, limitations of transport and communications which were overcome only in the advanced technic cities that had waterways instead of roadways for traffic, such as Venice. For practical reasons alone, the limitations on horizontal expansion were speedily reached. In the early centuries of city development, between the 11th and the 14th, as in the 17th in New England, the surplus population was cared for by building new cities, sometimes close by, but nevertheless an independent and self-sufficient unit. The medieval city did not break through its walls and stretch over the countryside in an amorphous blob. Contrary to the common impression, however, medieval urbanism was far from static. Not merely were thousands of new urban foundations made during the early Middle Ages, but settled towns that found themselves physically hampered or inconveniently located moved to other sites. Lubeck changed its site in order to better the means of trade and defense, and Old Sarum was abandoned and Salisbury created with a ready expenditure of energy for which there are few modern parallels outside devastated areas. How far the actual layout was the work of an official city architect it is difficult to determine. But toward the end of the Middle Ages the municipal buildings would be designed by such an official, and by that time the city architect was often a man in the top rank of his profession, like Elias Hall in Augsburg. Order in private building, too, came through his supervision. But population growth was not governed by the covetousness of the real estate speculator. Even colonization towns did not increase indefinitely in population. The general pattern of town growth was that of small cities, distributed widely over the landscape. Reclus, indeed, discovered that the villages and towns of France could be plotted with amazing regularity on the pattern of a day's walk back and forth between them. This urban pattern corresponded to the economic one. Facilities for shipping food were extremely limited. Francis Bacon died as a result of making one of the first experiments with cold storage, and power, whether obtained through windmills or water mills or sailing ships, was similarly distributed. While internally, the importance of the church and its accessory institutions limited the growth of the town almost as much as the provisional definition of the wall itself, its buildings served as cohesive nucleus. At all events, the facts are plain. The typical medieval town ranged in size from 300 or 400, which was frequently the size of a fully privileged municipality in Germany, to 40,000, which was the size of London in the 14th century. The 100,000 achieved earlier by Paris and Venice was highly exceptional. Toward the close of the period, Nuremberg, a thriving place, had in 1450 about 20,000 inhabitants, while Basel had around 8,000. Even on the fine soils of the lowlands, supported by the technically advanced and capitalistically exploited textile industries, the same thing holds. In 1412 Ypres had only 10,736 inhabitants, and Louvain and Brussels, in the middle of the same century, had between 25,000 and 40,000. As for Germany, town life was concentrated in some 150 large cities, of which the largest did not have more than 35,000 inhabitants. All these statistics, it is true, date from the century after the Black Death, which in some provinces carried off half the population, but even if one doubles the figures, the towns themselves, in terms of modern population massings, were numerically small. In Italy alone, partly because of the early rise of capitalism there, do these figures have to be increased. The phenomena of overcrowding and overbuilding as well as indefinite suburban expansion did not come in until the capacity for building new cities had, for reasons to be discussed in the next chapter, greatly diminished. 11. The stage and the drama. Every culture has its characteristic drama. It chooses from the sum total of human possibilities certain acts and interests, certain processes and values, and endows them with special significance, provides them with a setting, organizes rites and ceremonies, excludes from the circle of dramatic response 1,000 other daily acts which, though they remain part of the real world, are not active agents in the drama itself. The stage on which this drama is enacted, with the most skilled actors and a full supporting company and specially designed scenery, is the city. It is here that it reaches its highest pitch of intensity. Between the underlying facts of life and the drama of a culture there is something of the same relation that exists between daily events and the dream work of a sleeper, who transposes and magnifies certain fragments of actuality in relation to the trends and conflicts in his inner life. Actual life provides the material for both dream and culture, but both are warped by the pressure of fear, power, ancient traumas, or newly awakened desires. The practical, day-to-day occupations tell much about a culture, but until one has located and envisaged its essential drama, it is impossible to affix to the actors and the scenery the values that they actually had for their participants and spectators. In one culture a rose is purely a botanical species, in another, it has greater significance as an allegorical symbol of passion. What was the essential drama of the medieval culture? It took place within the church. It concerned the passage of sinning man through an evil and painful world, from which he might emerge through repentance into heaven, or sink through hardness of heart or confirmed mischief into hell. The earth itself was but a mean stopping place, a wayside tavern of ill fame, on the way to these other worlds. But nothing that concerned this drama was mean. On the contrary, the church, founded through an act of God, brought into the world constant reminders of the grace and beauty that was to come. Though art and music might tempt men from a higher life, they also indicated its possibility, indeed its imminence. Life was a succession of significant episodes in man's pilgrimage to heaven. For each great moment the church had its sacrament or its celebration. Beneath the active drama was the constant chant of prayer. In solitude or in company, men communed with God and praised Him. It was in such moments, only in such moments, that one truly lived. Whatever else the medieval city was, in its busy turbulent life, it was above all things a stage for the ceremonies of the church. Just as in an industrial age, the imagination soars to its highest level in a railroad station or bridge, in medieval culture practical achievement reached its peak in the service of a great symbol. Men who had little to eat gave part of that little to say prayers and masses, light candles, and build a mighty fabric, in which legend, allegory, and knowledge crystallized in nave and altar, screen and wall painting. On isolated occasions of great religious exaltation, such as Henry Adams described in Mt. Saint Michel and Chartres. They might even carry the very stones that were needed to the site, rich and poor alike. The sin of pride might enter into the building of such monuments. Eugene O'Neill did well to interpret Marco Polo as a medieval Babbitt, and there was more than a touch of vainglory in the famous announcement of the burghers of Florence when they laid their plans for their cathedral. But pride was not pettiness, luxury and art were not sordid concessions to an otherwise foreign culture. The Duomo in Florence is a great building, and it was in the construction of such buildings that the ordinary energies of the medieval community were lifted to a higher potential. No sedentary student, viewing this architecture in pictures, no superficial observer, taking up a position and attempting to plot out axes and formal relationship, is in a state to penetrate this urban setting even in its purely aesthetic aspect. For the key to the visible city lies in the procession, above all, in the great religious procession that winds about the streets and places before it finally debouches into the church or the cathedral for the great ceremony itself. Here is no static architecture. The masses suddenly expand and vanish, as one apoices them or draws away. A dozen paces may alter the relation of the foreground and background, or the lower and upper range of the line of vision. The silhouettes of the buildings, with their steep gables, their sharp roof lines, their pinnacles, their towers, ripple and flow, break and solidify, rise and fall, with no less vitality than the structures themselves. As in a fine piece of sculpture, the silhouettes are often inexhaustible in their variety, the outlines vary no less constantly than the relations of the planes. Within the general medieval pattern, deep changes in feeling took place. Radically different life experiences separate the confident sobriety of the great Romanesque buildings, as solid as a fortress, from the humanism of the magnificent lady churches that defied the dogma of the wall with the heresy of the fragile window and the flying buttress, or again, from the sickly, overripe aestheticism of the 15th century, which embroidered its buildings because it lacked the patience and the honesty and the courage to put its soul into the weaving of the fabric. But through all these changes, the setting itself possessed vitality, it incorporated these successive moments of the spirit without losing form. The towers of the churches raised the eyes to heaven, their masses rose, in hierarchic rank, over all the lesser symbols of earthly wealth and power. Through their stained glass windows the light burst in aureoles of splendid color. From almost any part of the city, the admonitory fingers of the spires, archangelic swords, tipped with gold, were visible. If hidden for a moment, they would suddenly appear as the roofs parted, with the force of a blast of trumpets. The lines of the subordinate buildings did not necessarily run upward. Horizontal banks of windows are common in the houses and horizontal string courses often separate the parts of a church tower, in England no less than in Italy. In the Palace of the Doges in Venice, begun in 1422, there is already, perhaps, a touch of bureaucratic discipline. But the movement of the eye is up and down, if only because the blocked vista is a characteristic of medieval planning and design. The eye blocked, it moves upward. The body blocked in movement, it changes its position and goes on in another direction. So one walked about the streets, so one joined in a guild pageant, or in a religious procession, turning and winding till one reached the portals of the church. Let us look at a medieval procession through the eyes of a late contemporary who left behind a precious picture of the occasion. The time is early 16th century, the place is Antwerp, the witness is Albrecht Dürer. On Sunday after Our Dear Lady's Assumption, I saw the great procession from the Church of Our Lady at Antwerp, when the whole town of every craft and rank was assembled, each dressed in his best according to his rank. And all ranks and guilds had their signs, by which they might be known. In the intervals, great costly pole candles were borne, and 3 long old Frankish trumpets of silver. There were also in the German fashion many pipers and drummers. All the instruments were loudly and noisily blown and beaten. I saw the procession pass along the street, the people being arranged in rows, each man some distance from his neighbor, but the rows close behind the other. There were the goldsmiths, the painters, the masons, the broiderers, the sculptors, the joiners, the carpenters, the sailors, the fishermen, the butchers, the leatherers, the cloth makers, the bakers, the tailors, the cordwainers indeed, workmen of all kinds, and many craftsmen and dealers who work for their livelihood. Likewise the shopkeepers and merchants and their assistants of all kinds were there. After these came the shooters with guns, bows, and crossbows, and the horsemen and foot soldiers also. Then followed the watch of the Lord magistrates. Then came a fine troop all in red, nobly and splendidly clad. Before them, however, went all the religious orders and the members of some foundations, very devoutly, all in their different robes. A very large company of widows also took part in the procession. They support themselves with their own hands and observe a special rule. They were all dressed from head to foot in white linen garments made expressly for the occasion, very sorrowful to see. Among them I saw some very stately persons. Last of all came the chapter of Our Lady's Church, with all their clergy, scholars, and treasurers. 20 persons bore the image of the Virgin Mary with the Lord Jesus, adorned in the costliest manner, to the honor of the Lord God. In this procession very many delightful things were shown, most splendidly got up. Wagons were drawn along with masks upon ships and other structures. Behind them came the company of the prophets in their order, and scenes from the New Testament, such as the Annunciation, the 3 holy kings riding on great camels, and on other rare beasts, very well arranged. From the beginning to end, the procession lasted more than 2 hours before it was gone past our house. Note the vast number of people arrayed in this procession. As in the church itself, the spectators were also communicants and participants. They engaged in the spectacle, watching it from within, not from without, or rather, feeling it from within, acting in unison, not dismembered beings, reduced to a single specialized role. Prayer, Mass, pageant, life ceremony, baptism, marriage, or funeral. The city itself was stage for these separate scenes of the drama, and the citizen himself was actor. Once the unity of this social order was broken, everything about it was set in confusion. The great church itself became a sect, and the city became a battleground for conflicting cultures, dissonant ways of life. 12. What overthrew the medieval city? As the 19th century idea of unceasing change and progress raises for us today the problem of stabilization and equilibrium, so the medieval idea of protection raised, from the 14th century onward, the problem of how life and growth and movement were to take place in a world governed by the ideas of safety and salvation. Must the armor be removed? Must the wall be torn down? Or did this civilization have the capacity to arrive, without disintegration, at a wider synthesis? About the ensuing facts, there is little occasion for dispute. After the 16th century, the medieval city tended to become a mere shell. The better the shell was preserved, the less life was left in it. Its creative day was over. That is the history of Carcassonne, Bruges, Chipping Camden, or Braunschweig. Where the external form was rapidly altered by pressure of population and new measures of economic enterprise, the inner spirit was transformed, too. In the first series of examples the body retained its shape because the new currents of life had drifted elsewhere. But the old shape did not express the new life, so the city became in effect a museum of the past, and its inhabitants, if not curators, had only a mean restricted part to play in the new culture. Such puddles of medieval life, sometimes dried up, sometimes rank with decay, are still scattered over Europe. The protected economy of the medieval city was capable of being maintained by one fact alone, the superiority of the city over the barbarous, insecure life of the open country. So great were its advantages in the way of training men for orderly economic effort, fostering skill by every variety of emulation and gain, that industry for long was not tempted to seek the low wages of the country, or accept the low standards and the clumsy technical equipment of the rural craftsman. Municipal restrictions might be onerous to the more speculative enterprisers, but they were easier to endure than feudal restrictions, and since they rested on rational common consent, they were less capricious. Even the nobility appreciated these urban advantages, life and the goods of life at least had the spice of variety in the city. By the 16th century the disparity between city and country, politically speaking, had been partly removed. Improvements in transport by water had lessened the distance between city and countryside, and since feudal dues had been converted into money payments in many regions, people could remain in the open country or go back and forth without falling into the status of serfs or liegemen. One evidence of this equalization is the number of dialogues gentlemen wrote in the 16th century weighing the advantages of the two environments. The two modes were at last near enough to be compared. This new parity was abetted by the fact that security was gradually being established in the open country through the rise of a central authority in the newly consolidated states. When the kings put down the warring nobles, industry could prosper outside organized municipalities. Protected by the symbolic might of the law, industry might spring up in a non-enfranchised village, beyond the pale of any older municipal government. Merchants with capital enough to purchase raw materials and the instruments of production, knitting machines for instance, could farm their work out in the countryside, paying subsistence wages instead of town rates, escaping regulations as to employment made by the guilds, cutting under the urban standard of living, and in general playing the devil with the regulated market. Under this regime, infant labor came in. Moreover, toward the close of the Middle Ages the mining industries and the glass industries played a far larger part than they had played at the beginning. These industries, in the nature of the case, were usually placed outside the limits of the earlier settlements, and from the first they had taken on most of the features of later capitalistic industry. For the same reasons that were decisive later, the machinery of production was too expensive to be purchased by a single man or worked by a family unit, and the methods themselves required the hiring and organization of whole gangs who were usually employed as wage laborers, and who could be hired only by an employer with enough capital to tide them over between the season of production and the moment when sales were finally made. Proportionately, a larger part of the industrial population came to get its livelihood outside the incorporated municipalities. Even if these industries gave rise to urban settlements, they remained competitors with the guild-protected centers. The old monopolies had been achieved by the cooperative action of the burghers for the benefit of the town. From the 16th century on the new monopolies issued in England and France were not town monopolies but trade monopolies. They worked for the benefit of the privileged individuals who controlled the trade, no matter where they were scattered. For these producing monopolies, the whole country was a province, and their promoters, like Sir Richard Monsell, the English glass manufacturer, were either drawn from the nobility or speedily elevated to it. Big industry, investment banking, and wholesale trade were not on a single town basis. Even within the incorporated municipalities the old guilds and corporations crumbled, first in Italy, then elsewhere, before the attack of financially more powerful groups that often usurped the very function of town government through their ability to hire mercenaries. The growing importance of international commerce from the 15th century on took advantage of weaknesses that were inherent in the craft guild and the walled town. The first weakness is that they were both on a purely local basis. To exercise monopolistic control within their walls it was essential that they should be able to govern the realm outside. 2. This meant harmony with the countryside plus a federal union of cities. Now and then the guilds of one town might help those of another, as the guilds in the neighborhood of Colmar supported the Colmar Guild of Bakers on a 10-year strike. But on the whole, the guild was able to exercise its authority only over those who actually came to practice within the walls of the town. Once the lanes of travel opened and the countryside became safe, the towns were helpless. As an organization of crafts, the guild had one further weakness: it was incapable of meeting the new situation that had sprung up in industry, as incapable as the craft unions of the American Federation of Labor were of organizing the motor industry. Jurisdictional disputes between the crafts took place. This divided their energy and caused them to fight against their own fellows instead of against the big merchants who were becoming more powerful and more bent on exploiting both the little masters and the proletariat. As the guilds grew more exclusive, the excluded turned to the non-protected industries. In addition, many new types of worker, unskilled, but of increasing weight in the new industrial routine, dockers, porters, navvies, were not brought into the guild organization. This growing class helped depress the standard of living and began to constitute that casual labor reserve upon which capitalistic industry was to cast its own characteristic form of organization. Still another factor was the extension of the class war. The medieval system, based on a hierarchy of social rank, of course knew no economic equality. There were vast gaps between rich and poor, master and beggar. But in the earlier part of the period, when urban land was fairly evenly divided and the means of production were largely individual tools, the mobility of the skilled journeyman partly ensured him against victimization. In those days there was far less of a spread between upper and lower ranks. They had a common city, a common culture, a common religious faith. In the textile industry of Flanders and northern Italy, the characteristic breach between workers and masters appeared as early as the 13th century. The newly introduced spinning wheel and draw loom exercised an influence comparable to that of the spinning jenny and the power loom 5 centuries later. In Cologne the weavers temporarily succeeded in overthrowing the patriciate in 1370–71. But the odds were against the guilds. Their victories were brief. While they operated on a local basis, their opponents, through family marriages and alliances and international contacts, were united on a European basis. Hence the ruling classes could bring many forms of pressure and authority to bear at a single point. Apart from the weaknesses of the guilds, the defect of the medieval urban policy was that it had never outside certain regions in Italy embraced a sufficient area of countryside. It was an island in a hostile sea. Ecologically speaking, the city and countryside are a single unit. If one can do without the other, it is the country, not the city, the farmer, not the burgher. The triumphs of art and invention in the city had made it doubly contemptuous of its rural neighbors. The countryman was treated as a dependent, or what was worse, a foreigner. Cities attempted to solve the problem of a common union by forcing their peasant neighbors into a state of subjection. In Italy they denied the peasants the privileges of citizenship, and in Germany the Banmi-Eilenrecht compelled the nearby peasants to supply the city with both food and the necessities of industry. Instead of creating allies in the open country, who could have helped strike at the roots of feudal power, they created a sullen wall of enemies. The power of the feudal aristocracies and the princely dynasties, though challenged, was never successfully displaced over any considerable period by any combination of cities in Europe. When the cities joined the king, in order to lessen the impositions of the nobles or ecclesiastics, they succeeded only in displacing a local tyrant by a more ubiquitous one. Presently they found themselves the subjects of the state they had helped create. The essential difficulty was that the political unit, the economic unit, and the religious unit were not in symmetrical relationship, and were not unified in any common framework other than the dynastic state. Power, privilege, ancient custom had made the political map of Europe a crazy quilt of conflicting jurisdictions and disparate allegiances and meaningless particularisms. Various attempts at confederation were made, indeed, between related cities. In addition to the enterprising and relatively enduring union of Hanse cities, there was a League of Swabian cities in 1376 and a Rhenish League in 1381, while England had the Union of Cinque Ports. In Italy, during the same century, Lombardy, the Romagna, Tuscany, Umbria, and the Marches were partitioned between 80 city-states, or, as Toynbee puts it, in one half of Italy in AD 1300 there were more self-governing states than could be counted in the whole world in 1933. The unifications that took place during the next 2 centuries reduced these Italian self-governing municipalities to 10 political units, but that change was accompanied by a loss of freedom, autonomy, and power. It was in Switzerland and Holland that the problem of the federal unification of the corporate towns and the countryside was actually solved without undermining the political integrity of the urban unit, and it is to the Swiss and Dutch cities that one must turn for perhaps the most successful examples of the transition from the medieval to the modern order. That the Swiss achieved unity without despotism or submission to the arbitrary forms of centralized authority shows that the feat was technically possible. Moreover, it gives color to the notion that it was humanly practicable on a wide European basis, since the 3 language groups in Switzerland, with their mountain barriers to transportation and intercourse, gave the country almost as many obstacles to unity as the most diverse territories of Europe as a whole. The proof was genuine, but the example was not infectious. Actual life in other regions took a different political course. Now territorial unification and internal peace and freedom of movement were all highly necessary conditions for the new system of capitalistic industry. Centralized power developed in states like England and France, with at least the passive connivance of the underlying corporations and communities, because of the tangible benefits that flowed from the establishment of the king's peace, the king's justice, the king's protection that ensured travel on the king's highway. From the standpoint of trade, transportation, and travel, conditions had actually been worsening since the 12th century. Along the Rhine, for example, there had been only 19 toll stations toward the end of that century. In the 13th 25 more were added, and in the 14th another 20, so that by the end of the Middle Ages the total was something over 60. The stoppages and the burdensome fees might occur as often as every 6 miles. Road tolls, bridge tolls, river tolls, town tolls, these economic exactions had been multiplying precisely at the moment when the routes of trade were lengthening and when the constant flow of goods was becoming more important to a stable economic market. In addition, the lack of uniform coinage, combined with the dubious inflationary policies of this or that needy ruler or town, offered another handicap to commerce. Except in the provinces mentioned, the cities of Europe were too insular, too parochial-minded, too jealous of their special privileges to solve the problems by common measures. External conformity, enforced by the military power of the state, stepped in to perform the task where cooperative methods were not tried, or were given but a partial grudging trial and had failed. And inept self-government, leading to bankruptcy, often provided an opportunity for the central authority to step in and set matters straight at the sacrifice of urban liberties, as in France. We who live in a world consumed by a similar folly, now embracing the planet rather than the continent of Europe, can without any sense of ironic superiority understand this fatal impasse. The medieval corporations, plainly, sought to solve within the walls of the town problems that could be solved only by breaking down the walls and deliberately pooling their sovereignty and their control in a wider unity. Every aspect of European life was involved in this reorientation. It was not simply a question, as Dante thought, of putting a pope or an emperor at the head of the temporal realm. Forerunner in so many political departments of the national state, the medieval town proved the impossibility of meeting the situation by purely local adjustments. The island states of today are cracking into chaos for similar reasons, still pursuing the same obstinate methods, still aiming at a delusive autarky. Only one institution was perhaps capable of transcending this narrow parochialism and these feudal monopolistic efforts, that was the universal church. But the diminishing universalism of the church itself was organically a phase of the disease that undermined medieval culture, another negative sign of the new capitalistic organization of society, which was creating a new spiritual power, physical science, a new order of dedicated men, the bureaucrats and commercial enterprisers, and a new hierarchy of values, based on the supremacy of the physical world and material goods. From the 13th century on, the church, if it did not lose immediately in spiritual authority, had gained in worldly estate, and that is one of the surest ways of undermining spiritual authority. Poor people resented the rich ecclesiastics. There was often more ascetic renunciation in the counting house than in the monastery. Had the church remained economically disinterested, it could perhaps have joined forces with the cities and provided a framework for their union. But though the Dominican and Franciscan orders arose in the 13th century and quickly made their way, preaching and building, into the city, the church itself remained rooted in the feudal mold of the past. When it transcended that mold, it was to succumb to the very forces and the very ways of life that its essential teachings condemned. By the 16th century, the authority of the church was seriously undermined from within. Corruption had become a constant stench in Rome, and the very blessing of the church, the indulgence, was farmed out on a share basis to the leading investment banker of the time, Jacob Fugger. If the international religious order was incapable of preserving the medieval regime by renewal from within, Protestantism, which rested on a national basis and issued in a state-supported church, was even less capable of serving the needs of cities. The Protestant doctrine of justification by faith and the doctrine of divine election came in with credit finance and the rise of the self-perpetuating urban patriciate, the visibly elect, the manipulators of intangible values. With the coming of Protestantism, the old fellowship in the city weakened, cleavages in matters of faith increased the forces of economic disruption and further destroyed the possibilities of creating a united front. The validity of the universal church was denied, the reality of the group was denied, only the individual counted on earth as in heaven, nominalism or social atomism. This common debacle was summed up in the caustic lines of Robert Crowley, writing in the 16th century. And this is a city. In name but in deed. It is a pack of people that seek after meed gain. For officers and all do seek their own gain. But for the wealth of the commons, not one taketh pain. And hell without order, I may it well call, where every man is for himself, and no man for all. What Langland had predicted in the 14th century in his long harangue on the wiles and perversities of Lady Mead had in 2 centuries finally come to pass throughout European society. The city had almost ceased to be a common enterprise for the common good, and neither the local authority of the municipal corporation, nor the universal authority of the church, was sufficient to direct for the benefit of the commonwealth the new forces that were making headway throughout European civilization. There is little more to be said about the medieval city. Its economic and its social basis had disintegrated, and its organic pattern of life had been broken up. Slowly, the form itself became dilapidated, and even when it continued to stand, its walls enclosed a hollow shell, harboring institutions that were also hollow shells. It is only, as it were, by holding the shell quietly to one's ear, as with a seashell, that one can catch in the ensuing pause the dim roar of the old life that was once lived, with dramatic conviction and solemn purpose, within its walls. Chapter 2. Court, Parade, and Capital. 1. The Afterglow of the Middle Ages. Human institutions do not die like biological organisms. Fragments of culture continue to live long after the society that originally sustained them has passed away, often long after they have ceased to be a rational response to a situation or the expression of a need. The culture of the medieval period was still active during the Renaissance. The remains of the medieval city were ubiquitous. Some institutions renewed themselves by adopting the manners of their time. Monasticism took on a new life in the military organization of the Society of Jesus, while other institutions, like the university, hibernated. In the countryside there was no real interruption between Gothic building and Neo-Gothic building. The English provincial builder carried into the 18th century traditional modes of construction that educated gentlemen, ignorant of the life outside their circle, were beginning to revive as decoration and amusement, in the fashion of Sir Horace Walpole. Even in the New World the older medieval laws of the market remained in force in the towns. Is Wren's Tom Tower at Oxford Gothic or Neo-Gothic? One can assign equally good reasons for calling it either. A good part of the new building of the 17th century, practically all of the Renaissance building before this century, took place on medieval street plans, within the walls of essentially medieval cities, erected by crafts and guilds that were still organized on medieval lines. There are churches like the Oratoire in Paris which combine medieval constructional forms with Renaissance columns and Gothic buttresses, the counterpart in stone of Rabelais' combination of the medieval monastery and the new country house in his description of the Abbey of Thelema. These are significant symbols. No verbal generalization, still less such pat terms as Renaissance or Baroque or Neoclassic, can do justice to all the varieties and gradations of form that mark the transition period. No two cities exhibit quite the same combination of architectural characteristics. The fact is that only a handful of people in any age are its true contemporaries. Only sluggishly do the mass of people respond to the currents that are sweeping through the ruling classes or the intellectual elite. If this is mainly true even today, it was more so before universal literacy had quickened the pace of communication. What historians are tempted to characterize as the traits of an age indicates quite as much about their own standpoint and frame of reference as it does about the objective facts. For the purpose of clarity, one should perhaps adopt for sociology a parallel set of terms to the Mendelian classification of biological traits into dominants and recessives, and one should add two other useful categories, survivals and mutations. In Rome before Constantine, the Christian Church was a mutation. Within the city one would scarcely be aware of its presence. Living in crypts and catacombs on the outskirts, it hid even its physical presence. In the medieval city the church was a dominant. No part of life could fail to record its existence and its influence. In the great 17th century capitals, the church had become a recessive, still an imposing visible presence, but no longer a unifying and dynamic social force. In the metropolis today the church is a survival. Its power rests upon numbers, wealth, material organization, not upon its capacity to give its stamp to the daily activities of men. It claims much, but except by repetition and rote, it contributes little to the active spiritual life of the city. What characterizes an age? Mainly, the dominants and recessives, for they bear the active inheritance of the past and they focus the successful forces of the present. But the survivals often occupy a larger part of the visible scene than either the dominants or the recessives. They modify these new elements, sometimes they retard their introduction, sometimes they achieve fresh power by submitting themselves to the process of renovation. Survivals of ancient, pre-Christian religions, belief in sympathetic magic, belief in wizardry, still linger in various strata of the modern mind, immune to the germicidal action of positive science. They are, in effect, an automatic provision against a too narrow basis of continuity in the social heritage. Was it not partly through the stimulus of magical dream books, like that of Artemidorus Daldianus, that Dr. Sigmund Freud made his profound psychological discoveries on the function of dreams? As for the fresh mutations, often isolated, feeble, struggling for bare existence, they usually can have but little contemporary effect. Their influence may be as limited as was Leonardo's astonishing technical perspective and inventive ingenuity in the 15th century, thinking that would have been magnified many diameters had it appeared in the more genial milieu of the early 19th century. Between the 15th and the 18th century a new complex of cultural traits took shape in Europe. Both the form and the contents of urban life were in consequence transformed. The new pattern of existence sprang out of a new economy, that of mercantilist capitalism, a new political framework, that of a centralized despotism or oligarchy, usually focused in a national state, and a new ideological form, that of mechanism, whose lines were first laid down in the monastery and the army. But until the 17th century all these changes were sporadic and tentative, they were restricted to a minority, they were effective only in patches, they were in an embryonic state, receiving nourishment from an older society, from which they were soon to emerge with a lusty squawk. In order to understand the discipline and order of the post-medieval city, one must penetrate more fully into the disintegration of the medieval synthesis. And hereafter one has made due allowance for the choices of men and for the imminent development of institutions, one must perhaps give greatest weight to an overpowering accident, the devastation caused by the Black Death in the 14th century. For the real renaissance in European life, the great age of city building and intellectual triumph, had begun 2 centuries before that event, and had achieved its symbolic apotheosis in the work of an Aquinas, an Albertus Magnus, a Dante, a Giotto. The so-called Renaissance that followed in the 15th century was rather in the nature of an illusory belief on the part of its contemporaries. They mistook the brilliant spray of the falling rocket for the energy that had originally lifted it into the air. Thorndike has indeed properly raised the question as to whether there was not a general falling off in civilization and scientific productiveness after the 12th and 13th centuries. He cites the contrast in Petrarch's mind between the happy, confident days of his youth, when there was no need to close the town gates after dark or keep the walls in repair, when Petrarch was able to wander alone at night in the mountains near Avignon, and the conditions in his old age, when this once peaceful landscape had become infested with robbers and wolves. Meanwhile, the plague had intervened, a breach in continuity, a lowering of vitality had followed, like that which comes after an exhausting war. Social disorders resulted, the spread of war and military despotisms, the suppression of academic freedom at the universities, and the studied subordination of the spiritual powers in the interest of temporal authority, a parallel to what is going on in Germany, Italy, and various other parts of Europe again today. The transformation of the universities from international associations of scholars to nationalistic organizations, servile to the new rulers, impervious to dangerous thoughts, went on steadily. Within a few centuries, every department of social life showed signs of profound debility or decay. In the 15th century, according to von Bülow, there was the beginning of organized gambling in houses provided by the municipality. And the same tendencies appeared in the church, not merely the buying of offices and the sale of blessings, but the general recrudescence of superstition. Belief in witchcraft, rejected by Saint Boniface in the 8th century and treated as a crime by the laws of Charlemagne, was given the final sanction of the Church in 1484. And it was in the 17th century, marked by the appearance of Galileo and Newton and the exact methods of physical science, that the persecution of witches became popular. Indeed, some of the most vicious offenders in this respect were the new scientists and scientific philosophers themselves, people like Glanville, who in almost the same breath were predicting the triumph of science and the complete transformation of the physical world by technics. From medieval universality to Baroque uniformity, from medieval localism to Baroque centralism, from the absolutism of God and the Catholic Church to the absolutism of the temporal sovereign and the national state, there is a passage of 4 or 5 centuries between these phenomena. Let us not obscure the essential nature of this change by referring solely to its aesthetic accompaniments, the unearthing and measurement of classic monuments, the discovery of Plato and Vitruvius, the worship of the 5 orders in architecture. These facts give only a superficial clue to what was happening. The underlying tendencies of the new order did not become visible until every aspect of life had departed from the medieval whole and reunited under a new sign. This did not occur until the 17th century. It was then that the intuitions of precursors like Alberti were finally expressed in the Baroque style of life, the Baroque plan, the Baroque garden, and the Baroque city. Because all these tendencies were finally brought to a head in the Baroque city, I have chosen to use this term, originally contemptuous, as one of social description, not of limited architectural reference. The concept of the Baroque, as it shaped itself in the 17th century, is particularly useful because it holds in itself the 2 contradictory elements of the age. First, the mathematical and mercantile and methodical side, expressed to perfection in its rigorous street plans, its formal city layouts, and in its geometrically ordered landscape designs. And at the same time, in the painting and sculpture of the period, it embraces the sensuous, rebellious, anti-classical, anti-mechanical side, expressed in its clothes and its sexual life and its religious fanaticism and its crazy statecraft. Between the 16th and the 19th century these 2 elements existed together, sometimes acting separately, sometimes held in tension within a larger whole. In this respect, one may regard the early Renaissance forms, in their purity, as proto-Baroque, and the neoclassic forms, from Versailles to St. Petersburg, as late Baroque, while even the careless uncontrolled romanticism of the Gothic revivalists might be considered, paradoxically, as a phase of Baroque caprice. None of this makes sense if one thinks of the Baroque as a single moment in the development of architectural style. But the widening of the term has gone on steadily during the last generation, and a certain original vagueness and contradictoriness in the epithet adds sanction to this special use. In terms of the city, the Renaissance forms are the mutation, Baroque forms are the dominance, and neoclassic forms are the survivals in this complex cultural transformation. 2. Territory and city. From the beginning of the Middle Ages 2 powers had been jockeying for leadership in Western Europe, one was royal, the other municipal. Even in the great days of the free cities there were parts of Europe where the royal power had consolidated more swiftly and had kept the cities themselves in a state of feudal vassalage: England, Aquitaine, Sicily, Austria. Where royal and imperial power was weakest, as in northern Italy, the city achieved its fullest independence as a political entity. But even where it was strong, as in Aragon, royal power was far from absolute. Witness the oath sworn by the subjects of the King of Aragon: "We, who are as good as you, swear to you, who are not better than we, to accept you as our King and Sovereign Lord, provided that you observe all our liberties and laws, but if not, then not." The consolidation of dispersed feudal estates and the creation of continuous fields of political administration within a clearly defined frame was important for the welfare of the communities concerned. The real question was whether this consolidation was to be undertaken on behalf of a small privileged class, or whether it was to be achieved through a free union of cities and regions. Unfortunately, the cities themselves, as we have seen, were not immune to the temptations of a predatory and parasitic life. Made possible by the command of military weapons, they undertook exploitation by force both in home territories and in more distant imperialistic ventures, alternately repeating the political mistakes of the Spartans and the Athenians. The more powerful cities often sought to conquer their weaker neighbors, if for no better purpose than to suppress a rival market, and in times of war, from the end of the 12th century on, they would in Italy transfer a great measure of executive power to a special officer, the podesta, who in the emergency was released from the bondage of law. In short, to achieve despotic power over their neighbors, the cities consented to the loss of their own internal freedom. What is more, they lost the moral case against other forms of despotism. As I have already pointed out, the only part of Europe where the civic corporations and the territorial state were unified without loss of civic liberty was the Swiss Cantonal Confederation. In the early Middle Ages, the great feudal lords had succeeded in feeding their retainers, collecting their rents, and securing a modicum of peace and order in their domains only by being in continual movement from one estate to another. The court was a mobile camp, vigilance and movement were the price of power. This held for kings as well as lesser nobles. The royal ministers, the royal judges, the whole apparatus of government and fiscal control, was essentially a mobile one. Authority was maintained by personal supervision. During the 14th century in the great monarchies of England and France, this process came to an actual halt. The records of the courts, the rolls, the registers, the archives, the correspondence, not to mention the officials themselves, had become too numerous and bulky to move. As population and territory increased in size, direct personal supervision became impossible, impersonal administration and delegated authority became necessary. Though the popular movement for parliamentary control did not maintain itself very successfully except in England, the modern state began to shape itself in the 14th century. Its marks are a permanent bureaucracy, permanent courts of justice, permanent archives and records, and permanent buildings, more or less centrally located, for conducting the official business. The process was well described by Tout. By Henry II's reign, Tout observes, the English king had centralized so much authority under his immediate jurisdiction that all men of substance had frequent occasion to seek justice or to request favors at court. This movement, or rather, this settlement, took place first in financial administration, which had its special seat at Westminster. It was gradually extended to all the other offices of state. And the process itself was a reciprocal one. The centralization of authority necessitated the creation of the capital city, while the capital city, commanding the main routes of trade and military movement, was a powerful contribution to the unification of the state. Mark that the capital city had a social as well as a political role to play. In the capital, provincial habits, customs, and dialects were melted down and recast in the image of the royal court, the so-called national image, national by prescription rather than in origin. Centuries were needed to effect a unification even in such extra-personal activities as the regulation of weights and measures, it was not until 1665 that Colbert proposed to bring the whole of His Majesty's kingdom within the same statutes and within the same system of weights and measures. Even security of life and property did not follow very swiftly in every corner of the new national realm. As late as 1553 in the Guides de Chemins de France there were notations in the open spaces between towns of brigandage or dangerous forest. The consolidation of power in the political capital was accompanied by a loss of power and initiative in the local centers. National prestige meant the death of local municipal freedom. The national territory itself became the connecting link between diverse groups, corporations, cities. The nation was an all-embracing society one entered at birth. The new theorists of law, as Gierke pointed out, were driven to deny that local communities and corporate bodies had an existence of their own. The family was the sole group, outside the state, whose existence was looked upon as self-validated, the only group that did not need the gracious permission of the sovereign to exercise its natural functions. Once political power had been thus consolidated, economic privileges were obtained by individuals, not from the city, but from the prince, and they could be exercised, as a rule, anywhere in the realm. After the 16th century, accordingly, the cities that increased most rapidly in population and area and wealth were those that harbored a royal court, the fountainhead of economic power. About a dozen towns quickly reached a size not attained in the Middle Ages even by a bare handful. Presently London had 250,000 inhabitants, Naples 240,000, Milan over 200,000, Palermo and Rome, 100,000, Lisbon, port of a great monarchy, over 100,000, similarly Seville, Antwerp, and Amsterdam, while Paris in 1594 had 180,000. As the great states of the modern world took shape, the capitals continued to monopolize population. In the 18th century the cities with over 200,000 included Moscow, Wien, St. Petersburg, and Palermo, while already in the 100,000 class were Warsaw, Berlin, and Copenhagen. Toward the end of the 18th century Naples had 433,930 inhabitants, Paris around 670,000, and London over 800,000, while the trading cities like Bristol and Norwich, or the industrial cities like Leeds, Manchester, Iserlohn, and Paderborn for the most part remained small in size, that is, with less than 50,000 inhabitants. The trading town of Hamburg and the industrial town of Lyons, both with secure medieval foundations and a continuing economic life, are the main exceptions, for they both had over 100,000 inhabitants at the beginning of the 19th century, but up to then they did not represent the dominant forms of political and financial power. In contrast to the medieval regime, power and population were no longer disconnected, scattered, decentralized. Only in the Germanic countries did the older type of municipal economy effectively linger on, and the growth of Brandenburg Prussia in the 17th century changed the shape of things even there. The state grew at the expense of the component parts, the capital city grew out of all proportion to the provincial cities, and in no small measure at their expense. Though natural capitals were usually situated at points of special advantage for trade and military defense, these being elements that entered originally into their selection, the Baroque rulers brought all the powers of the state to bear to confirm these advantages. Where a natural center was lacking, they imitated at a distance Peter the Great's colossal willfulness in the founding of St. Petersburg. In short, the multiplication of cities ceased, city building was no longer, for a rising class of small craftsmen and merchants, a means of achieving freedom and security. It was rather a means of consolidating political power in a single center directly under the royal eye and preventing such a challenge to the central authority from arising elsewhere, in scattered centers, more difficult to control. The age of free cities, with their widely diffused culture and their relatively democratic modes of association, gave way to the age of absolute cities, a few centers that grew inordinately, leaving other towns either to accept stagnation or to stultify themselves in hopeless gestures of imitation. Law, order, uniformity, all these are special products of the Baroque capital, but the law exists to confirm the status and secure the position of the privileged classes, The order is a mechanical order, based not upon blood or neighborhood or kindred purposes and affections but upon subjection to the ruling prince, and as for the uniformity, it is the uniformity of the bureaucrat, with his pigeonholes, his dossiers, his red tape, his numerous devices for regulating and systematizing the collection of taxes. The external means of enforcing this pattern of life lies in the army. Its economic arm is mercantile capitalist policy, and its most typical institutions are the standing army, the bourse, the bureaucracy, and the court. There is an underlying harmony that pervades all these institutions. Between them they create a new form for social life, the Baroque city. 3. Instruments of coercion. In the growth of the modern state, capitalism and techniques and warfare play a decisive part, but it is impossible to assign a prior role to one or the other. Each developed through internal causes and in response to a common milieu, and the state developed along with them. How did the modern doctrines of absolute political power arise? Why did the political despot emerge so easily out of the concentrations of economic capital and political authority that took place in the 14th century Italian city, with more than one guild, more than one family, contending for the position? How did the fashion of despotism, creating big despots like the Tudors and midget despots like the minor rulers of German states, spread over Europe, despots who have their counterparts, sometimes their origins, in the new businessmen and financiers? There is another name for this growing belief in absolute power. One might call it the illusion of gunpowder. The old saw that gunpowder brought about the ruin of feudalism is far from being true. Although feudal independence could not resist the centralization of power in national monarchies, gunpowder had the effect of giving the feudal aristocrats a new lease on life, rescuing them from the pressure of the walled towns, for gunpowder increased the range, power, and mobility of the professional soldiers, and arms was the age-old profession of the feudal leader. In a very real sense, however, the introduction of gunpowder early in the 14th century, that century which undermined so many medieval institutions, sounded the death knell of the free cities. Up to this time security had rested mainly on a very simple technical device, the moat and the wall, sufficient defense against raiding warriors who carried no heavy instruments of assault. A well-fortified city was virtually impregnable. Even as late as Machiavelli's day he remarked that the cities of Germany are fortified in such a manner that, to reduce them would be tedious and difficult, for they all have the necessary moats and bastions, sufficient artillery, and always keep in the public storehouses food and drink and fuel for 1 year. Down to the 15th century, defense had the upper hand over assault. Alberti's advanced treatise on city planning, published posthumously, did not reckon with cannon, and the new art of fortification played but a minor role. Indeed, artillery was so imperfect and was used with so little skill at first that, as Guy Chardonnay remarks, the besieging of towns was slow and uncertain, and until the French invasion of Italy under Charles VIII, with an unprecedented number of troops, 60,000, and with iron cannonballs instead of stone, all moving at a hitherto unheard of speed, until this happened cities were on equal terms, or rather more than equal terms, with the attacking parties. Thereafter, conditions were reversed. While a non-explosive stone or iron ball, which the defender's cannon could employ, did but little harm when dropped among companies of men, it could do great damage when used in assault for breaking open a wall or dropping through a roof. The new artillery of the late 15th century made cities vulnerable. In the attempt to equalize military conditions, the towns from this point on were compelled to abandon their old system of simple walls, defended for the most part by a citizen soldiery. They were forced to hire soldiers, so that they might sally forth and engage the enemy in open battle, and after the successful defense of Milan by Prospero Colonna in 1521 they were forced to adopt the new methods of fortification that had been worked out there by the Italian military engineers. These new fortifications were far more elaborate than the old walls. They had outworks, salients, bastions, in star-like formations which permitted both the artillery and the armed infantry to rake the ranks of the attacking forces, from whatever side they might approach. By bringing the muskets of the defenders to the outmost positions they could theoretically put the city itself, whose circumference would be many hundred yards behind, beyond the reach of the enemy's most powerful gun. For 2 centuries these ingenious defenses seemed to promise security, but like so many other forms of military protection, they cast a dreadful social burden upon the protected population, and were ultimately responsible, in many cities, for those vile conditions for which the medieval town has been so often reproached. Instead of the simple masonry wall, which an ordinary house mason might plan or build, it was necessary now to create a complicated system of defense that called for great engineering knowledge and a vast expenditure of money. These fortifications, difficult to build, were even more difficult to alter except at a prohibitive cost. The old walls could be extended to include a suburb, they did not handicap natural growth and adaptation. But the new fortifications prevented lateral expansion. In the 16th and 17th century cities, fortification must have had the same effect upon finances that the building of subways so often has had on the modern metropolis. They put an intolerable burden on the municipality and exposed it to the exorbitant aid of the financier. Even under a centralized regime, as in France, the inhabitants of Metz offered their services gratis, so that they might accomplish at an expenditure of 25,000 livres work that would otherwise have cost 50,000, a voluntary effort to escape heavy financial impositions. Despite the frequent use of forced labor in France, the social cost was no slight one. Unproductive capital expenditures, diverting energy from the production of consumable goods, drain a people's resources even when the cost is not expressed in terms of money. Perhaps one of the great advantages of the English towns after the 16th century, which aided England in the race for commercial supremacy, was that they alone were free from this tax on their resources. No less disastrous than the financial costs of construction were the direct results upon the population itself. While the old-fashioned city was divided into blocks and squares and then surrounded by a wall, the newly fortified city was planned as fortification, and the city was fitted into the straitjacket. Whether old or new, its opportunities for expansion were over. New growth could take place only vertically, and no prudent burgher would build his house outside the walls in a possible no-man's land. Administrators like Richelieu indeed ordered every building raised in the territory surrounding a fortified town. The city lay, as Paris did until but the other day, in the midst of a waste of non-building land, subject to artillery fire. Not alone did the new fortifications remove the suburbs and gardens and orchards too far from the city to be reached conveniently except by the wealthier classes who could afford horses, open spaces within were rapidly built over as population was driven from the outlying land by fear and disaster, or by pressure of enclosure and land monopoly. This new congestion led to the destruction of medieval standards of building space even in some of the cities that kept their medieval form and had preserved them longest. Overcrowding had in fact begun in the capital cities even before the 17th century. Stowe notes in London that stone buildings were being replaced by wooden-framed ones to save space taken up by the heavier stone walls, and 4- and 5-story buildings were taking the place of 2-story ones. The change from masonry to steel cage construction took place in the late 19th century American city for the same reason. But in the 17th century these practices became universal. The systematic building of high tenements began 5 or 6 stories high in Old Geneva or in Paris, sometimes 10 or 12 in Edinburgh. This pressure of competition for space forced up land values in the political capitals. High land values, as in Berlin from the time of Frederick the Great on, hardened into a bad pattern for housing, overcrowding of the land, absence of play areas for children, lack of light, air, interior accommodation, high rents. Slum housing for a large part of the population, not simply for beggars, thieves, casual laborers, and other outcasts, became the characteristic mode of the growing 17th century city. The existence of those slums defiled the high aesthetic principles of the architects and builders in the same way that the frequent use of the corridors in Versailles as common urinals defiled the exorbitant aesthetic pretensions of that court. By the 16th century the practices of the Italian engineers dominated city building. Durer's treatise on urban fortification gives only scant attention to the city proper, and in most of the other books and plans on the subject the city is treated as a mere appendage to the military form. It is, so to say, the unoccupied space that is left. Leonardo da Vinci, like Palladio, dealt in his notebooks with the city proper, suggested the separation of pedestrian ways from heavy traffic arteries, and went so far as to urge upon the Duke of Milan the standardized mass production of workers' houses. But despite these pregnant suggestions, his contributions to the art of city building remain poor and meager compared with his extraordinary zeal in improving the art of fortification and assault. It is easy to see where both opportunity and creative energy lay. Eventually the new movement reached its summit in the types of fortification devised in the 17th century under the great engineer, Vauban, a method so complete that it required a new arm of the army, also systematized by Vauban, the miners and sappers, to overthrow it. Although the art of fortification had entailed endless sacrifices, it collapsed soon after it had evolved this final form. The new spyglass improved the fire of artillery, and the increased mobility of supplies through canals and roads and the organization of a responsible commissariat, gave an impetus to the mobile army. Meanwhile the territorial state itself had become the city that was to be defended. 4. War as city builder. The intensive development of the art of fortification shifted the emphasis in building from architecture to engineering, from aesthetic design to material calculations of weight, number, and position, prelude to the wider techniques of the machine. But especially it altered the urban picture from the short-range world of the medieval city, with its walking distances, its closed vistas, its patchwork space, to the long-range world of Baroque politics, with its long-distance gunfire and its wheeled vehicles and its increasing desire to conquer space and make itself felt at a distance. A good part of the new tactics of life sprang from an impulse toward destruction, long-range destruction. Christian piety and capitalist cupidity combined to thrust the new conquistadors across the seas to plunder India, Mexico, and Peru, while the new type of fortification, the new type of army, the new type of industrial workshop, best exemplified in the vast arsenals and arms factories, conspired to upset the relatively cooperative ways of the protected town. Protection gave way to ruthless exploitation. Instead of security, men sought adventurous expansion and conquest. And the proletariat at home was subject to a form of government no less ruthless and autocratic than that which ground the barbaric civilizations of North and South America into pulp. War hastened all these transformations. It set the pace for every other institution. The new standing armies, vast and powerful and awe-inspiring in peacetime no less than in war, transformed war itself from a spasmodic to a continuous activity. The need for more costly sinews of war put the cities into the hands of usurious oligarchies that financed the rulers' mischievous policies, lived sumptuously on the profits and loot, and sought to entrench their positions by backing the ensuing despotism. In an economic crisis the guns of the hired soldiery could be turned, at the first signs of revolt, upon the miserable subjects. The English escaped the Baroque pattern earlier than other countries by turning tables on their Stuart despot. In the Middle Ages the soldier had been forced to share his power with the craftsman, the merchant, the priest. Now, in the politics of the absolute states, all law had in effect become martial law. Whoever could finance the army and the arsenal was capable of becoming master of the city. Shooting simplified the art of government. It was a quick way of ending an embarrassing argument. Instead of accepting the ordinary accommodations that ensure the healthy expression of diversities of temperament and interest and belief, the ruling classes could dispense with such give-and-take methods. Their vocabulary recognized only take. The gun, the cannon, the standing army helped produce a race of rulers who recognized no other law than that of their own will and caprice. That fine race of despots, sometimes imbecile, sometimes talented, who elevated the suspicions and delusions of the paranoid state into a political ritual. Their totalitarian imitators today, with no smaller delusions but with greater capacities for destruction, now threaten the very existence of world civilization. The transformation of the art of war gave the Baroque rulers a powerful advantage over the real corporations and groups that constitute a community. It did more than any other single force to alter the constitution of the city. Power became synonymous with numbers. The greatness of a city, Botero observed, is said to be not the largeness of the site or the circuit of the walls, but the multitude and number of inhabitants and their power. The army, recruited for permanent warfare, became a new factor in the state and in the life of the capital city. In Paris and Berlin, and other lesser centers, these standing armies created a demand for special forms of housing, since soldiers could not be permanently quartered on the population without provoking a sense of grievance. Witness the result of such an attempt in the British colonies of North America. The army barracks have almost the same place in the Baroque order that the monastery had in the medieval one, and the parade grounds, the new Champ de Mars in Paris, for instance, were as conspicuous in the new cities as Mars himself was in Renaissance painting. Turning out the guard, drilling, parading, became one of the great mass spectacles for the increasingly servile populace. The blare of the bugle, the tattoo of the drum, were as characteristic a sound for this new phase of urban life as the tolling of the bells had been for the medieval town. The laying out of great vie triumphales, avenues where a victorious army could march with the maximum effect upon the spectator, was an inevitable step in the replacing of the new capitals, notably in Paris and Berlin. Along with the barracks and drill grounds, which occupy such large sites in the big capitals, go the arsenals. In the 16th century an extraordinary number of such buildings were erected. By 1540 Francis I had erected 11 arsenals and magazines. This went on, at a keener or slower pace, in all the other capitals. Soldiers, as Sombart has pointed out, are pure consumers, even as in action they are negative producers. Their demand for dwelling quarters was accompanied by a demand for provisions and drink and clothes on a similar scale. Hence the ranks of public houses and the army of tailors around the barracks quarters, indeed, a second standing army of shopkeepers, tailors, publicans, and whores springs up, the more miserable members of which owe their plight, perhaps, to the effect of the never-ending succession of military conflicts that agitated Europe and reached a climax in the 18th century. See Sorokin's able statistical summary. Do not underestimate the presence of a garrison as a city-building agent. In 1740 the military population of Berlin numbered 21,309 out of a total of about 90,000 people, almost a quarter. The presence of this mass of mechanized and obedience-conditioned human beings necessarily touched every other aspect of life. The army supplied the model in its discipline for other forms of political coercion. People got into the habit of accepting the aggressive bark of the drill sergeant and the arrogant brutal manners of the upper classes. They were copied by the new industrialists, who governed their factories like absolute despots. Hutton in his History of Birmingham relates how the lord of the manor in 1728, seized a public building called the Leather Hall and converted it to his private uses. The constable summoned the inhabitants to vindicate their rights, but none appearing, the lord smiled at their supineness and kept the property. Beneath the superficial polish of Baroque upper-class manners there is the constant thread of an ugly, coercive discipline. These two qualities thread through every aspect of its life, even its luxury and folly. 5. The ideology of power. The two arms of this new system are the army and the bureaucracy. They are the temporal and spiritual support of a centralized despotism. Both agents owed no small part of their influence to a larger and more pervasive power, that of capitalist industry and finance. One must remember, with Max Weber, that the rational administration of taxation was an accomplishment of the Italian cities in the period after the loss of their freedom. The new Italian oligarchy was the first political power to order its finances in accordance with the principles of mercantile bookkeeping, and presently the fine Italian hand of the tax expert and financial administrator could be observed in every European capital. The change from a life economy to a money economy greatly widened the resources of the state. The monopoly of rent, the booty from piracy and brigandage, the loot of conquest, the monopoly of special privileges in production and sale through patents granted by the state, the application of this last system to technical inventions, all these resources swelled the coffers of the sovereign. To increase the boundaries of the state was to increase the taxable population. To increase the population of the capital city was to increase the rent of land. Both forms of increase could be translated ultimately into terms of money pouring into the central exchequer. Not merely did the royal governments become capitalistic in their workings, founding industries of their own, in arms, porcelain, tapestry, but they sought, under the notion of a favorable balance of trade, to create a system of exploitation in which every sovereign state would receive more in exchange, in measure of gold, than what it had given. Capitalism in its turn became militaristic. It relied on the arms of the state when it could no longer bargain to advantage without them, the foundations of later colonial exploitation and imperialism. Above all, the development of capitalism brought into every department secular habits of thought and matter-of-fact methods of appraisal. This was the warp, exact, orderly, superficially efficient, upon which the complicated and effulgent patterns of Baroque life were worked out. The new merchant and banking classes emphasized method, order, routine, power, mobility, all the habits that tended to increase effective practical command. Jacob Fugger the Elder even had a specially designed traveling set made for himself, containing a compact, efficiently organized dining service. Nothing was left to chance. The uniformity of the die that stamped the coin at the national mint became a symbol of these emergent qualities in the new order. Interests that were later sublimated and widened in physical science first disclosed themselves in the counting house, the merchant's emphasis upon mathematics and literacy, both so necessary to long-distance trade through paid agents acting on written instructions, became the fundamental ingredient in the new education of the grammar schools. It was not by accident that Newton, the physicist, became master of the mint, or that the merchants of London helped found the Royal Society and conducted experiments in physics. These mechanical disciplines were in effect interchangeable. Behind the immediate interests of the new capitalism, with its abstract love of money and power, a change in the entire conceptual framework took place. And first, a new conception of space. It was one of the great triumphs of the Baroque mind to organize space, make it continuous, reduce it to measure and order, to extend the limits of magnitude, embracing the extremely distant and the extremely minute, finally, to associate space with motion. These changes were first formulated by the painters and architects, beginning with Alberti, Brunelleschi, and Uccello. While the Flemish realists, working in the medium of the advanced spinning industries, had accurate perceptions of space, it remained for the Italians of the 15th century to organize space on mathematical lines, within two planes, the foreground frame, and that of the horizon line. They not merely correlated distance with intensity of color and quality of light, but with the movement of bodies through the projected third dimension. This putting together of hitherto unrelated lines and solids within the rectangular Baroque frame, as distinguished from the often irregular boundaries of a medieval painting, was contemporary with the political consolidation of territory into the coherent frame of the state. But the development of the straight line and the uniform building line, as a means of expressing uniform motion, took place at least a century before the building of actual facades on visually limitless avenues. Similarly, the study of perspective demolished the bounding wall, lengthened the distance toward the horizon, and centered attention on the receding planes, long before the wall was abolished as a feature of town planning. This was an aesthetic preface to the grand avenues of Baroque design, which at most have an obelisk, an arch, or a single building to terminate the converging rays of the cornice lines and the pavement edges. The long approach and the vista into space, those typical marks of the Baroque plan, were first discovered by the painter. The act of passage is more important than the object reached. There is keener interest in the foreground of the Farnese Palace than in the gawky facade that caps the hill. The new Renaissance window is definitely a picture frame, and the Renaissance painting is an imaginary window which, in the city, makes one forget the dull courtyard that an actual opening would reveal. If the earlier painters demonstrated Cartesian mathematics before Descartes, on their system of coordinates, the general sense of time likewise became more mathematical. From the 16th century on, the domestic clock was widespread in upper-class households. But whereas Baroque space invited movement, travel, conquest by speed, witness the early sail wagons and velocipedes, Baroque time lacked dimensions. It was a moment-to-moment continuum. Time expressed itself, not as cumulative and continuous, but as disjunctive. It ceased to be lifetime. The social mode of Baroque time is fashion, which changes every year, and in the world of fashion a new sin was invented, that of being out of date. Its practical instrument was the newspaper, which deals with scattered, logically incoherent events from day to day, no underlying connection except contemporaneity. If in spatial forms repeating patterns take on a new meaning, columns on the facades of buildings, ranks of men on parade in time, the emphasis rests on novelty. As for the archaeological cult of the past, it was plainly not a recovery of history but a denial of history. Real history cannot be recovered. The abstractions of money, spatial perspective, and mechanical time provided the enclosing frame of the new life. Experience was progressively reduced to just those elements that were capable of being split off from the whole and measured separately. Conventional counters took the place of organisms. What was real was that part of experience which left no murky residues, and anything that could not be expressed in terms of visual sensations and mechanical order was not worth expressing. In art, perspective, and anatomy, in morals, the systematic casuistry of the Jesuits, in architecture, the fixed proportions of the 5 orders, and in city building, the elaborate geometrical plan. These are the new forms. Do not misunderstand me. The age of abstract analysis was an age of brilliant intellectual clarification. The new system of dealing with mathematically analyzable fragments instead of with wholes gave the first intelligible collective means of approaching such wholes, as useful an instrument of order as double-entry bookkeeping in commerce. In the natural sciences, the method of abstraction led to the discovery of units that could be investigated completely just because they were dismembered and fragmentary. The gain in the power of systematic thought and in the accurate prediction of physical events was to justify itself in the 19th century in a series of mighty advances in techniques. But in society the habit of thinking in terms of abstractions worked out disastrously. The new order established in the physical sciences was far too limited to describe or interpret social facts, and until the 19th century even the legitimate development of statistical analysis played little part in sociological thought. Real men and women, real corporations and cities, were treated in law and government as if they were imaginary bodies, whilst presumptuous fictions, like divine right, absolute rule, the state, sovereignty, were treated as if they were realities. Freed from his sense of dependence upon corporation and neighborhood, the emancipated individual was dissociated and delocalized, an atom of power, ruthlessly seeking whatever power can command. With the quest for financial and political power, the notion of limits disappeared: limits on numbers, limits on wealth, limits on population growth, limits on urban expansion. On the contrary, quantitative expansion became predominant. The merchant cannot be too rich, the state cannot possess too much territory, the city cannot become too big. Botero, contemporary with this development, noted its implications. The founders of cities, he said, considering that laws and civil discipline could not be easily conserved and kept where a mighty multitude of people swarmed, for multitudes do breed and bring confusion, they limited the number of citizens beyond which they supposed the form and order of government they sought to hold within their cities could not else be maintained. But the Romans, supposing power, without which a city cannot long be maintained, consisteth for the most part in the multitude of people, endeavored all the ways and means they might to make their country great. In the desire for more subjects, that is, for more cannon fodder, more milch cows for taxation and rent, the desires of the prince coincided with those of the capitalists who were looking for larger and more concentrated markets. Power politics and power economics reinforced each other. Cities grew, rents rose, taxes increased. None of these results was accidental. 6. Movement and the Avenue. Since I am dealing with an age of abstractions, I purpose to follow its style. I shall treat of the part before I discuss the whole. First the avenue, then the separate institutions and buildings, only after that the city, as an aesthetic if not a complete social unit. The avenue is the most important symbol and the main fact about the Baroque city. Not always was it possible to design a whole new city in the Baroque mode, but in the layout of half a dozen new avenues, or in a new quarter, its character could be redefined. In the linear evolution of the city plan, the movement of wheeled vehicles played a critical part, and the general geometrizing of space, so characteristic of the period, would have been altogether functionless had it not facilitated the movement of traffic and transport, at the same time that it served as an expression of the dominant sense of life. It was during the 16th century that carts and wagons came into more general use within cities. This was partly the result of technical improvements that replaced the old-fashioned solid wheel with one built of separate parts, hub, rim, spoke, and added a fifth wheel, to facilitate turning. The introduction of wheeled vehicles was resisted, precisely as that of the railroad was resisted 3 centuries later. Plainly, the streets of the medieval city were not adapted either in size or in articulation to such traffic. In England, Thomas tells us, vigorous protests were made, and it was asserted that if brewers' carts were permitted in the streets the pavement could not be maintained, while in France, Parliament begged the king in 1563 to prohibit vehicles from the streets of Paris, and the same impulse even showed itself once more in the 18th century. Nevertheless, the new spirit in society was on the side of rapid transportation. The hastening of movement and the conquest of space, the feverish desire to get somewhere, were manifestations of the pervasive will to power. The world, as Stowe remarked when the fashion was taking hold in London, runs on wheels. Mass, velocity, and time were categories of social effort before Newton's law was formulated. Movement in a straight line along an avenue was not merely an economy but a special pleasure. It brought into the city the stimulus and exhilaration of swift motion, which hitherto only the horseman had known galloping over the fields or through the hunting forest. It was possible to increase this pleasure aesthetically by the regular setting of buildings, with regular facades and even cornices, whose horizontal lines tended toward the same vanishing point as that toward which the carriage itself was rolling. In walking, the eye courts variety, but above this gate, movement demands repetition of the units that are to be seen. It is only so that the individual part, as it flashes by, can be recovered and pieced together. What would be monotony for a fixed position or even in a procession, becomes a necessary counterpoise to the pace of fast-moving horses. In emphasizing the demands of wheeled traffic, which became urgent in the 17th century, I do not wish to neglect a characteristic need that disclosed itself at an even earlier period, the need of avenues for military movement. Alberti, who is in every sense the chief theoretical exponent of the Baroque city, distinguished between main and subordinate streets. The first he called, and the name is important, Viae Milites, or military streets. He required that these should be straight. Anyone who has ever led a company of men through an irregularly planned city knows the difficulty of conducting them in martial order through its windings and twistings, particularly when the streets themselves are ungraded. Inevitably, the individual falls out of alignment and the ranks present a disorderly appearance. To achieve the maximum effect on parade, the maximum appearance of order and power, it is necessary to provide a body of soldiers either with an open square or a long unbroken avenue. The new town planners had the needs of the army constantly in mind. Palladio seconded Alberti. In addition to observing that the ways will be short and convenient if planned in a straight line, and so large that horses and coaches be no hindrance to each other when they meet, Palladio says that the ways will be more convenient if they are made everywhere equal, that is to say, that there be no place in them where armies may not easily march. This uniform oversized street, which was to become such a blight in the development of neighborhoods in new cities, and which was to add so greatly to the expenses, had purely a military basis. Palladio's further definition of the military avenue is equally significant. He distinguished them from the non-military kind by pointing out that they pass through the midst of the city and lead from one city to another, and that they serve for the common use of all passengers, for carriages to drive or armies to march. Accordingly, Palladio dealt with the military streets alone, because non-military streets ought to be regulated according to the same principle as military ways, and the more alike they are the more commendable they will be. In view of the importance of the army to the ruling classes, it is no wonder that military traffic was the determining factor in the new city plan, From the first mutation in Alberti to the final survival in the laying down of Haussmann's boulevards in Paris. The aesthetic effect of the regular ranks and the straight line of soldiers is increased by the regularity of the avenue. The unswerving line of march greatly contributes to the display of power, and a regiment moving thus gives the impression that it would break through a solid wall without losing a beat. That, of course, is exactly the belief that the soldier and the prince desire to inculcate in the populace. It helps keep them in order without coming to an actual trial of strength, which always carries the bare possibility that the army might be worsted. Moreover, on irregular streets, poorly paved, with plenty of loose cobblestones and places of concealment, the spontaneous formations of untrained people have an advantage over a drilled soldiery. Soldiers cannot fire around corners, nor can they protect themselves from bricks heaped from chimney tops immediately overhead. They need space to maneuver in. Were not the ancient medieval streets of Paris one of the last refuges of urban liberties? No wonder that Napoleon III sanctioned the breaking through of narrow streets and cul-de-sacs and the raising of whole quarters to provide wide boulevards. This was the best possible protection against assault from within. To rule merely by coercion, without affectionate consent, one must have the appropriate urban background. In the new city, or in the formal additions made to old centers, the building forms a setting for the avenue, and the avenue is essentially a parade ground, a place where spectators may gather, on the sidewalks or in the windows, to review the evolutions and exercises and triumphal marches of the army and be duly awed and intimidated. The buildings stand on each side, stiff and uniform, like soldiers at attention. The uniformed soldiers march down the avenue, erect, formalized, repetitive, a classic building in motion. The spectator remains fixed, life marches before him, without his leave, without his assistance. He may use his eyes, but if he wishes to open his mouth or leave his place, he had better ask for permission first. In the medieval town the upper classes and the lower classes had jostled together on the street. In the marketplace, as they did in the cathedral, the rich might ride on horseback, but they must wait for the poor man with his bundle or the blind beggar groping with his stick to get out of the way. Now, with the development of the wide avenue, the dissociation of the upper and the lower classes achieves form in the city itself. The rich drive, the poor walk. The rich roll along the axis of the Grand Avenue, the poor are off-center, in the gutter, and eventually a special strip is provided for the ordinary pedestrian, the sidewalk. The rich stare, the poor gape, insolence battens on servility. The daily parade of the powerful becomes one of the principal dramas of the Baroque city. A vicarious life of dash and glitter and expense is thus offered to the butcher's boy with a basket on his head, to the retired merchant out for a stroll, to the fashionable housewife, shopping for bargains and novelties, to the idle mob of hangers-on in all degrees of shabby gentility and downright misery corresponding to the clients of imperial Rome. "Mind the carriages," cried Mercier in his 18th century Tableau de Paris. "Here comes the black-coated physician in his chariot, the dancing master in his cabriolet, the fencing master in his diable and the prince behind 6 horses at the gallop as if he were in the open country. The threatening wheels of the overbearing rich drive as rapidly as ever over stones stained with the blood of their unhappy victims. Do not fancy the danger was exaggerated. In France the stagecoach, introduced in the 17th century, killed more people annually than the railroad that followed it. This increase in the tempo of life, this rapid motion, these superficial excitements and dangers, were the psychological sweetening of the bitter pill of autocratic political discipline. In the Baroque city one might say, the carriages move swiftly, just as people say in present-day fascist Italy, the trains run on time. There was only one desirable station in this despotism, it was that of the rich. It was for them that the avenue was made and the pavement smoothed out and springs and cushions added to the wheeled vehicle. It was to protect them that the soldiers marched. To keep a horse and carriage was an indispensable mark of commercial and social success. To keep a whole stable was a sign of affluence. In the 18th century the stables and mews crept into the less savory quarters of the capitals, behind the wide avenues and the sumptuous squares, carrying there the faint healthy smell of straw and manure. If the fowls no longer cackled at dawn, the restless stomp of a high-bred horse might be heard at night from rear windows. The man on horseback had taken possession of the city. 7. The shopping parade. The military parade had its feminine counterpart in the capital, the shopping parade. The ritual of conspicuous waste took up an ever larger share of the time and effort of living. Competitive spending affected every class, for the same flourishing pride has dictated new methods of living to the people, and while the poorest citizens strive to live like the rich like the gentry like the nobility, and the nobility strive to outshine one another, no wonder that all the sumptuary trades increase. In the Baroque period, the medieval sumptuary laws, governing the dress and expenditure of each class according to tradition, began to fall into disrepute, even when they were not actually lifted from the statute books. Luxury, instead of distinguishing special public festivals and celebrations, became a daily commodity. Competitive luxury. To spend more was more important than to spend enough. The old open market, while it did not disappear from the cities of the Western world, henceforth restricted itself largely to provisions. It was only in the poorer quarters, like the Jews' market in Whitechapel, that one could still pick up a dress, a pair of trousers, or a stove from an open cart, though in Paris, more tenacious of medieval habits than would appear on the surface, the 19th-century department stores were compelled to open up street stands, at least in the lower middle class neighborhoods. Market squares where people gathered no longer had a place in the new urban layout. The circles and stars of the new plans, with their jam of wheeled traffic, had no place for chaffering or cheapening. The open-air shop, the outlet for the workroom in the rear, tended to disappear, too. The new type of shop took shape behind glass windows, greatly enlarged to cover the whole front and serve as a center of display. No effort was spared to decorate the interior smartly, particularly in the more modish commodities. To fit up a pastry cook's shop with plate glass windows and pier glasses and glass lanterns and 25 sconces for candles and 6 large silver salvers, and to paint the ceiling and carve the columns and gild the lanterns took a pretty sum. It is a modern custom, observes Daniel Defoe in The Complete English Tradesman, to have tradesmen lay out 2/3 of their fortune in fitting up their shops. 'Tis a small matter to lay out 2 or 3, nay £500. The display market for goods already made, rather than produced on the order system, had already come into existence. From the 17th century on, it gradually encroached into one line after another, hastening the tempo of sale and placing a premium upon the visual enticement of the buyer. The special market day lingered on in rural neighborhoods, but in the commercial town every day tended to be market day. Buying and selling became not merely an incidental traffic in the conveyance of goods from producer to consumer, it became one of the principal preoccupations of all classes. Marketing rested on the basis of domestic needs, shopping was a less urgent, a more frivolous, occupation. Shopping furnished excitement, it afforded a special occasion for the lady of the house to dress up, to sally forth, to exhibit her own person. I have heard, said Defoe, still obviously shocked by the practice, that some ladies, and these, too, persons of good note, have taken their coaches and spent a whole afternoon in Ludgate Street or Covent Garden, only to divert themselves in going from one mercer's shop to another, to look upon their fine silks and to rattle and banter the shopkeepers, having not so much as the least occasion, much less intention, to buy anything. As the permanent market took form, both producer and consumer tended to become more anonymous. It was the middleman who made a name for himself by anticipating the idiosyncrasies of the buyer or by manipulating his taste and judgment. To avoid striking in the dark, a new patron and purchaser assumed control of the market, Dame Fashion. Again I must quote the invaluable Defoe: every tailor invents fashions, the mercer studies new patterns, the weavers weave them into beautiful and gay figures, and stores himself with a vast variety to allure the fancy. The coachmaker contrives new machines, chairs, berlins, flies, etc., all to prompt the whimsies and unaccountable pride of the gentry. The upholsterer does the like in furniture, till he draws the gay ladies to such an excess of folly that they must have their houses new furnished every year, everything that has been longer than a year must be called old, and to have their fine lodgings seen by a person of any figure above twice over, looks ordinary and mean. Money was supreme, the customs of the market were not confined to the shops. Vicomte d'Avenel, whose history of property gives invaluable documentation of goods and prices, has put the matter well. It was in the past, under the ancient regime, from the end of the Middle Ages to the Revolution, when force did not exercise a great place and when public opinion counted for little, that money ruled in France. Almost everything could be bought, power and honors, civil and military employment, and the nobility itself, whose titles were inseparable from the ground upon which they rested. It was necessary to be rich to become somebody, and if the favor of a prince occasionally distinguished a poor man, it would at the same stroke make him rich, since riches were the ordinary consequence of power. Life, even aristocratic life, expressed itself most easily in terms of trade and money. In a moral homily of the 16th century on serving men, note the figure of the very opening passage, in this bourse or exchange of human affairs, which consisteth, as it were, altogether in merchandise, buying and selling, it is very meet that there should be all manner conditions and callings, summoned on forfeiture of £10 on issues to appear, with money and ware always ready, to maintain the mundane market. Life was like that. By hook or crook, by trade, or theft or public corruption or financial enterprise, one got hold of money, rapine, avarice, expense made life mean handiwork of craftsman, cook, or groom. Wordsworth's sonnet was a compact indictment. In the great capital cities, too large for people to know their neighbors, the standards of the market came generally to prevail. People sought by overt display to make a decisive impression as to their station in life, their taste, their prosperity, every individual, every class, put on a front. Fashion is, so to say, the uniform of the day, and well-to-do people wore this uniform in the home or the street with the same discipline as the soldier on his military parade. Venice had set the pace in dictating personal fashions, thanks to the charm of her courtesans. Paris took up these duties in the 17th century, and thereafter each national capital served as pattern for the rest of the country. Part of the economic use of the capital city, from the standpoint of the great factors and importers, was to discredit local goods, which varied in pattern, in color, in stuff, in texture, in decoration, in accordance with local tradition, and give circulation to those in use at the capital. Slippery metropolitan styles undermine the sobrieties of craftsmanship, even as they annulled the traditional preferences or idiosyncrasies of maker and customer. Some hint of this state had already become plain in the 16th century, for Stowe is at pains to answer the accusation of those men, which charge London with the loss and decay of many, or most, of the ancient cities, corporate towns, and markets within this realm. As for retailers thereof, and handicraftsmen, it is no marvel if they abandon country towns and resort to London, for not only the court, which is nowadays much greater and more gallant than in former times, but also by occasion thereof the gentlemen of all shires do fly and flock to the city, the younger sort of them to see and show vanity, and the elder to save the cost and charge of hospitality and housekeeping. Fashion competition, which was the life of Baroque trade, and remains its chief bequest to later capitalism, was also largely the death of the customary industries of the provincial towns. Eventually they were forced to produce for the anonymous distant market or lose their industries entirely. The effect of this is observable in our irregional system of production and distribution down to the present day. Economists often tend to confuse it with the natural effects of regional specialization. In this economy, the centralization of the Baroque capital, which involved costly wastes in transport, became a special virtue. The magnitude of the City of London adds very considerably to the inland trade, for as the city is the centre of our trade, so all the manufactures are brought hither, and hence circulated again to all the country. How many thousands, Defoe exclaims again in another place, I might say how many hundreds of thousands of men and horses are employed in the carrying and recarrying to and from London the growth of England and the importations of foreign countries, and how many of these would stand still and want business, if this great city was divided into 15 cities, and they were situated in so many different places remote from one another, where the countryside within 20 or 30 miles round would be sufficient for them and able to supply them, and where every port would import its own goods from abroad. This last passage is a succinct explanation of the difference between the medieval urban economy and the Baroque state economy. No better could be offered. But in terms of social energetics and cultural life, what Defoe took for a eulogy is actually a damning indictment. The military capital as an agent for enforcing uniformity and standardization, in the annual uniforms of fashion no less than in the uniforms of the soldiery, was a necessary contribution to the mechanical standardization that made possible the further mechanization of the whole process of production. And just as in the regular facade of the new palaces at St. Petersburg one sees, beneath the ornament, the bare skeleton of the Paleotechnic factory, so, in the formal elegances of the Baroque city plan, one already sees the dreary mechanical subdivision of the industrial town. Note that the critical changes took place first in the form of play, show, luxury. This was the specific Baroque contribution. One last remote outcome of the tendencies I have been discussing must be noted, the evolution of the fashion parade into a specialized type of city. While spas and watering places where people went for reasons of health had never fallen out of existence, in the 18th century these old resorts took on new life as people began to flock to them for a new reason, fashionable display. The parade, corso, became not merely the core but the very reason for existence of a new kind of city. Bath, Margate, Brighton, Ostend, later Baden-Baden, Carlsbad, Travemont, the Riviera, Saratoga Springs. Here were places where people of fashion met in order to exhibit themselves at the proper season, sometimes under the pretext of seeking health, but also to enjoy life, untainted by any visible connection with trade and industry, occupations that were already filling the capital with obnoxious sights, sounds, and smells. Here all the typical Baroque pleasures were available, particularly gambling, dress, flirtation, music, sometimes the theater. These new cities were in effect minor courts, ruled by a self-elected prince, specialist in dress and manners, despot of fashion the dandy. A whole town would grow up around this parade, eventually, and business would crowd in again once more and take precedence over courtliness, so that Atlantic City, for example, a typical latter-day vulgarization of the Baroque mode of life, is in detail an extension of Broadway, Fifth Avenue, Market Street, no more restful than the first, scarcely more maritime in character than the last. 8. The new divinity. The breakup of the medieval church set free the ions that were repolarized in the Baroque city. One may seize the process in a concrete figure, if one considers how each element in the old structure was appropriated by a special institution, sect, or group. Follow the dismemberment. The Protestants captured the preacher's rostrum and made it the core of their new chapels, where no graven image competed with the speaker's face, and no rich ceremonial distracted attention from his urgent voice. The aristocracy commanded the painter and the architect. Art was carried away to special halls and galleries, and to make the process easier, the new easel picture took the place of the wall fresco. Angels and saints became Bacchuses and Graces, first secular faces of popes, courtiers, businessmen surround the holy image, finally they displace it. The choir, which once chanted hymns to God, was removed to the concert hall or to a balcony of the ballroom. The religious festival became the court masque, to celebrate a mundane birthday or a wedding, while the drama, leaving the porches of the church, where the clergy and guildsmen had once enacted their mysteries and moralities, was turned over to professional actors under the patronage of the nobility. Their first raffish quarters are on the outskirts of the city. The chapter house, with its complement of at least formally celibate clergy, became the aristocratic men's club of the 19th century, exclusive, monastic, even if ostentatiously sybaritic, the Carlton, the Reform, and their imitators. Finally the nave, the bare assembly place, became the bourse. Do not fancy that the latter is a wild imaginary parallel. In the 17th century the brokers plied their trade in the nave of St. Paul's, and the money changers all but drove the representatives of Christ from the temple till at last the stench became too great for even a venal church to endure. Wren's unused plan for the reconstruction of London after the fire handsomely recognized this new order of life. He did not give the dominating site to St. Paul's, he planned the new avenues so as to give this honor to the Royal Stock Exchange. This analytical decomposition of the church gave each institution a special opportunity to flourish in its own right. On the positive side, this was another witness to the visual clarification and the intelligent specialization of functions that characterized Baroque order. All these institutions had become detached from the church because fresh life and growth were stifled there. There would have been no Shakespeare if the church had kept control of the drama, and no great Rembrandt portraits if he had continued to paint the staple group portraits of the complacent worthies of the guild. But these various fragments of art and culture were dispersed with respect to the population as a whole, dispersed and put out of their reach. It was only in the court of the prince that the parts were united again to form a new whole for the exclusive benefit of those who wielded power. We have seen what became of the medieval cathedral. But what became of its God? Here the transformation can be recorded only in terms of blasphemy. The absolute ruler by divine right usurped the place of the deity and claimed his honors. He might even call himself Leroi Solile, superstitiously arrogating to himself the myth of a pharaoh or an Alexander. In the new cult, the part of the Virgin Mary, most powerful intercessor at the throne of heaven, was taken by the king's mistress. The powers and principalities of the new heaven, indispensable to its regimen, were the courtiers who crowded around the throne of the monarch and proclaimed his glory. The parallel was not absent from even pious minds in the 17th century. Whoever, said La Bruyere, considers that the king's countenance is the courtier's supreme felicity, that he passes his life looking at it and within sight of it, will comprehend to some extent how to see God constitutes the glory and the happiness of the saints. Learned flunkies wrote treatises to prove the despot's direct connection with heaven, to uphold his omnipotence, to admonish obedience to his divine commands. When their rationalizations fell short of his own exorbitant claims, he might even, like James I of England, take a hand in writing the necessary eulogium himself. The prince, according to Castiglione, who wrote the classic treatise on the courtier, ought to be very generous and splendid, and give to all men without reserve, because God, as the saying runs, is the treasurer of generous princes. Fortune's cornucopia must indeed be inexhaustible at the rate it was drained at court. Avenel reports that one of the great ballets at Versailles, in which 150 people took part, came to 100,000 francs. This demand for unlimited funds infected every rank in society, and it was the key to the economic policies of the absolute state. When taxation did not supply sufficient means for the prince and his favorites, he resorted to pillage, distant kingdoms in the case of Philip of Spain, or nearer monasteries for Henry VIII. When these did not suffice, he robbed the poor man of his pennies in order to bestow gold on those already rich. Hence the whole policy of licenses and patents. One needed a special permission, to be obtained at a price, even to build a house. The growth of a bureaucracy to superintend these exact ions and further the distribution of privilege added to the burden on the community. The circumlocution office was a convenient means of taking care of retainers and their younger sons. From St. Petersburg to Whitehall it was an inevitable appanage of upper-class society. Never was bureaucracy carried to such a point of exaggeration, extravagance, and tiresomeness, wrote Mercier. Never did business so drag since the creation of this army of clerks who are in business what footmen are in service. References, regulations, registrations, formalities of all kinds have multiplied with such profusion and so little discernment. It finally came down to this: a whole country was run for the benefit of a few dozen families, or a few hundred, who owned a good share of the land, almost half in France in the 18th century, and who battened on the unearned increments from industry, trade, and urban rents. 9. Position of the palace. City building, in the formal sense, was an embodiment of the prevalent drama and thema that shaped itself in the court. It was, in effect, a collective embellishment of the life and gestures of the palace. The palace faced two ways. From the urban side came rent, tribute, taxes, control of the army and control of the organs of the state. From the countryside came the well-built, well-exercised, well-fed, well-sexed men and women who formed the body of the court and who received honors, emoluments, and the perquisites the king magnanimously bestowed. Power and pleasure, a dry abstract order and an effulgent sensuality, were the two poles of this life. Mars and Venus were the presiding deities, until Vulcan finally cast his cunning iron net of utilitarianism over their concupiscent forms. The court was a world in itself, but a world in which all the harsh realities of life were shown in a diminishing glass, and all its frivolities magnified. Pleasure was a duty, idleness a service, and honest work the lowest form of degradation. To become real in the Baroque court, it was necessary that an object or a function should bear the marks of exquisite uselessness. The most powerful water wheels of the 17th century and the great hydraulic pumps that counted among its chief technical advances were used merely to work the fountains in the gardens of Versailles. Fischer von Erlach's steam pump, the first used in Austria, was not applied to a mine but in the gardens of the Belvedere Palace in Wien, and that significant agent of production, the automatic power machine, achieved its first great success applied to buttons, the stamping machine, to ribbons, the narrow automatic loom, and to army uniforms, the first sewing machine. The ritual of the court was an attempt to confirm the make-believe of absolute power by a special drama. I know no better picture of the environment, no more fulsome demonstration of its narcotic illusions, than the panegyric uttered by Nicholas Breton. Oh, the gallant life of the court, where so many are the choices of contentment, as if on earth it were the paradise of the world, the majesty of the sovereign, the wisdom of the council, the honor of the lords, the beauty of the ladies, the care of the officers, the courtesy of the gentlemen, the divine services of the morning and evening, the witty, learned, noble, and pleasant discourses all day, the variety of wits and the depth of judgments, the dainty fare, sweetly dressed and neatly served, the delicate wines and rare fruits, with excellent music and adorable voices, masks and plays, dancing and riding, diversity of games, delightful to the gamester's purposes, and riddles, questions, and answers, poems, histories, and strange inventions of wit, to startle the brain of good understanding, rich apparel, precious jewels, fine proportions, and high spirits, princely coaches, stately horses, royal buildings and rare architecture, sweet creatures and civil pleasure. And in the course of love such carriage of content as sets the spirit in the lap of pleasure, that if I should talk of the praise of it all day, I should be short of the worth of it at night. One need not underscore the counter-accents of actuality, the lees in the wine, the inane conversation that passed for wit, the unwanted babies that got past the barriers of the fashionable contraceptives known from the 16th century on to the upper classes of France and Italy. There was still enough plausibility in the picture even when the sour notes were accounted for. The motto written over the door of Rabelais Abbey of Thelema was, "Do as you please." Over the palace gates there was an extra proviso, "as long as it pleases the prince." One must however add one fact that is too often left out of the conception of this ceremonious and sensuous Baroque life. Its ritual was so tedious that it veritably bored people to distraction. The daily routine of prince and courtier was comparable to that of a Ford worker in an assembly plant, every detail of it laid out and fixed, as much for the sovereign as for his entourage. From the moment the prince's eyes opened to the last moment when his mistress left his bedchamber, he was, so to say, on the assembly line. Perhaps this pervasive tedium accounts not only for the effortful frivolity, but for the element of sheer vagrant mischief, like the outbreak of schoolboys who have been kept under too strict confinement, in Baroque state policy. Much of the intricate plotting and counter-plotting was the work of bored virtuosos of diplomacy who liked nothing better than to prolong the game itself. Surely the eternal standing, waiting, bowing, scraping of which Taine has given an unforgettable picture in his description of the ancient regime, must have run against the grain of well-fed men and women. Small wonder that spectacular amusements played such a large part in their lives. Unfortunately, the very distractions of the court became duties. The performance of leisure imposed new sacrifices. The dinner party, the ball, the formal visit, as worked out by the aristocracy and by those who, after the 17th century, aped them, gave satisfaction only to those for whom form is more important than content. No small part of the life described in Vanity Fair and The Red and the Black, at one end of the 19th century, and by Proust at the other end, consisted of visiting and paying court, formalities. Proust noted that it was at the time of Louis XIV that a serious change had come about in the life of the aristocracy, which had once had active responsibilities, grave duties, serious interests. The only questions treated with moral earnestness were those which concerned manners. As in so many other departments of life, the Baroque court here anticipated the ritual and the cycle reaction of the 20th century metropolis. A similar grind, a similar boredom, a similar attempt to take refuge in distractions from the tyrannical oppression that had become a routine and from the routine that had become an overwhelming oppression. 10. Influence of the palace on the city. One detects the influence of the Baroque court upon the city in nearly every aspect of its life. It is even the parent of many of the new institutions that were later claimed by democracy for its own. There is no parallel type of intercourse between the castle and the marketplace in the medieval city. If anything, the influence moved in the reverse direction. The feudal aristocracy became urbane. Thanks to aristocratic patronage, the theatre took its modern form in London, Paris, and the minor cities, the special hall in which the audience is seated according to rank and ability to pay, and in which, from their fixed positions, they become the passive spectators of a drama which is seen, as it were, through the transparent show window, revealed by an opened curtain. Thanks to the princely desire to bring home loot from foreign conquests and to acquire by purchase or patronage what could not be obtained by arms, the great collections of art that form the Vatican Museum, the Louvre, and the National Gallery were first started. And at the very moment that music was being driven out of the home, as the result no doubt of the growing distance in education, manners, and taste between the master of the house and his menials, it achieved an independent existence in the Baroque orchestra. Therewith the concert hall makes its appearance. One by one these new institutions mark their existence on the new city plan. Now a national theatre in Naples, now a concert hall in Vienne, now a museum and gallery in London. Sometimes they come under private auspices, sometimes with royal or municipal support, but always in the image originally stamped by the court. Perhaps the first Baroque feature to be open to the public and duly incorporated in the city was the park, the new equivalent of the smaller pleasure grounds and playing fields of the medieval city. The broad landscape park, preserved in the heart of the city, remains perhaps the greatest single contribution that the Baroque period of city building made to modern urban existence. But even here the spirit of the age asserted itself. When the Crown planned Regent's Park in London, the park itself was appreciated as a device for increasing the ground values of the neighbouring properties held by the Crown. It was on the side of pleasure and recreation that the influence of the court was most potent. The pleasure garden, such as Ranelagh Gardens in London in the 17th century, and Vauxhall and Cremorne Gardens in the 18th, was an attempt to supply the pleasures of the palace to the commonalty at a reasonable price per head. The French equivalent was the Bal Masque and the German parallel the more domestic and Ordentliche Beer Garden. These pleasure gardens were popular in the Baroque period, and remained so in New York, which took them over, down to the Civil War. They consisted in a large central building where dances and routs could be held, and where great feasts could be given, and of gardens and woods where people might roam on a fine night, eating, drinking, flirting, love-making, watching fireworks or lantern displays. Swings and roundabouts made their appearance here. Likewise, at the beginning of the 19th century, the aristocratic love of speed came out in the more popular promenade Ariane, or shoot the chutes. In time, the older elegant features of Baroque taste disappeared, beginning first, perhaps, in the great international fairs more rowdy forms of amusement, more dangerous distractions like the Ferris wheel came to the front, only the tawdry glitter remained in a Coney Island. But the point of origin is as plain as the downward path. If the pleasure garden grew on one stem of Baroque life, the museum, originally the very consummation of the acquisitive life, grew on the other stem. At first the museum proceeded from the motive of scientific curiosity, as in Aristotle's collections, and after the Alexandrian age of learning the museum was reduced to the collections of saints' relics, a bone, a tooth, a phial of blood in the medieval churches. But museum collections in the modern sense began with the collections of coins and inscriptions that took form as early as the 15th century in Italy, these anticipated by a few years the natural history collections of Ivan Netishin, a Paracelsus, or an Agricola. Indeed, the writings of the latter were instrumental in causing the Elector Augustus of Saxony to form the collections that have since developed into the museums of Dresden. In every part of Europe this random search for curiosities and wonders and specimens took place, a primitive collection economy of the mind. Acquisition for acquisition's sake was the very spirit of the age. The curiosity parade of the museum was a sort of learned counterpart to the shopping parade. In its earliest form, it was mainly another example of vain display. In the transformation of these cabinets of curiosities, these cabinets of coins, these cabinets of etchings into independent public edifices, the court and the aristocracy played a leading part. But the opening of the British Museum in 1759, after Sir Hans Sloane's bequest, was a landmark in popular culture, for when display ceased to be merely a private gratification of the possessor, it had the possibility of becoming a means of public education. Halfway between pleasure and curiosity stands one last bequest of the court, the zoological garden. The keeping of wild animals, especially the more exotic ones from foreign parts, was an attribute of kings even in the Middle Ages. They would sometimes be used in processions, like the animals in the traveling circus of the 19th century. The extension of these collections of living animals, the provision of permanent quarters and exhibition grounds for them, took place as part of the same movement of an acquisitive and scientific culture as created the museum. Like the museum, they furnished a suitable destination for the explorers' and hunters' trophies. Here was a fresh contribution to the city, a symbol of that feral state which man too easily forfeits when he seeks the comforting presence of his own kind in the city. The playful antics of the monkey, the imperturbability of the hippopotamus, the gay sleek motions of the sea lions, all these things, if they did not bring the citizen in touch with nature, at least had a relaxing effect upon overstretched urban ego. They gave a common pleasure to the adult and the child. Even such moth-eaten Baroque relics as the dancing bear or the organ grinder's monkey often served as the one touch of animal gaiety between the drab walls of the 19th century street. Is it by accident that these vestigial emblems of court life were usually presided over by an Italian? 11. Bedroom and salon. If the influence of the court was effective in the city at large, it was no less so in the household, at all events, in the houses of the middle classes and their economic superiors. Here the habits of the court, both for good and bad, prevailed. For bad in that a new domestic despotism grew up, which had its source in the vast number of disfranchised people who crowded into the capitals to sell their services for a pittance. The good side was the aesthetic improvement in manners, perhaps not altogether unaffected by the increased knowledge of the bland and perfect forms of Chinese civilization, and above all, the spread of privacy within the home, a fact which gave rise to a new code of sexual manners, embroidering the preliminaries of sexual intercourse, and tending to lengthen the period of amatory youth for both sexes. The very word courtship, for that preliminary play which includes the display of wit and charm as well as physical passion, shows how much our erotic life owes to the practice of the court. It is a late 16th century coinage. The change in the constitution of the household manifested itself in various ways. First, by the gradual divorce of the home, henceforth a place for eating, for entertaining, and in a secondary way for rearing children, from the workplace. The three functions of producing, selling, and consuming were now separated in three different institutions, three different sets of buildings, three distinct parts of the city. Transportation to and from the place of work was first of all a privilege of the rich merchants in the big cities. It was only in the 19th century that it filtered down to the other classes in the city, and, instead of being a privilege, became a grievous burden. As the result of the households becoming exclusively a consumer's organization, the housewife lost her touch with the affairs of the outside world. She became either a specialist in domesticity or a specialist in sex, something of a drudge, something of a courtesan, more often perhaps a little of both. Therewith the private house comes into existence, private from business. And every part came increasingly to share this privacy. This growth of domesticity partly signified the weakening of public interest among the middle-class citizens, especially among the excluded religious sects. Among the middle classes, there was a natural tendency to substitute private life for public affairs. Deprived of his liberties, unable often even to vote for his municipal officers or take part in the official business of his town unless appointed by the prince, it was natural that the citizen's interest should shift, or become more restricted. If he were a member of a banned religious sect, as many among the merchant classes were, the incentive was even greater. To use a Victorian catchword, the middle classes began to keep themselves to themselves. To make up for lack of effective domestic work, a new type of housework was invented that took up the slack and enriched the ritual of conspicuous consumption. I mean the care of furniture. The fixtures of the medieval household were equipment, chairs to sit on, beds to sleep in, icons to pray before, so much and no more. Furniture is really a reinvention of the Baroque period, for by furniture one means useless or super-refined equipment, delicate vases to dust, inlays and precious woods to polish, metal work to keep shiny, curtains to be shaken and cleaned, bric-a-brac and curios to be washed. Display outstripped use, and the care of furniture commanded time that once went to the weaving of tapestries, the embroidery of garments, the making of useful household preserves, perfumes, and simples. These new burdens were inflicted upon housewives and domestics at the very moment that the form of the house itself had changed, multiplying the number of private chambers to be supplied with wood, coal, water, and raising the height of dwellings from 2 flights of stairs to 5, one below ground. Up to the 17th century, at least in the north, building and heating had hardly advanced far enough to permit the arrangement of a series of private rooms in the dwelling. But now a separation of functions took place within the house as well as within the city as a whole. Space became specialized, room by room. In England, following the pattern of the great houses, the kitchen was broken off from the scullery, where the dirty work was done, and the various social functions of the kitchen were taken over by the living room and the parlor. The dining room was separated from the bedroom, and though in the 17th century a lady's bedroom still served as a reception room for her guests, whether or not the bed stood in an alcove, in the 18th a special room for meeting and conversation, the drawing room, the salon, came into existence. And the rooms no longer opened into each other, they were grouped along the corridor, like houses on a street. The need for privacy produced this special organ for public circulation. Privacy was the new luxury of the well-to-do, only gradually did the servants and the shopkeepers' assistants and the industrial workers have a trace of it. Even in the fine houses of the 19th century, the domestics often slept in the kitchen or in a bunk adjacent to it, or in dormitories. Now, privacy had been reserved, in the medieval period, for solitaries, for holy persons who sought refuge from the sins and distractions of the outside world. Only lords and ladies might dream of it otherwise. In the 17th century it went with the satisfaction of the individual ego. The lady's chamber became a boudoir, literally a sulking place, the gentleman had his office or his library, equally inviolate, and in Paris he might even have his own bedroom, too. For the first time not merely a curtain but a door separated each individual member of the household from every other member. Privacy, mirrors, heated rooms, these things transformed full-blown love-making from a seasonal to a year-round occupation, another example of Baroque regularity. In the heated room, the body need not cower under a blanket, visual erethism added to the effect of tactile stimuli, The pleasure of the naked body, symbolized by Titian and Rubens and Fragonard, was part of that dilation of the senses which accompanied the more generous dietary, the freer use of wines and strong liquors, the more extravagant dresses and perfumes of the period. Flirtation and courtship created those movements of suspense and uncertainty, of blandishment and withdrawal, that serve as safeguards against satiety, a counterpoise to the regimentation of habit. These lusty men and women were never so much at home as when they were in bed. Ladies received callers in bed, statesmen dictated their correspondence in bed, an undercurrent of erotic interest thus permeated the household, sometimes bawdy, sometimes brutal, sometimes romantic, sometimes tender, every shade from the bedroom of Juliet to that in which Joseph Andrews almost lost his virtue. The private needs of the bedroom even penetrated the garden, the summer house, the temple of love, or the more aristocratic maze, composed of high box hedges, places remote from the prying eyes and admonitory footsteps of even the servants. Meanwhile other technical changes haltingly entered the dwelling house. The invention of the water closet by Sir John Harrington in 1596 made an important sanitary improvement in the house, but the fashion did not spread fast, for even the interior dry privy was introduced into France in the 18th century as an English novelty, while the Palace of Versailles, built regardless of expense, did not have even the conveniences of a medieval castle. Portable commodes on wheels were used. Before the invention of the trap and the ventilating stack for the water closet, the backing up of sewer gas into the dwelling house almost counterbalanced the advantages of the new improvement. Witness the British concern during the 19th century with bad drains. With the eotechnic device of the water closet came another practice directly derived from the Chinese, the use of toilet paper, more important for domestic hygiene than the wallpaper that came in more or less simultaneously. With all its luxurious display, the Baroque city will not bear close inspection in the matter of hygienic and sanitary standards. The typical medieval town was more salubrious. Much though the body was now celebrated in poesy and painting, or systematically investigated in physiology, the people of the period neglected to clean it as thoroughly as the preceding culture had done. Perhaps because of the dangers of syphilis, the medieval bath had begun to fall out of use in the 16th century, even among the Jews, who might have been expected in their ghettos to preserve medieval habits so thoroughly in harmony with Mosaic sanitation. The ritual bath that used to take place in the synagogue, the mikveh, was given up during the Renaissance. The new Baptists might insist upon total immersion, but one experience seems to have lasted them a lifetime. Perhaps the rising price of hot water had something to do with this lapse. Among the common people at least, it would follow upon the scarcity of wood fuel in the immediate neighborhood of the bigger cities. But the fact itself is beyond doubt. In 1387 there were 29 bathmen in Frankfurt, in 1530, none. In the 17th century, after a breach, the bath was reintroduced as a foreign importation, a luxury, a means of renovating the body after a debauch, the so-called Turkish or Russian bath. But almost immediately these baths became pleasure haunts and houses of assignation. Bagnio again meant brothel. Dirt diseases, such as smallpox, flourished in this period, and with the crowding up of the cities the volume of water that had been sufficient when the mains were installed in the 16th century proved altogether inadequate. Since these mains were often neither renewed nor extended, the inhabitants of the town would have a much smaller quantity of water per capita in the 18th century than they had had 2 or 3 centuries before. When the bathroom finally made its way into the house in the 19th century, to the chance of mechanical progress that then arose, only a belated antiquary might possibly recognize that Johann Andrea had assigned such a room to each 3-room apartment in his ideal city, Christianopolis, and that such rooms had been common, in the better burgher houses in Germany, in the Middle Ages. 12. The muddle of speculative overcrowding. When one speaks of the new standard of domesticity, one refers only to the middle and upper class dwellings. Even here the new comforts, the new luxury of privacy, the new sensuous ornateness, came in but slowly. The change was marked more rapidly in decoration, from wooden ceilings to plaster ceilings, from paneled walls to papered walls, from heavy overwrought oak furniture to the more delicate mahoganies and maples, from Gothic motifs to classic motifs, than in the more essential parts of the structure. The change of scale, the new sense of spaciousness, the raising of the ceiling in northern climates, a deliberate innovation by Vanbrugh, gradually produced an internal order that corresponded to the new Baroque avenues outside. But this expansion of upper-class quarters was at the expense of lower-class dwellings. If one opened up, the other became more constricted. Overcrowding and land speculation were the canker-worms that ate into the heart of the lovely Baroque flower. With them goes that rise of land values which was to solidify the consequent physical depression and give it a permanent form. Some of the Baroque princes themselves were not unaware of the dangers of overcrowding, for the movement had begun in the capital cities as early as the 15th century. In Piers Plowman one finds the observation that if landlords sold honestly they would not build so high, and Robert Crowley wrote a vigorous poem about the rent raisers. The stoppage of building congestion in the city, however, would have been possible only if the forces that were thrusting people into the city had been controlled at the source, if rural economic conditions had been improved, if provincial industry had been placed on a parity with that in the capital, if new cities had been founded and old ones put in repair and extended, if the upper classes had been deprived of their monopoly of land and other privileges, and if taxation had been adjusted so as to lop off the unearned increment from congestion. Unfortunately, the expropriation of the peasant and the depression of the urban worker went hand in hand. Competition for space by poor unprotected immigrants had the same effect on 17th-century Paris as on 18th-century Manchester, and 19th-century Liverpool and New York. The ground rents rose and the living quarters worsened. A hectare of land in Paris was in the 13th century worth 2,600 francs, according to Avenel. In the 20th century a hectare in the same district was worth 1,297,000 francs. Who benefited by this rise? Not the occupants. Whose incomes kept pace with it? Not those of the workers. The worker of the Middle Ages, who had an annual income of 1,000 francs, could pay without difficulty for a little house from 100 to 200 francs a year. His situation became still better when rents went immensely lower in the 15th century by reason of the abundance of empty dwellings, while wages had gone up 1,200 francs. But at the moment when the journeyman did not, from 1550 to the end of the 18th century, earn any more than 675 francs per year, and when the poorest Parisian houses rented for 350 francs, one perceives why it was necessary for him to give up living under a separate roof. With appropriate variations this condition held throughout Europe. From the standpoint of the working classes, the period after the middle of the 16th century was one of increasing exploitation, and with regard to their quarters, one of increasing dilapidation and constriction. The contrast between the new residence quarters of the rich and the decaying medieval quarters, now overbuilt and crowded, or the even more wretched new accommodations, was marked in every city where the two were placed side by side: Paris, London, Edinburgh, Berlin. To understand this servility and depression, one must realize that before the humanitarian conscience of the 19th century had begun to alter social attitudes, destitution had been accepted as the normal lot in life for a considerable part of the population. In the 17th and 18th centuries, it has been estimated that as much as a quarter of the urban population consisted of casuals and beggars. In a memorandum dated 1684, the chief of police in Paris referred to the frightful misery that afflicts the greater part of the population of this great city. Between 40 and 65,000 were reduced to outright beggary. The groundwork of a large servile proletariat was a necessary feature of the blaze and pomp of Baroque life. For just as even kings were reduced to using plaster and gilt for ornament when the supply of marble and more costly decoration came too high, so gentlemen who wished to have a great retinue in attendance were forced to draw upon the poor and the starving, since for all their boast of riches, they did not have enough money to pay their menials in competition with a healthy labor market. Without a surplus of casuals, there would have been a general scarcity, and service would not have been so cheap. Lackeys and flunkies and domestic servants of all kinds, if not uprooted from the country, were drawn from the horde of people that had swarmed into the metropolis. Some of them rose into service, where they were provided with a uniform, a more or less sufficient supply of food, occasional opportunities for pilfering, and security of employment during good behavior. In these respects, army service and domestic service had many points in common. The rest begged and cadged and seized odd jobs. They sank further into thieving, pimping, pickpocketing and prostitution, and they ended up in the gutters of Gin Lane or the gallows of Tyburn. I have taken these examples from London. Vienne, Madrid, Naples, or Berlin would have served equally well. Given this large proletariat at the mercy of the market, there went on a steady downward movement in housing accommodations for the mass of people, who could no longer afford a cottage of their own or had a chance to board in the house of their master, but rented a shakedown where they could. Overbuilding of land and overoccupation of houses caused grievous sanitary difficulties in London, for example, as early as the 16th century. For about 50 years, from 1582 to 1632, there were frequent references to those evils and half-hearted attempts to correct them. After this upper-class greed and lower-class necessity largely took their course. The Lords of the Council in 1583 found that overcrowded buildings had greatly increased the danger of pestilence and riot. Attention was drawn to the congestion that resulted from dividing up single houses meant to house a single family, a practice that was to become almost universal in every growing town during the next 3 centuries. In 1593 an Act of Parliament observed that great mischiefs daily grow and increase by reason of pestering the houses with diverse families, harboring of inmates, and converting great houses into several tenements, and exacting the erecting of new buildings in London and Westminster. Almost needless to say, these proclamations and edicts went for nothing. The poultices soothed the doctor's conscience, they could not cure the patient's ache. In so far as the efforts to prohibit building were successful, without removing the causes of congestion, they only intensified the existing evils. But ground rents went up as living conditions went down, public vices could be capitalized as private benefits. The old soldiers' homes, which the military capitals began to boast in the 17th century, might be palatial, like that Wren created in Chelsea. The new workers' homes were designedly hovels. The transformation of the older houses into clotted tenements, where a whole family could be cooped into a single room, was not sufficient to accommodate the increased population. New quarters must be built which would accept these depressed conditions as a standard. According to Roger North's autobiography, speculative building began on a large scale in London with Dr. Barbone's ventures, after the Great Fire of 1666. The decrease in housing quarters then gave him a favorable opportunity. He was the inventor of this new method of building by casting of ground into streets and small houses, and selling the ground to workmen by so much per front foot, and what he could not sell, build himself. This had made ground rents high for the sake of mortgaging, and others, following his steps, have refined and improved upon it, and made a superfetation of houses round London. For the rotten perfection of this system we may thank the 17th century, but it awaited the introduction of the steam engine and the large-scale factory for this method of building to become standardized practice more or less throughout the Western world, often in worse forms, rarely in better ones. As land values rose, building heights rose, too, in cities where land monopoly or topographic obstacles lessened the amount of available building space. The more congested the land, the higher the income, the higher the income, the higher the capitalizable value of the land. London was saved from the worst results of this vicious circle by the fact that so much of the land was in feudal holdings on long-term leases, but when Frederick the Great departed from Germanic custom and put the land on a Roman basis, with the same status as the structure, he opened the way for that untrammeled realty speculation which corrupted the planning and block layout of Berlin down to the formation of the German Republic in 1918. In short, congestion brought financial reward. Slum properties often earned much higher returns than investments in more respectable parts of the town. The transformation of the poverty of the East End into the riches of the West End was the supreme magic of Baroque finance, wealth out of filth. It played a major part in that overexpansion and overconcentration which, by the time of Cobbett, had made his epithet, the Wen, an accurate description of every capital city. 13. The Baroque Plan. Except for overseas colonization, the chief new cities built from the 16th to the 19th century were the Residenzstadt, places selected for the permanent home of the prince and his court. Mannheim, Karlsruhe, and Potsdam belong to this group. The town extensions that took place on the new lines were usually done in capital cities, like Naples or München, or in towns like Edinburgh and Nancy where the new bourgeoisie had achieved almost aristocratic pretensions. The new plan distinguished itself from the older medieval accretions by the use of straight lines, regular block units, and as far as possible uniform dimensions, and the new order is symbolized in the round point with its radiating streets and avenues, cutting impartially through old tangles or new gridirons. The prototype of the asterisk type of avenue plan was, as one would expect from a hunting aristocracy, the royal hunting park itself. Here the long lanes, cut through the trees, enabled the hunters to rally at a central point and go galloping off in every direction. Hunting, and the breakneck riding that accompanies it, remains to this day the privileged sport of the aristocracy in every country. The central meeting point, the round point, or place of the new plan, was originally the seat of the hunting lodge. When the plan for Versailles was laid down, the palace itself was set on the site of the old hunting lodge where Louis XIV had first wooed his mistress, Madame de la Valliere. The palace at Karlsruhe was likewise on the site of a hunting lodge. But in the plan, this meeting place had a different context. The palace gathered to itself the new avenues of the city as the ruler himself gathered together the political power that had once been dispersed among a multitude of groups and corporations. All the main avenues would lead to the palace. And when one raised one's eyes in the street, the palace, as often as not, would close the vista. In France, this type of plan was extremely popular. In fact, it left its marks in the suburban districts of Garches and Meudon. But it was imitated over as wide an area as Western civilization itself, places as far apart as Samarkand and Washington. The plan of Samarkand, as it stood at the end of the 19th century, was indeed classic in every respect. There was a citadel, and to the east the old city spread out. Raying out from the citadel were the streets and boulevards of the new town, moving westward. Is it by accident that these boulevards terminated, north and south, in a barracks and a military hospital? For the asterisk plan there was however another parallel point of origin. In the early star-like schemes of fortification, the city proper became a regular polygon, usually 8-sided, and the main streets were either divided in the form of a cross, or placed so as to converge in the center from each of the angles of the octagon. When the fortification lost its efficacy, the main effect of this pattern was to make the city, or the quarter, a sector of the original spiderweb, with the other avenues radiating out into the park or the open country. The scheme of central places, dominated by monuments, flanked symmetrically by public buildings, and avenues spreading out from the center, profoundly altered every dimension of planning. For the avenue now became definitely the horizontal frame of the terminal buildings. Though these edifices might be capped by a dome, the main effect of the planning was to increase the importance of the regulating horizontal lines. Not merely did the domes of the central buildings seem to float, the principal buildings themselves, when set apart by broad avenues, likewise floated in space. If the medieval town was conducive to claustrophobia, the absolute city had just the other effect, that of promoting agoraphobia. The repetitive motifs, the use of a small stock of classic forms, only added to the sense of visual emptiness in the new street pictures. Only by tying the park and the alley of trees very close to the urban street picture could a certain bleakness in the architecture be avoided. The Avenue de l'Observatoire and the Champs-Élysées have a warm quality that was not altogether forgotten in the 19th century Parisian boulevard. But, as I have hinted before, the city was sacrificed to the avenue in the new plan. The uniform avenue brought traffic and confusion into parts of the city that had been quiet and self-contained, and it tended to stretch the market out along the lines of traffic. instead of providing local points of neighborhood concentration. Moreover, the avenue determined the size and the shape of the block, and the needs of domesticity were consistently subordinated to the ostentatious demands of wheeled traffic. It is possible to represent the new method of platting and laying out towns by a geometrical symbol, a circle like Freudenstadt, an octagon, like Villanova, a partial star like Karlsruhe or Mannheim. What does this mean? It means that the abstract figure determines the social contents. The institutions of the community no longer generate the plan and modify it in accordance with the special needs of living. If the topography is irregular, the land must be evened out, at whatever absurd cost in materials and manpower, merely in order to make the plan work. So difficult, however, is this that most Baroque city building took place on level sites. Not alone did this add to the expense of city development, but the increase of wheeled vehicles also added expense by entailing the use of a heavier type of paving. The widening and lengthening of these avenues further multiplied the costs. Now, the function of geometry in planning is to clarify and guide. Like every other type of useful abstraction, it must be conditioned by facts and give way to facts when the latter point to some aspect of life that has escaped the formula. Up to a point, the mathematical approach of the absolutist planner had a value in normalizing the procedure of laying out quarters, blocks, and individual plots. In a period where changes were rapid and where custom could no longer be sufficient guide, such an approach might be helpful, at least expedient. Unfortunately, Baroque planners were too confident about the type of order they imposed. They had no place even in their three-dimensional planning for the factor of time, and, in turn, they gave themselves no time to study the topographic peculiarities of the place. Having gone to the monuments of Greece and Rome for their original inspiration, these classically trained minds had no sense of time as a process of development. All those changes and adaptations that are inevitable with further growth, they left out of their purview, hence their plans were too symmetrical, their order too exclusive and rigid, to allow as a rule for the needs of further generations. A Baroque plan was a geometric achievement. It must be laid out and built up at a stroke, if possible under the guidance of an architectural despot. Since to alter this type of plan, to introduce fresh elements, is to spoil its symmetry, even the superficial aesthetic contents of the plan could be preserved only by severe administrative regulations. Where these were maintained, as in Paris, order might be preserved on the surface for many generations. As long as a single proprietor or builder carried out the planning and building of a new quarter within a limited time, it might have great consistency and elegance, witness Bath, Nancy, Potsdam. But when the plan existed only in patches, as in London, or when the execution of a good part of it was left for future action, as in Washington, the result might be a disorder that could hardly be distinguished from what would have existed without the plan. Witness the sordid slum that is still Pennsylvania Avenue. While these new planners devoted themselves most zealously to the creation of settings for public buildings, our present age finds most to admire in the more intimate marks of formal design. The Place de Vosges, originally the Place Royale, in Paris, 1612, the Place Vendôme, 1708, the parts of Nancy built between 1705 and 1763, the parts of Bath built between 1763 and 1767, the squares of 18th century Bloomsbury and Mayfair, or those of 19th century Belgravia. Here was the new order at its best. Its ingredients were exceedingly simple, and owed very little to the spurious cult of the past. A common square, oval, or circle, with a railed park in the center whose trees and shrubberies formed a green enclosure for the approaching street. Common building materials throughout, brick, stucco, or stone bound in the same color the whole facade. A common roofline with a point of accent, in the form of a pediment, at the point required in the design, not by the demand of some individual wishing to be more conspicuous than his neighbors. These qualities of design were based upon a common financial standing, a common social status, and a common standard of taste. But one must not look too closely, even in upper-class quarters, behind a handsome classic front. Observe the backs of the fine houses in Charlotte Square, Edinburgh, they are barracks. Follow the alleys that lead off the grand avenues, you will find a slum. Definitely, such order was class planning, it symbolized the common front of the possessing classes. This point was admirably illustrated in a 16th-century dialogue between a countryman and a city man. The former extols the advantages of the country and the sociable life he enjoyed there with his honest neighbors, graziers, butchers, farmers, drovers, carpenters, carvers, tailors, and such like men, very good and honest companions. His opponent answers, and so I think, but not for you, being a gentleman. What, exclaims the countryman, would you have me live alone and solitary? That were worse than to be dead. To which the gentleman of the town replies, nay, neither, for if you did for the most live in court and city among the better sort, you would ever find company there, fit for your estate and condition. 14. Architectural forms. Between the 16th and the 19th centuries there are three formal styles, each bears the marks of a special phase in social and economic development. They succeed each other and intermingle, these new modes of building. Hints of the last stage were already present in the 16th century. The first phase is that which is usually tagged as early Renaissance. The serene eye-opening of the 15th century, the unearthing of statues and monuments, in a state of mingled ecstasy and awe, the quest leading to the horizon and the arched sky above it. The symbol of this first stage is the round arch. Every object, from a lady's mirror to a new monument, will bear this sign. While the new standardization may be expressed in repeating patterns of column and window, the new regularity and uniformity is only carried on at first for a short distance in the street picture. One may discover a Renaissance square, a street, a place, but one looks in vain for a Renaissance avenue or a Renaissance city, so far they existed only in the mind. Then the pace of life quickened and the turbulent forces of religious criticism and economic adventure and mechanical invention set up new pressures and counter-pressures. The invention of printing gave to the processes of standardization the authority of the printed word, and the mechanically copied drawing and plan. Book knowledge assumed greater authority than craft experience, and literacy presently became an indispensable mark of good building. To know the classic forms described in the newly printed work of Vitruvius, to keep in touch with the printed prescriptions of an Alberti, a Vignola, a Palladio, became more important than to understand the needs and the processes of life of one's contemporaries. The courts encouraged this cult, and the more practical groups in the city were powerless to oppose it. Only the homes of the people and their workshops continued to be built, for the greater part, in the vernacular manner. At the same time other elements of standardization appeared besides the printed word: uniformed armies, uniform codes and laws, uniform coinages. As if in contradiction, a new lawlessness appeared, too, in religion: the authority of the individual conscience, against the institutions of the church; in government, the will of the prince, against local laws and hitherto inviolable customs; in private life, an unbridled sensuality that, for the upper classes, recognized no limits to eating, drinking, and sexual intercourse except animal exhaustion. The machine and the sensual life, reformation and license, fanaticism and frivolity, equally characterized the new order that became uppermost in the 17th century. On one hand, a more pedantic study of the five orders and a more faithful effort to geometrize life, the street vista was lengthened and the house type standardized on the facade. On the other hand, more defiant caprice in dealing with this mass of organized pedantry, the classic forms were used merely as the skeleton for more voluptuous corporeal members. The columns of the churches writhed like the body of an African dancer, and the interiors of the churches might be transformed into ballrooms by the mere expedient of removing the altar. The broken pediment and the spiral symbolize this new phase. Ornament became more profuse and the interiors were strewn with life and the representations of life: sea-shells of glittering gold and cornucopias and garlands of flowers and flying cherubs and the warm fragrant bodies of men and women in love, as conceived by a Fragonard, a Watteau, a Grotti. The strong solemn reds and blues of the old rose windows of the cathedrals became the frivolous blues and pinks and whites of the new Baroque interior. In the Rococo churches, heaven became visible in gilt and plaster, a materialization of the vulgar dream of St. John of Patmos. In one sense, this second phase of the Renaissance represented a falling away from the limpid purity of the early moment, just as current spasms of religiosity were but a tawdry substitute for the integral faith of the 12th century church. This fact gave to the first use of the word Baroque, as Croce has properly contended, the derogatory meaning of something bombastic and weakly florid. But this new architecture symbolized the growing divisions and contradictions in the whole life of European culture. If it pushed the abstractions of mechanism too far in one direction, in its one-sided craving for power, it pushed the anti-mechanical animus too far in another. Often the same building or the same street picture would express both elements. Perhaps the sorriest symbol of all is the type of steeple that became common in the 17th century. This old medieval symbol that had pointed to heaven came back in a sort of caricature. Height was achieved by superimposing one set of columns above another, till the thin pedantic mass was crowned by a miniature temple of love. But the most representative symbol of Baroque design in both its weakest and its most creative phase is the 17th century formal garden or park. This is a formal composition in space, in which the natural growths and efflorescences become merely subordinate patterns in a geometrical design, mere carpet and wallpaper, artfully pieced together out of nature's foreign materials. The clipped alley, in which the trees are turned into a smooth green wall, the clipped hedge, the deformation of life in the interests of an external pattern of order here was something at once magnificent and preposterous, as if Proc Rusts had been given the inspiration of Raphael. Finally, the awakening moment of the early Renaissance and the tormented conscience of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, was replaced by the frigid correctness of old age. With the 17th century came the age of academies, and formal correctness took precedence over the inner content and the irresistible creativeness of a living art. The codification of architectural design was a natural effort to preserve a common front at a moment when the real interests and activities of people were becoming more divided, more disparate, more filled with internal contradictions. The publication of the Architectura by de Vries in 1557 was a prelude to a movement that was to dominate architecture in the 18th century and issue forth into crazy copybook simulacra in the 19th. Under this precedent, measurement and imitation take the place of intelligent design. Beginning early in the Prado and in Versailles, this phase of architecture creeps like a numbing frost over the more vital forms, either withering them into black shrunken stems, or casting its own cold glaze over the once animated form. This phase achieved most authority and, architecturally speaking, counts for least. Ultimately it produced, at many removes, those monuments, too dead even to be incorrect, that crowned the new civic centers in the United States after 1900, the corpse-like classicism of the New York Public Library, the Lincoln Memorial, the Supreme Court building, or the new government office buildings in the Washington Triangle. This final frigidity was prefigured in many early Renaissance discussions and projects, but it took a couple of centuries before social regimentation had removed the last touches of vitality. It is associated with the lifeless plans, in which convenience is sacrificed to axial grouping, in which abstract symmetry dictates the shape and arrangement of rooms and the pattern of the windows, in which in the city churches may be built on each side of a plaza merely in order to achieve visual balance. Later this type of planning became commonplace, witness the planning of governmental Berlin in the 18th century. The last phase of the Baroque is an age of paper patterns, paper plans, paper constitutions. Even warfare was taken over by the Academy and conducted according to accepted rules of strategy. Although Ruskin's reasons were often bad, and his failure to perceive the creative moments in the new architecture was unfortunate, his instincts about the Renaissance and classic modes of building were, on the whole, correct. There was something sinister in this new order. If it sacrificed the craft autonomy of the worker to the vanity of the architect, it equally sacrificed the uses of life to the formalities of plan and elevation. The 17th century feeling for outward unity was perhaps best summed up by Descartes, who is one of the most representative thinkers of the period, not least because he was a soldier as well as a mathematical philosopher. It is observable, said Descartes, that the buildings which a single architect has planned and executed are generally more elegant and more commodious than those which several have attempted to improve. Thus, also, those ancient cities which from being at first only villages have become, in the course of time, large towns, are usually but ill laid out compared with the regularly constructed towns which a professional architect has freely planned on an open plain, so that although the several buildings of the former may often equal or surpass in beauty those of the latter, yet when one observes their indiscriminate juxtaposition, there a large and here a small, and the consequent crookedness and irregularity of the streets, one is disposed to allege that chance, rather than any human will guided by reason, must have led to such an arrangement. And if we consider that nevertheless there have been at all times certain officers whose duty was to see that private buildings contributed to public ornament, the difficulty of reaching high perfection with but the materials of others to operate on will be readily acknowledged. There could be no sharper contrast between the two orders of thinking, the organic and the mechanical, than here. The first springs out of the total situation, the other simplifies the facts of life for the sake of an artful system of concepts, more dear to the mind than life itself. One works cooperatively with the materials of others, perhaps guiding them, but first acknowledging their existence and understanding their purpose; the other, that of the Baroque despot, insisting upon his law, his order, his society, is imposed by a single mind working under his command. For those on the inside of Baroque life, the courtier and the financier, this formal order was in effect organic, it represented the values they had created for themselves as a class. For those outside, it was a denial of reality and a form of oppression. To understand the final limitations of the Baroque plan, one must ask what provisions were made for the civic nucleus. In the neighborhood, none. The local market and the school are not given special positions and sites on the plan, nor does the local park within the big square serve even as a minor playground except for the children of those who have legal access to the square. But in the city as a whole, there is a civic nucleus, in subordinate relation to the prince's palace, and the theory of this nucleus was admirably set forth by Palladio. To return to the principal squares, to those that ought to be joined the prince's palace, or that for the meeting of the states, as the country is either a monarchy or a republic. The exchequer or the public treasury, where the money and treasure of the public is lodged, ought to join them likewise, as well as prisons. These latter were anciently of three sorts, one for such as were debauched or immodest, and which we now assign to fools or mad folks; another was for debtors, and the third was for traitors or wicked persons. The palace, the exchequer, the prison, the madhouse, what four buildings could more completely sum up the new order, or symbolize the features of its political life? It was by combinations of one or another of these institutions that the Baroque community was built, and it was on variants of one or another of their plans and forms that the streets and town planning extensions and new cities of the period were built. Truth is that something vital had been forgotten in the culture of the Baroque gentleman, and it was naturally missing from the cities he conceived and executed. What was this element? Religion. Not in externals, for in sheer mass of building the church continued to occupy an undiminished place in the city. What was lacking in this scheme was suitable provision for work. No interest in labor as such, hence no suitable provision for the workplaces of industry, or even for the counting houses of the merchant, on the city plan. Special industrial buildings were indeed beginning to dot the eotechnic city; the dwelling house, even with the aid of sheds, could not assimilate the processes of big industry. Brewers, founders, dyers, fullers, tanners, weavers with establishments that brought together 100 looms or more, all these crafts demanded a special place in the city. As for watermills and windmills, they had become essential to the industrial existence of the town after the 12th century. Their masses formed an ever more obtrusive part of the new street picture and the new skyline. Docks and storage sheds were hardly less important. What part did architectural theory or urban design have in the evolution of these structures? Practically none, they were not covered in the formal plan or the cult of the five orders. Evelyn, who did so much to promote reforestation, was in advance of his culture in this department. He proposed to remove every industry requiring large fires from the heart of London to the district between Greenwich and Woolwich, and prevent similar buildings from being erected near the city in future. Tallow melting and butchering and soap boiling were not to be carried on within the city, either. Coordinately he suggested laying all the lower grounds on the outskirts into fields, separated by thick plantations of fragrant shrubs, to improve the air of the city. But these were the suggestions of an extremely able and far-sighted man. One may examine a score of ideal Baroque city plans without finding that the planner had the faintest notion of the part played by industry in cities. The most characteristic mark of Baroque planning was the effort to keep industry out of sight, zoning for the eye. Ledoux's early 19th century attempt to monumentalize industrial buildings was a belated exception. Occasionally, the engineer would attempt to apply to his industrial buildings the same formula he employed on public monuments. Smeaton's lighthouses and Rennie's Waterloo Bridge are examples. But such tags of ornament could not conceal the fact that the principle for an effective synthesis was lacking. Hence the most gracious forms of Baroque planning took place in those parts of the environment where these contradictions and incompatibilities did not wreck the surface order, above all in the country house and the great country estate. Outside the court, the life of this period expressed itself, as disorder, muddy boots of reality walking over the elegant carpets. 15. What saved the Olympians? For the mass of people in the Baroque city, the result of its political absolutism, its mercantile enterprise, and its ruthless system of taxation was deterioration of environment and a depression of the standard of life. But the Olympians themselves were saved, so long as they spent part of the time on their grand estates in the country, and so long as the city itself was not invaded too heavily by machine industry, with its dirt and its congestion of neighboring quarters. Their environment was a salubrious one. They had order, and they had space, they alone. Just as capitalistic enterprise itself was partly a protest against the stale privilege and stale routine of the guilds, so the cult of luxury was a protest against making a special virtue of poverty and abstention, miserliness and middle-class thrift. So, too, the open order of Baroque planning was an effort to counteract, not the original defects of the medieval city, but the defects that had accreted with time, through an accumulation of vested interests and the failure to replan drastically when occasion demanded. Still more perhaps, the niggardly overbuilding of open spaces practiced after the 16th century by the new urban bourgeoisie. Even the classic order of architecture can be explained partly as an attempt to wipe off the meaningless dribble of ornament that characterized the flamboyant Gothic of the 15th century. The aesthetic purity of the Baroque plan was forced, its type of order was limited, but it marked, within its limits, an attempt to make a fresh start and to think out the necessities of life as they appeared to a contemporary. In its clarity and precision there was something vital, an urgent challenge to the complacent struldbrugs of the medieval order. But what saved the Olympians was not their faked classical gestures or their despotic order. What saved them was their new sense of space, and their deliberate effort to bring the country back for their personal use into the town. With the garden and the park, with the morning canter on horseback, with their fencing and dueling, with their visits and their courtship in spacious rooms, with their dances and their theaters, they developed a routine of life that kept their youth, at least, at a high level of biological well-being. Their bodies responded to command. Apart from their necessity for turning the performance of leisure into a work routine, they had created in their urban quarters a balanced environment for life. They had what the Germans call Lebensraum, living space, or what one might dub colloquially space to turn around in. Hence in a period when the landed aristocracy was forced to meet the competition of a new race of industrialists and financiers, the aristocracy created for themselves a city in which they could propagate their customs and their biological issue by reason of their all-round fitness. Life for people in other quarters of the city, for the Puritan who frowned on the drama and the dance, for the businessman who was suspicious of frivolity and idleness, for the drudge tied to some minute mechanical occupation, was at lower key than in the quarters of the Olympians. This effort to span life in all its dimensions, this delight in sensuous extravagance, in the body's appetites, in all that the ear, the eye, and the touch could make their own, was an essentially different attitude from that which had governed the Middle Ages. If it had developed first in the Cinquecento artists and scholars and courtiers, it had now at last by the 18th century created its form in the city. These things were to have revolutionary implications. After the French Revolution, the city began one by one to absorb the institutions of the court and the aristocracy. The common man began to feel, in the words of an old American popular song, "What's good enough for Rocky is good enough for me." The successful industrialist first imitated the aristocracy, then whole bodies of people began to demand similar privileges for the city at large. What is called the rise of democracy is, as far as the city is concerned, the diffusion of Baroque privilege, so that by the 20th century even the most reluctant of upper-class housing reformers might admit that the poor were entitled to the privilege of privacy. But by this time the possibilities of modern life could no longer be effectively conceived in terms of the Baroque environment. 16. Fulfillment and renewal. The best examples of a culture are not always the most characteristic ones, for what is most typical is what is most time-bound and limited. Dekker and Chapman are characteristic of Elizabethan London, while Shakespeare, though he shared this milieu, transcended it at 100 points. This is likewise true of the culture of cities. In the 16th and 17th centuries certain fresh city forms came into existence. They were characteristic of neither medieval nor Baroque civilization. And these types, which are not transitional since they led only in their own direction, have more significance for us today than do the classic specimens of the period. If one takes Amsterdam as the most important example of a city that effected the transition without losing form, that is not to disparage the vitality of other Dutch cities. It is rather to show, by taking the hardest example, that the rapid commercial expansion and the physical growth of the post-medieval city need not have raised insuperable obstacles to order. Throughout its main period of expansion, Amsterdam did not lose its unity, and though its medieval quarter finally decayed, the city as a whole did not deteriorate, except for a brief period in the 19th century. The original form of Amsterdam was an irregular one. With great foresight the planners of the 16th century laid out in advance a series of canals and long, shallow building blocks that rounded out the shape of the city and provided effective water connection with the harbor. They created a unified organism, not an abstract geometrical figure. In the new large windowed houses the builders produced a domestic form that remained stable until the growth of the 19th century proletariat turned the speculative builder to the laying out of hideous tenements. The combination of tree-lined watercourses and unified block fronts had an irresistible charm, all the more because in Holland the canal brings the country into the heart of the city, in canal boats laden with vegetables and flowers. The pretentious watercourses before Nymphenburg or Versailles are, by comparison, empty settings for a mere costume play, historical but inane. The technical development of the Dutch city was based on the marvelous control of water, not merely for communication and transport but for the sculpture of the landscape, established by the Dutch engineers. Their influence, like that of the advanced horticulturists with their glass houses, was felt throughout Europe. The Dutch farm and the Dutch garden became patterns for a progressive balanced agriculture. And this command of water was felt within the city as well as on the polders. It gave the Dutch town not merely a clean facade and a frame of verdure but a super clean interior, such as could be established, with the aid of sand or holystone and sea water, on the most ship-shape of vessels. The big windows of the 17th century small house in Holland, repeated today alike in the architecture of the Radical Oud and that of the conservative Grand Prix Molière, brought into the house an amount of sunlight and fresh air that corresponded to that which Johann Andrea pictured in his Utopia. Hooch's paintings preserve the very color and light in these dwellings. In general, the layout and amenities of the Dutch brick cottage of this period were not merely in advance of its contemporary upper-class housing, they are still above the level that has so far been reached by a good share of modern housing. No less outside the Baroque frame was another phenomenon of the 17th century, the New England village. The center of the village was an open common, dominated by the meeting house and the town hall. These three institutions served as a rallying point for the community, the common for military drill as well as for the pasturing of cattle. Around the central area were set the separate houses, sometimes a single line on a block, with deep rear gardens, large enough for a small orchard as well as a vegetable plot. Tall elm trees on each side of the road furnished shade from the torrid summer sun and partial windbreaks against the winter wind, a perfect unison of man and nature. At a time when the medieval city was being instead, when people swarmed behind massive fortifications, here in America a more open type was being kept in existence, surrounded, like so many early medieval towns, by a simple wooden stockade. In the 17th century the great capitals had begun to absorb population with no effort at limitation. But the New England town during this period ceased to grow beyond the possibility of socializing and assimilating its members, when near crowding, a new congregation would move off under a special pastor, erect a new meeting house, form a new village, lay out fresh fields. Hiving off to new centers discouraged congestion in the old ones, and the further act of dividing the land among the members of the community in terms of family need, as well as wealth and rank, gave a rough equality to the members, or at least guaranteed them a basic minimum of existence. Each family had its rights in the common lands, each family had fields on the outskirts as well as gardens near their homes, each male had the duty of participating in the political affairs of the town through the town meeting. A democratic polity and the most healthy and comely of urban environments, a typical contrast to the despotic order of the dominant Baroque city. To describe it is almost to define everything that the absolute order was not. While the cities of Europe were decaying or being transformed into a more mechanical pattern, the countryside was undergoing improvement and rejuvenation. The finest stone villages in the Cotswolds in England, Burford and Byberry for example, date in their final stone form from the period that must otherwise be described as one of decay. The gradual disappearance of the three-field system and the unification of scattered strips into larger parcels created the more unified landscape of post-medieval Europe, with its broad division of fields, sometimes with definite boundary marks and hedges, sometimes in the older open forms, as in some parts of Bavaria and Switzerland. The wild forest became the park, the feudal village, stimulated by the fresh infusion of hand industry escaping from the closely regulated towns, got almost its first opportunity to command goods from the outside world. So the grace and solidity that were departing from the medieval town took up residence in the new villages, and it is from these surviving villages in England, Holland, France, and Germany today that one can get one's best notions of the layout of the older towns, now hopelessly confused in their formations with the debris of half a dozen different cultural epochs. These practical common-sense advances in city development were backed by the prevailing ideology, for progressive ideas gave authority and economic power to the big city. The ruin of the balanced region, with a multitude of small cities and villages connected by a network of canals and roads, and amply supplied with water and wind power, has been little noted in political history. I have pointed out in Technics and Civilization how the earlier invention of a more efficient prime mover, Fornarin's water turbine and the turbine windmill, might perhaps have provided the coal mine and the iron mine with serious technical competitors, based on a further development of geotechnic methods. With the coordinate development of science, this might easily have led directly into the present neotechnic phase of industry. While it is useless to linger over these vanished possibilities, one would be blind to ignore the fact that they once existed. For no one can know this period and its urban culture who is not conscious of the strange eddies and countercurrents that ruffle the stream of actual events. Today one looks with a fresh eye on these mutations, the Dutch city and the 17th century New England village. As in the penetrating psychology of a Spinoza or a Rembrandt we find a spirit more akin to our own than in the sharp mechanical analysis of a Descartes or the more typical portraiture of court painters like Van Dyck, so in these urban forms we find an early experimental anticipation of patterns for a living environment, like those we must eventually create, in terms of our own culture, for a whole civilization. For the Dutch town architects and the preachers and governors of New England, had a far more significant understanding of the life of men in cities than did the Baroque princes, their synthesis was a more inclusive one, and in terms of real life, it is Louis XIV and Le Notre whom we must now consider the provincials. Versailles was essentially a spoiled child's toy, precisely as what Spengler worshipfully calls high dynastic politics was, realistically considered, only child's play, adult infantilism disguised as national statesmanship and architectural magnificence. The planners who have reclaimed the Zuiderzee, the architects who have built a multitude of well-knit modern communities over the face of that great garden which is Holland, follow a sturdier tradition. Chapter 3. The insensate industrial town. 1. The displacement of population. The despotic impulse has been scarcely less tenacious in its hold upon society than the medieval ideology. Armies, governments, capitalistic enterprises, still show the characteristic animus and form of this order. Is it strange that governmental planning was usually conceived in the Baroque image throughout the world? It was the characteristic style of bureaucrats, true pigeonhole architecture. And certain typically Baroque institutions, like the hotel, which had its origin in Rome in the 16th century, did not achieve complete form until the 19th. If in Paris or in Vienne the style still retained a little of its old vitality, as in Garnet's Opera House, for example, or in the more chaste Renaissance arcades of the Rue de Rivoli, that was only because so little had changed in these cities in the underlying social and economic relationships. Despite its many functional weaknesses, the Baroque in its classic mode was destined to remain during the 19th century the image of order. Almost all the city planning or building that was aesthetically worth attention before the middle of the 19th century was along classic lines, the work of Schinkel in Berlin, of the brothers Adam in London and Edinburgh, or that of L'Enfant, Bulfinch, Jefferson, Ramy, and Latrobe in America. Meanwhile the solidarity of the upper classes was visibly breaking down, the court was becoming supernumerary. In every quarter, the principles of aristocratic education and culture were being displaced by a single-minded devotion to pecuniary success. The new industrialists and bankers, intent on making money and extending their powers through their canny initiatives, had no use for habits of life that did not give them a direct edge over their competitors. Uncouth people, rich speculators who had made a lucky gamble, ruthless factory organizers who had pushed their way to the top, ambitious men, avaricious men, the Napoleons of the factory and the counting house, people as innocent of the principles of humane self-control as a diapered baby, pushed themselves into the established ranks. The Baroque dream of power and luxury had at least human outlets, human goals, the tangible pleasures of the hunt, the dinner table, the bed were constantly in view. The new dream of human destiny, as the utilitarians projected it, had little place for even sensual delights. It rested on a doctrine of productive avarice and physiological denial, and it took the form of a wholesale disparagement of the needs of life. Yet the triumph of the iron discipline of the machine was not complete. The repressive regimentation that entered the new factories was counterbalanced by the tremendous release from restrictive regulations of all kinds that attended the free movements of peoples over the face of the earth. Within the state there were similar contradictions. The French Revolution looked like a triumph of popular democracy over aristocratic privilege, at least a victory of the middle classes. But it was this revolution that created that hitherto unheard of engine of destruction, the national army, and introduced recruitment by popular conscription. It gave the rulers of the state a power that the most absolute princes had rarely dared to exercise. The cities of the 19th century embodied with utmost fidelity all the confusions and contradictions of the period of transition. Those centers in which the new energies and the new discipline of society were most completely focused showed the greatest departures from the best norms. Between 1820 and 1900 the chaos of the great cities is like that of a battlefield, proportionate to the very extent of their equipment and the strength of the forces employed. In the new provinces of city building, one must now keep one's eyes on the bankers and the industrialists and the mechanical inventors. They were responsible for most of what was good and almost all that was bad. In their own image, they created a new type of city, that which Dickens, in Hard Times, called Coketown. In a greater or less degree, every city in the Western world was stamped with the characteristics of Coketown. The political base of this new type of urban aggregation rested on three main pillars: the abolition of the guilds and the creation of a state of permanent insecurity for the working classes, the establishment of the open market for labor and for the sale of goods, the maintenance of foreign dependencies as source of raw materials, necessary to the new industries, and as a ready market to absorb the surplus of mechanized industry. Its economic foundations were the exploitation of the coal mine, the vastly increased production of iron, and the use of a steady, reliable if highly inefficient source of mechanical power, the steam engine. Actually, these technical advances depended socially upon the invention of new forms of corporate organization and administration. The joint stock company, the limited liability investment, the delegation of administrative authority under divided ownership, and control of the process by budget and audit were all matters of cooperative political technique whose success was not due to the genius of any particular individual or group of individuals. This holds true, too, of the mechanical organization of factories, which greatly augmented the efficiency of production. But the basis of this system, in the ideology of the time, was thought to be the atomic individual, to guard his property, to protect his rights, to ensure his freedom of choice and freedom of enterprise, was the whole duty of government. This myth of the untrammeled individual was in fact the democratization of the Baroque conception of the despotic prince. Now every enterprising man sought to be a despot in his own right, emotional despots like the Romantic poets, practical despots like the businessmen. Adam Smith indeed had a comprehensive theory of political society. He had a correct conception of the economic basis of the city and valid insight into the non-profit-making economic functions. But his interest gave way, in practice, to the aggressive desire to increase the wealth of individuals. That was the be-all and the end-all of the new Malthusian struggle for existence. Perhaps the most gigantic fact in the whole urban transition was the displacement of population that took place over the whole planet. For this movement and resettlement was accompanied by another fact of colossal import, the astounding rise in the rate of population increase. In 1800 England had a population of a little over 9 million, Germany had some 24 million, France about 27 million, and the United States not much over 5 million. By 1930, their population in round numbers had risen to respectively 45 million, 66 million, 42 million, and 123 million. This increase affected industrially backward countries like Russia, with a predominantly rural population and a high rate of births and deaths, quite as much as it affected progressive countries that were predominantly mechanized and deruralized. The general increase in numbers was accompanied by a drawing of the surplus into cities, and an immense magnification of the bigger centers. Urbanization increased in almost direct proportion to industrialization. In England and in New England it finally came about that almost 80% of the entire population was living in centers with more than 2,500 population. Into the newly opened lands of the planet, originally peopled by military camps, trading posts, religious missions, small agricultural settlements, there came an inundation of immigrants from countries suffering from political oppression and economic poverty. This movement of people, this colonization of territory, had two forms, land pioneering and industry pioneering. The first filled the sparsely occupied regions of America, Africa, Australia, of Siberia and, later, Manchuria. The second brought the overplus into the new industrial villages and towns. In most cases, these types came in successive waves. During the 18th and 19th centuries, the people of Western Europe reinitiated a process that had gone on in the 10th and 11th centuries. They opened up millions of acres of new land, whose surplus of furs, hides, timber, metals and cereals they could send back to Europe. In the New World, in particular, the suppressed land hunger of the European, whose land had been carefully controlled by the feudal landlord or the crown, who felt more and more constricted as the local population rose above its medieval level. This suppressed land hunger led irresistibly to colonization. Impoverished, sometimes starving men, were willing to forego all the advantages of a socialized and settled life in order to have the elementary privilege of having enough food to eat and enough land to produce most of it. Sometimes they never actually reached their goal, but rotted away in the big seaports into which they were dumped, without the means of going further. But the goal itself was plain. Land meant security. Land meant power and independence. Land might even mean individual riches, when sufficient settlers crowded together to form cities. Lured by these possibilities, thousands of families began to explore new geographic provinces, test new soils and new modes of agriculture, acquire new habits of working and living. This land migration in turn helped to bring to the European system of agriculture the resources of hitherto untapped parts of the world, particularly a whole series of new energy crops, maize and potato, and that instrument of relaxation and social ceremony, the tobacco plant. Moreover, the thrusting open of tropical and subtropical lands added a further energy crop now supplied to Europe for the first time on a grand scale: cane sugar. A surplus of grain had already made possible the distillation of liquors in the 17th and 18th centuries. Whiskey, cognac, and the poor man's drink, gin, supplemented the imperfect fireplaces and stoves with an internal application of warmth, potent if treacherous aids in facing all manner of rough weather. And with the cultivation of the wheatlands of the New World, wheaten flour began to come again into common use, instead of the barley and oaten flour which had, in so many parts of Europe, become the staple ingredient for bread. Plainly, this enormous increase in the food supply was what made possible the increase of population. And the external colonization in new rural territories thus helped to create that surplus of men and women and children which went toward the internal colonization of the new industrial towns and commercial emporia. Villages expanded into towns, towns became metropolises. The number of urban centers multiplied, the number of cities with populations above 500,000 increased, too. Extraordinary changes of scale took place in the masses of buildings and the areas they covered. Vast structures were erected almost overnight. Men built in haste, and had hardly time to repent of their mistakes before they tore down their original structures and built again, just as heedlessly. The newcomers, babies, or immigrants, could not wait for new quarters, they crowded into whatever was offered. It was a period of vast urban improvisation, makeshift piled upon makeshift. Mark that the rapid growth of cities was no mere New World phenomenon. Indeed, the rate of city growth was swifter in Germany after 1870, when the Paleotechnic Revolution was in full swing there, than in new countries like the United States, this despite the fact that the United States was steadily receiving immigrants. Though the 19th century was the first to rival the early Middle Ages in large-scale land colonization and settlement, the premises upon which these enterprises were conducted were far more primitive than those of the 11th century. Colonization by communities, except in the case of little idealistic groups, the most successful of which were the Mormons, was no longer the rule. Every man was for himself, and the devil, if he did not take the hindmost, at least reserved for himself the privilege of building the cities. A blight that had its origin in England's dark satanic mills, as William Blake called them, laid its diseased fingers on the new cities and stultified the further development of the old ones. Here was a chance to build on a firm foundation and make a fresh start, such a chance as democracy had claimed for itself in political government. Almost everywhere that chance was fumbled. In an age of rapid technical progress, the city, as a social unit, lay outside the circle of invention. Except for utilities such as gas mains, water pipes, and sanitary equipment, often belatedly introduced, often slipshod and inadequate, the industrial city could claim no important improvements over the 17th century town. Indeed, the most wealthy and progressive metropolises often denied themselves elementary necessities of life like light and air that even backward villages still possessed. Until 1838 neither Manchester nor Birmingham even functioned politically as incorporated boroughs, they were man-heaps, machine warrens, not organs of human association. 2. Mechanization and Abba. Before we inquire how this vast flood of people found urban accommodation, let us examine the assumptions and attitudes that people brought to the new task of city building. The leading philosophy of life was the offspring of two entirely dissimilar types of experience. One was the rigorous concept of mathematical order derived from the study of the motions of the heavenly bodies, the highest pattern of mechanical regularity. The other was the physical process of breaking up, pulverizing, calcining, smelting, which the alchemists, working with the mechanically advanced mine workers of the late Middle Ages, had turned from a mere mechanical process into the routine of scientific investigation. As formulated by the new philosophers of nature, neither this mathematical order nor the systematic analysis of matter had any place for organisms or societies, neither institutional patterns nor aesthetic patterns derived from the external analysis of the physical world. The machine alone could embody this order. Art, religion, personal culture, the building of cities, all felt the results of this systematic indifference to organic events and organic patterns. So far as these disciplines remained true to themselves, they tended to lose an essential connection with the social complex, whilst people who were in harmony with that complex, who expressed it, who profited by it, forfeited some of the attributes of men. In this new environment, only machines could be quite at home, for they express order, purpose, regularity, without the mechanically irrelevant need for love, or sympathy, or beauty. So immersed are we, even at this late date, in the surviving medium of paleotechnic beliefs that we are not sufficiently conscious of their profound abnormality. Few of us correctly evaluate the destructive imagery that the mind carried into every department of activity, sanctioning the anti-vital and the anti-organic. Before the 19th century the mind had, quantitatively speaking, only a subordinate part in man's industrial life. By the middle of the century it had come to underlie every part of it. And the spread of mining was accompanied by a general loss of form throughout society, a degradation of the landscape and a no less palpable disordering of the communal environment. Agriculture creates a balance between wild nature and man's social needs. It restores deliberately what man subtracts from the earth, while the plowed field, the trim orchard, the serried vineyard, the vegetables, the grains, the flowers, are all examples of disciplined purpose, orderly growth, and beautiful form. The process of mining, on the other hand, is destructive, the immediate product of the mine is disorganized and inorganic, and what is once taken out of the quarry or the pithead cannot be replaced. Add to this the fact that continued occupation in agriculture brings cumulative improvements to the landscape and a finer adaptation of it to human needs, while mines as a rule pass quickly from riches to exhaustion, from exhaustion to desertion, within at most a few generations. They are the very image of human discontinuity, here today and gone tomorrow, now feverish with gain, now drained and exhausted. From the 1830s on, the environment of the mine, once restricted to the original site, was universalized by the railroad. Wherever the iron rails went, the mine and its debris went with them. Whereas the canals of the Eotechnic phase, with their locks and bridges and toll houses, with their trim banks and their gliding barges, had brought a new element of beauty into the rural landscape, the railroads of the Paleotechnic phase made huge gashes, the cuts and embankments for the greater part long remained unplanted, and the wound in the earth was unhealed. The rushing locomotives brought noise, smoke, grit, into the hearts of the towns. More than one superb urban site, like Prince's Gardens in Edinburgh, was desecrated by the invasion of the railroad. And the factories that grew up alongside the railroad sidings mirrored the slatternly environment of the railroad itself. If it was in the mining town that the characteristic process of mining or unbuilding was seen at its purest, it was by means of the railroad that this process was extended by the third quarter of the 19th century to almost every industrial community. The process of unbuilding, as Wheeler pointed out, is not unknown in the world of organisms. In unbuilding, a more advanced form of life loses its complex character. There is an evolution downward, towards simpler and less finely integrated organisms. There is, observed Wheeler, an evolution by atrophy as well as by increasing complication, and both processes may be going on simultaneously and at varying rates in the same organism. This held precisely true of Paleotechnic society. It showed itself clearly in the organization of urban communities. A process of upbuilding, with increasing differentiation, integration, and social accommodation of the individual parts in relation to the whole was going on, an articulation within an ever-widening environment was taking place within the factory, and indeed within the entire economic order. Food chains and production chains of an extremely complicated nature were being formed throughout the planet. Ice traveled from Boston to Calcutta and tea journeyed from China to Ireland, whilst machinery from Birmingham and Manchester found its way to the remotest corners of the earth. A universal postal service, fast locomotion, and almost instantaneous communication by telegraph and cable synchronized the activities of vast masses of men who had hitherto lacked the most rudimentary facilities for coordinating their tasks. But at the same time, an unbuilding was taking place, often at quite as rapid a rate. In other parts of the environment, forests were slaughtered, soils were mined, whole animal species, such as the beaver, the bison, the wild pigeon, were practically wiped out, while the sperm whales and right whales were seriously decimated. Therewith the natural balance of organisms within their ecological regions was upset, and a lower and simpler biological order, sometimes marked by the complete extermination of the prevalent forms of life, followed the Western man's ruthless exploitation of nature for the sake of his temporary and petty profit economy. Above all, this unbuilding took place in the urban environment. The loss of form and the loss of effective social institutions for transmitting and enlarging the social heritage can indeed be seen at their worst in the mining towns that sprang up during this period, the oil towns, the coal towns, the gold towns, the copper towns, the diamond towns, that began their existence in a rush, like the tropismic flight of moths towards strong light, and that collapsed, again and again, into empty hulks, or continued in existence as production centers without evolving for themselves any of the other attributes that make life in close communities valuable to man. To this day, these towns remain, despite precious efforts at philanthropy, among the darkest and most benighted parts of the world. Their inhabitants, often cut off from physical contact with the rest of the world because of their mountainous terrain, cut off likewise by poverty and cramped desires, are even in free countries the most feudally organized part of the population. Here the company town, with its mean power of exploitation and tyranny, has flourished. Physically, life is at a minimum in these mining areas, and socially, outside the fellowship of work, in an occupation still so dangerous that it calls for heroic efforts and no less heroic sacrifices for one's comrades, these towns are even more destitute. The mining spore, the factory spore, the undifferentiated industrial district, these are the lowest contemporary forms of even semi-permanent organized life. Towns that have been formed by the physical expansion and coalescence of these spores remain, for the most part, areas of barbarism. Exceptions exist. The physical rehabilitation of the Ruhr district and its comprehensive planning as a region for living as well as working, presents a civilized contrast to the usual blight and affliction, but it happens that this Rhineland is one of the oldest continuously occupied industrial centers in the world. Its culture dates back to Roman days. As long as the eidolon of the machine remained uppermost, the two processes of upbuilding and unbuilding went on together. The Abor reached its lowest point in England around 1840, and at a somewhat later date in other countries. I shall confine most of my observations to England. Here the non-city achieved its classic form, and it was here that the most decisive reactions against unbuilding first took place. 3. The postulates of utilitarianism. In so far as there was any conscious political regulation of the growth and development of cities during the Paleotechnic period, it was done in accord with the postulates of utilitarianism. The most fundamental of these postulates was a notion that the utilitarians had taken over, in apparent innocence, from the theologians, the notion that a divine providence ruled over economic activity and ensured, so long as man did not presumptuously interfere, the maximum good through the dispersed and unregulated efforts of every individual. Another way of putting it is that they regarded industry as an internally self-regulating system that achieved a harmonious balance through the individual pursuit of pecuniary gain. The non-theological name for this preordained harmony was laissez-faire. The Protestants' right of private judgment became the systematic calculus of society. The historic justification for laissez-faire needs no demonstration now. It was an attempt to break through the network of stale privileges and franchises and trade regulations that the absolute state had imposed upon the decayed economic fabric and dwindling social morality of the medieval town. The new enterprisers had good reason to distrust the public spirit of a venal court or the social efficiency of the circumlocution offices of the growing taxation bureaucracy. Hence the utilitarians sought to reduce governmental functions to a minimum. They wished to have a free hand in making investments, in building up industries, in buying land, in hiring workers. Unfortunately, the preordained harmony of the economic order turned out to be a superstition. The scramble for power remained a scramble, and individual competition for ever greater profits led the more successful to the practice of monopoly. In practice, the political equality that was slowly introduced into the Western polities from 1789 onward, and the freedom of initiative that was demanded by the industrialists were contradictory claims. To achieve political equality and personal freedom, strong economic limitations were necessary. In countries where the experiment at equality was made without attempting to rectify annually the effects of the law of rent, the result was a stultification of the original purpose. In the United States, for example, the free bestowal of land upon settlers in 160-acre tracts under the Homestead Law did not lay the basis of a free polity. Within a generation the unequal properties of the soil, the unequal talents of the users, had resulted in gross social inequalities. Without systematically removing the fundamental disparities that grew out of the private monopoly of land, the inheritance of large fortunes, the monopoly of patents, the only effect of laissez-faire was to supplement the old privileged class with a new one. The freedom demanded by the utilitarians was in reality freedom for unrestricted profits and unlimited aggrandizement. Profits and rents were to be limited only by what the traffic would bear. Decent customary rents, and a just price, were out of the question. Wages, too, were limited in their downward leveling only by the endurance of the poor. Theoretically they should drop to the lowest amount of food and shelter necessary to return the laborer to his job. The ruling classes wished to preserve individual initiative and freedom of contract, that is, social helplessness. For the workers, their right to accept starvation wages was held sacred. They themselves, however, maintained an almost unbroken class front on any issue that concerned their pocketbooks as a class, and they never scrupled to act collectively when it was a question of beating down the working classes. This theological belief in preordained harmony had, however, an important result upon the organization of the Paleotechnic town. It created the natural expectation that the whole enterprise should be conducted by private individuals, with a minimum amount of interference on the part of local or national governments. The location of factories, the building of quarters for the workers, even the supply of water and the collection of garbage, should be done exclusively by private enterprise seeking for private profit. Free competition was supposed to choose the correct location, provide the correct time sequence in development, and create out of 1,000 uncoordinated efforts a coherent social pattern. Laissez-faire, even more than absolutism, destroyed the notion of a cooperative polity and a common plan. Did not the utilitarian expect the effects of plan to appear from the unrestricted operation of random private interests? By giving rein to chaos, reason and order were to emerge. Indeed, rational planning, by preventing automatic adjustments, could only interfere with the higher workings of a divine economic providence. The test of social success was not the consequences to society in good homes and healthy lives and a friendly environment. The sole test was the pecuniary reward that flowed to the enterpriser. If his rewards shrank, the enterprise was unwise and its automatic cessation must follow, by bankruptcy if not by choice. If they increased, the enterprise was blessed, and would expand. We shall presently follow the results of this mystical doctrine as it worked out in the housing of the town laborer. The main point to note now is that these doctrines undermined such municipal authority as had survived, and they discredited the city itself as anything more than a fortuitous concourse of atoms as the physics of the time described the universe held together temporarily by motives of self-seeking and private profit. Even in the 18th century, before either the French Revolution or the Paleotechnic Revolution had been consummated, it had become the fashion to discredit municipal authorities and to sneer at local interests. In the newly organized states, even those based on republican principles, only matters of national moment, organized by political parties, counted in men's hopes or dreams. The time of the Enlightenment, as W. H. Reel sharply said, was a period when people yearned for humanity and had no heart for their own people, when they philosophized about the state and forgot the community. No period was more impoverished than the 18th century in the development of a common community spirit. The medieval community was dissolved and the modern was not yet ready. In the satirical literature of the time, whoever wanted to portray a blockhead represented him as a burgomaster, and if he wished to describe a meeting of jackasses, he described a meeting of town councillors. This contempt for the civic business of the local community, this scorn for the old agents of the common weal, this childish belief in the industrialist as the divinely appointed agent of a higher power, prepared the way for the complete unbuilding of the city. The brakes of tradition and custom were lifted from the exploitation of land. There was no limit to congestion, no limit to rent raising. There was no standard of order or decency or beauty to dictate the division and layout and building up of urban structures. Only one controlling agent remained: profit. Urban growth had indeed begun, from industrial and commercial causes, even before the Paleotechnic Revolution was well started. In 1685 Manchester had about 6,000 people, in 1760 between 30 and 45,000. Birmingham had 4,000 at the first date and almost 30,000 in 1760. But once the concentration of factories abetted the growth of towns, the increase in numbers became overwhelming. Since the increase produced extraordinary opportunities for profit-making, there was nothing in the current traditions of society to curb this growth, or rather, there was everything to promote it. Wherever the land could be broken up into individual parcels, and exploited by competing individuals, wherever, that is, the population could increase freely, the lid was off. Every norm was disregarded, every limitation pushed aside. The roof was the limit, and business succeeded in raising the roof. Note one more point. In their relation to the land, the new industrial interests were two-faced. Historically, the new oligarchy of big enterprisers, bankers, and industrialists were in opposition to those whose wealth rested mainly on the soil. But despite loud professions of laissez-faire, the new industrial interests sought their own special kinds of monopoly, through patents, trademarks, special subsidies, tariffs, and exclusive rights of exploitation in colonial markets. Above all, they needed the privilege of calling upon the soldiery of the state to defend their property and their persons in case of an uprising on the part of the workers, an event they actively dreaded with a fear that grew out of their own capacity for terrorism and injustice, rather than an objective appraisal of the workers' talents for revenge. Even the great philosopher of this regime, Herbert Spencer, whose theoretic individualism had so far advanced toward anarchy that he tended to reject public enterprise even in street paving or sewage disposal, nevertheless firmly upheld the function of the state as policeman. By allowing the landlord to exploit urban land monopoly, the industrialist not merely assented to a sort of equilibrium of privilege, he also favored himself as a potential owner of land, and logically carried out, not his fictitious doctrine of free enterprise, but his actual policy of a limited monopoly framed so as to favor the more aggressive members of his own class. Hence the weakness of Henry George's effort in Progress and Poverty, 1879, to dissociate business enterprise from landlordism. In a society where pecuniary values were uppermost and where no social motives were permitted to stand in the way of financial aggrandizement, such distinctions could gain no hold upon the industrial interests. The displacement of privilege in land could only come through the initiative of the community as a whole, with an enlightened and militant working class as the spearhead. In this respect, Thomas Spence was a greater realist than a Henry George or a Theodore Herzl. 4. The techniques of agglomeration. In the first stage of the factory system in England, water power was all important, hence the woolen industry tended to spread through the valleys of Yorkshire, where such power was abundant. Even in the Manchester region, the cotton manufacturers were often attracted at first to the open country by cheap land for their huge plants, a docile working population, and easy access to power. So, too, in New England. It took the better part of a century before all the agents of agglomeration were developed in equal degree, before the advantages offered industry in the towns counterbalanced the lure of independent organization in separate factory villages, sufficient to make the former the prevailing mode. Once these agents played into each other's hands, the attractive power of the city became irresistible, and the cities came to absorb an ever larger share of the natural increase in population. By the end of the 18th century, most of the necessary conditions were satisfied in London, Paris, and Berlin, hence the ability to pile people into these throbbing centers was limited now only by the human tolerance for an obnoxious environment. Unfortunately, on this score, human beings show qualities that remarkably resemble those of the pig. Give swine a clean sty on hard ground with plenty of sunlight, and they will keep it remarkably clean. Put them in the midst of muck and putrescence underground, and they will accommodate themselves to these conditions. When starvation and homelessness are the alternatives, there is apparently no horror to which defeated men and women will not adapt themselves and endure. Apart from the incentive of profit, industry itself, from the beginning of the 19th century onward, became an active factor in urban agglomeration. Geotechnic industry had, in the nature of things, been decentralized. Wind power and water power caused its spread along the coastlines and rapid-flowing rivers. The unit of production was necessarily limited in size, and only in a minor degree was there any advantage in the concentration of a single industry or plant. Despite occasional large munitions factories and textile plants, the small workshop was the typical unit. The use of Watt's steam engine as a prime mover in the 1780s changed all this. Steam worked most efficiently in big concentrated units, with the parts of the plant no more than a quarter of a mile from the power center. Every spinning machine or loom had to tap power from the belts and shafts worked by the central steam engine. The more units within a given area, the more efficient was the source of power, hence the tendency toward giantism in textile factories, which covered a large area and were usually 5 stories high. Big factories, such as those developed in Manchester from the 1820s onward, repeated in New Bedford and Fall River, could utilize the latest instruments of power production, whereas the smaller factories were at a technical disadvantage. A single factory might employ 250 hands. A dozen such factories, with all the accessory instruments and services, were already the nucleus of a considerable town. In their attempts to produce machined goods at low prices for consumption in the world market, the manufacturers cut costs at every point in order to increase profits. The most obvious place to begin this paring was in the wages of the workers. In the 18th century, as Robert Owen noted, even the most enlightened manufacturers made unsparing use of child labor and pauper labor, but when the ages of child workers were legally regulated and the supply diminished, it became necessary to tap other sources. To have the necessary surplus of workers, to meet the extra demands in the busy seasons, it was important for industry to settle near a great center of population, for in a country village the support of the idle might fall directly upon the manufacturer himself. It was the fluctuating rhythm of the market, its spurts and cessations, that made the large urban center so important to industry. For it was on an underlayer of irregular labor, fitfully employed, insufficiently paid, that the new capitalists managed to depress wages and meet any sudden demand in production. Size, in other words, took the place of an efficiently organized labor market. Topographical agglomeration was a substitute for a well-timed and nicely regulated mode of production. If the steam factory, producing for the world market, was the first factor that tended to increase the area of urban congestion, the new railroad transportation system, after 1830, greatly abetted it. Power was concentrated on the coal fields. Where coal could be mined or stored or obtained by cheap means of transportation, industry could produce regularly throughout the year without stoppages through seasonal failure of power. In a business system based upon time contracts and time payments, this regularity was highly important. Coal and iron exercised a gravitational pull on many subsidiary and accessory industries, first by means of the canal, and after 1830, through the new railroads. A direct connection with the mining areas was a prime condition of urban concentration. To this day the chief commodity carried by railroads is coal for heat and power. The dirt roads, the sail power, the horsepower of the eotechnic transportation system had favored a dispersal of population. Within the region, there were many points of equal advantage. But the relative weakness of the steam locomotive, which could not easily climb a grade steeper than 2 feet in 100, tended to concentrate the new industrial centers on the coal beds and in the connecting valleys, the Lille district in France, the Merseburg and Ruhr districts in Germany, the Black Country of England, the Allegheny Great Lakes region and the eastern coastal plain region in the United States. Port cities, because of their overseas connections, played an equal part in this assemblage. They became the termini or junction towns of the main lines, and they served likewise, by this fact, to concentrate more narrowly the routes of ocean travel, so that a few great ports, like Liverpool, London, New York, Antwerp, and Hamburg gathered to themselves a disproportionate share of traffic and burdened themselves with an extra source of population congestion. With the steady increase in the size and draft of ships, these disparities grew. Smaller ports lost their trade to the big ports where the channels were deep, the railroad connections many, and where the concentration of commercial enterprise made it possible to make the necessary investments in dredges, docks, cranes, warehouses and similar facilities. Liverpool's exceptionally far-sighted public provision of docks, markets, and warehouses in the 18th century gave it a unique place. In short, numbers begot numbers, and concentration, once well started, tended to pile up in ever-increasing ratios, claiming increase by inertia where it could no longer promise more effective economic performance. Industry prospered in the big metropolises into which raw materials, unemployed workers, and unemployed capital were automatically drifting. Both techniques and capitalism during the 19th century promoted urban congestion. Population growth, then, during the Paleotechnic regime, showed two characteristic patterns: a general massing on the coal areas, where the new heavy industries, iron and coal mining, smelting, cutlery, hardware production, glass manufacture, and machine building flourished. And in addition a partly derivative thickening of population along the new railroad lines, with a definite clotting in the new industrial centers along the great trunk lines and a further massing in the greater junction towns and export terminals. Along with this went a thinning out of population and a running down of activities in the back country, the falling off of local mines, quarries, and furnaces, and the diminishing use of highways, canals, small factories, local mills. Most of the great political and commercial capitals of the Baroque period, at least in the northern countries, shared in this growth. Not merely did they usually occupy geographically strategic positions, they had special resources of exploitation through their intimacy with the agents of political power and through the central banks and bourses that controlled the flow of investments. Moreover, they had the further advantage of having gathered, for centuries, a vast reserve of miserable people at the margin of subsistence, what was euphemistically called the labor supply. The fact that almost every great capital became ipso facto a great industrial center served to give a further push to the policy of urban aggrandizement and congestion. 5. Factory and slum. The two main elements in the new urban complex were the factory and the slum. By themselves they constituted what was called the town, a word that describes merely the fact that more than 2,500 people are gathered in an area that can be designated for postal communication with a proper name. Such urban masses could and did expand 100 times without acquiring more than a shadow of the institutions that characterize a city in the sociological sense, that is, a place in which the social heritage is concentrated, and in which the possibilities of continuous social intercourse and interaction raise to a higher potential the activities of men. The factory became the nucleus of the new urban organism. Every other detail of life was subordinate to it. Even the utilities, such as the water supply and the minimum of governmental buildings that were necessary to a town's existence often, If they had not been built by an earlier generation, entered belatedly, an afterthought. It was not merely art and religion that were treated by the utilitarian as mere embellishments, intelligent political administration was in the same category. The factory usually claimed the best sites, mainly, in the cotton industry, the chemical industries, and the iron industries, the sites near a waterfront, for large quantities of water were needed now in the processes of production, supplying the steam boilers, cooling hot surfaces, making the necessary chemical solutions and dyes. Above all, the river or canal had still another important function: it was the cheapest and most convenient dumping ground for all soluble or semi-soluble forms of waste. The transformation of the rivers into open sewers was a characteristic feat of the Paleotechnic economy. Result: poisoning of the aquatic life, destruction of food, befouling of water so it was unfit to bathe in. For generations, the members of every progressive urban community were forced to pay for the sordid convenience of the manufacturer, who often, it happened, consigned precious byproducts to the river, for lack of the scientific knowledge or the empirical skill to use them. If the river was a liquid dump heap, great mounds of ashes, slag, rubbish, rusty iron, and even garbage blocked the horizon with their vision of misplaced and unusable matter. The rapidity of production was in part matched by the rapidity of consumption, and before a conservative policy of scrap utilization became profitable, the formless or deteriorated end products were cast back over the surface of the landscape. One might almost measure the prosperity of the Paleotechnic community by the size of its scrap heaps and junk piles. The testimony that substantiates this picture is voluminous. Indeed, it is still open for inspection in the older industrial cities of the Western world, despite Herculean efforts to cleanse the environment. Let me however quote from an early observer, Hugh Miller, the author of Old Red Sandstone, a man thoroughly in harmony with his age, but not insensitive to the actual qualities of the new environment. He is speaking of Manchester in 1862. Nothing seems more characteristic of the great manufacturing city, though disagreeably so, than the River Irwell, which runs through the place. The hapless river, a pretty enough stream a few miles up, with trees overhanging its banks and fringes of green sedge set thick along its edges, loses caste as it gets among the mills and print works. There are myriads of dirty things given it to wash, and while wagon loads of poisons from dye houses and bleach yards throw into it to carry away, steam boilers discharge into it their seething contents, and drains and sewers their fetid impurities, till at length it rolls on here between tall dingy walls, there under precipices of red sandstone, considerably less a river than a flood of liquid manure. Note the environmental effect of the massing of industries that the new regime tended to make universal. A single factory chimney, a single blast furnace, a single dye works may easily have its effluvia absorbed by the surrounding landscape. 20 of them in a narrow area effectively pollute the air or water beyond remedy. So that the unavoidably dirty industries became through urban concentration far more formidable than they were when they had existed on a smaller scale and were more widely dispersed about the countryside. At the same time, clean industries, such as the making of blankets, which still goes on at Whitney in England, with bleaching and shrinking conducted out in the open air of a charming countryside, became impossible under the old rural methods in the new centers. Chlorine took the place of sunlight, and for the healthful outdoor work that often accompanied the older processes of manufacture, with changes of scene as well as process to renew the spirit of the worker, came the dull drudgery of work within a dirty building hemmed in by other dirty buildings. Such losses cannot be measured in pecuniary terms, and we have no calculus for figuring out how much the gains in production must be offset by the palpable sacrifice of life and a living environment. While factories were usually set near the rivers, or the railroad lines that paralleled the rivers, except where a level terrain invited diffusion, no authority was exercised to concentrate factories in a particular area, to segregate the more noxious or noisy industries that should be placed far from human habitations, or to zone for purely domestic purposes the appropriate adjacent areas. Factories were permitted to exist wherever the owner happened to have bought enough land to build on. Free competition alone determined location, without thought of the possibility of functional planning, and the jumbling together of industrial, commercial, and domestic functions went on steadily in industrial cities. In areas with a rough topography, such as the valleys of the Allegheny Plateau, a certain amount of natural zoning might take place, since only the river bottoms would afford enough space for a big mill to spread. Otherwise, living quarters were often placed within the leftover spaces between the factories and sheds and the railroad yards. To pay attention to such matters as dirt, noise, vibration, was accounted an effeminate delicacy. Workers' houses, often those of the middle classes too, would be built smack up against a steel works, a dye plant, a gas works, or a railroad cutting. They would be built often enough on land filled in with ashes and broken glass and rubbish, where even the grass could not take root. They might be on the edge of a dump or a vast permanent pile of coal and slag. Day in and day out the stench of the refuse, the murky outpouring of chimneys, the noise of hammering or of whirring machinery, accompanied household routine. So widespread was this deterioration of environment, so hardened have people in big cities become to it in the course of a century, that even the richer classes, who can presumably afford the best, to this day often indifferently embrace the worst. By continued extensions over their backyards, some of the finest houses off Fifth Avenue are built almost back-to-back, dark, dingy quarters, fit for disciples of Midas. One of the most fashionable residence districts in New York is situated plump between a huge gas works and an electric power station. The south side of Chicago, once lined with sumptuous mansions, is close to the sickening effluvia of the monster stockyards, while potentially the finest residential quarters in London, Westminster, and Chelsea Reach, are befouled by the factories that have long been permitted to occupy the Lambeth and Battersea shores. Small wonder the rich have failed to understand the housing problem, they never discovered their own. As for housing itself, the alternatives were simple. In the industrial towns that grew up on older foundations, the workers were first accommodated by turning old one-family houses into rent barracks. In these made-over houses, each separate room now would enclose a whole family, from Dublin and Glasgow to Bombay, the standard of one room per family long held. Bed overcrowding, with 3 to 8 people of different ages sleeping on the same pallet, often aggravated room overcrowding in such human sties. This type of overcrowding, as we have seen, had been going on in the big capitals since the 16th century, and by the beginning of the 19th, according to Dr. Willan, who wrote a book then on the diseases of London, it had produced an incredible state of physical defilement among the poor. The other type of dwelling offered to the working class was, essentially, a standardization of these degraded conditions, but it had this further defect: the plans of the new houses and the materials of construction usually had none of the original decency of the older burgher houses, they were jerry-built from the ground up. In both the old and the new quarters a pitch of foulness and filth was reached that the lowest serf's cottage scarcely achieved in medieval Europe. It is almost impossible to enumerate objectively the bare details of this housing without being suspected of perverse exaggeration. But those who speak glibly of urban improvements during this period, or of the alleged rise in the standards of living, fight shy of the actual facts. They generously impute to the town as a whole benefits which only the more favored middle-class minority enjoyed, and they read into the original conditions those improvements which 3 generations of active legislation and massive sanitary engineering have finally brought about. In England, to begin with, thousands of the new workers' dwellings, in towns like Birmingham and Bradford, were built back to back. They still exist. 2 rooms out of 4 on each floor therefore had no direct daylight or ventilation. There were no open spaces except the bare passages between these doubled rows. While in the 16th century it was an offense in many English towns to throw rubbish into the streets, in these early Paleotechnic towns this was the regular method of disposal. The rubbish remained there, no matter how vile and filthy, until the accumulation induced someone to carry it away for manure. Of the latter, there was naturally no lack in the crowded new quarters of the town. The privies, foul beyond description, were usually in the cellars. It was a common practice to have pigsties under the houses, too, and pigs roamed the streets once more, as they had not done for centuries in the larger towns. There was even a dire lack of toilets. The report on the state of large towns and populous districts, 1845, states that in one part of Manchester in 1843-44 the wants of upward 7,000 inhabitants were supplied by 33 necessaries only, that is, one toilet to every 212 people. Even at such a low level of design, even with such foul accompaniments, not enough houses were built in many cities, and then far worse conditions prevailed. Cellars were used as dwelling places. In Liverpool, 1/6 of the population lived in underground cellars, and most of the other port cities were not far behind. London and New York were close rivals to Liverpool. Even in the present decade there were 20,000 basement dwellings, in London medically marked as unfit for human occupation. This dirt and congestion, bad in themselves, brought other pests, the rats that carried bubonic plague, the bed bugs that infested the beds and tormented sleep, the lice that spread typhus, the flies that visited impartially the cellar privy and the infant's milk. Moreover, the combination of dark rooms and dank walls formed an almost ideal breeding medium for bacteria, especially since the overcrowded rooms afforded the maximum possibilities of transmission through breath and touch. If the absence of plumbing and municipal sanitation created frightful stenches in these new urban quarters, and if the spread of exposed excrement, together with seepage into local wells, meant a corresponding spread of typhoid, the lack of water was even more sinister. It removed the very possibility of domestic cleanliness or personal hygiene. Even in the big capital cities, where some of the old municipal traditions still lingered, no adequate provision for water was made in the new areas. In 1809, when London's population was about 1 million, water was available over the greater part of the city only in the basements of houses. In some quarters, water could be turned on for only 3 days in a week. And though iron pipes made their appearance in 1746, they were not extensively used until a special act in England in 1817 required that all new mains be built of iron after 10 years. In the new industrial towns, the most elementary traditions of municipal service were absent. Whole quarters were sometimes without water even from local wells. On occasion, the poor would go from house to house in the middle-class sections, begging for water as they might beg for bread during a famine. With this lack of water for drinking and washing, it is no wonder that the filth accumulated. Open drains represented, despite their foulness, comparative municipal affluence. And if families were thus treated, one need scarcely turn to the documents to find out how the single workers fared, the flotsam and jetsam of casual labor. Deserted houses of uncertain title were used as lodging houses, 15 or 20 people in a single room. In Manchester, according to the police statistics of 1841, there were some 109 lodging houses where people of both sexes slept indiscriminately, and there were 91 mendicant lodging houses. Playfair told the Health of Towns Commission in 1842 that in all Lancashire there was only one town, Preston, with a public park, and only one, Liverpool, with public baths. This depression of living quarters was well nigh universal among the workers in the new industrial towns, once the paleotechnic regime was fully established. Local conditions sometimes permitted an escape from the extremes of foulness I have been describing. The housing of the mill workers at Manchester, New Hampshire, were for example of a better order, and in the more rural industrial towns of America, particularly in the Middle West, there was at least a little free elbow room and garden space for the workers. But wherever one looks, the improvement was but one of degree. The type had definitely changed for the worse. Not merely were the new cities as a whole bleak and ugly, environments hostile to human life even at its most elementary physiological level, but the standardized overcrowding of the poor was repeated in middle-class dwellings and in the barracks of the soldiers, classes which were not being directly exploited for the sake of profit. Mrs. Peel cites a sumptuous mid-Victorian mansion in which the kitchen, pantry, servants' hall, housekeeper's room, butler's and footman's bedrooms were all placed in the cellar. 2 rooms in front and 2 rooms in the rear looked onto a deep back basement, all the others were lighted and ventilated by panes of glass high up in the ceiling. Corresponding forms of degraded housing were worked out in Berlin, Vienna, New York, and Paris during the middle of the 19th century. The new apartment houses of the middle classes backed upon deep, airless courts that had all the characteristics of cellars even when they were technically above ground. To judge by popular oratory, these defects were narrow in range, and, in any event, have been wiped out during the past century through the onward march of science and humanitarian legislation. Unfortunately, popular orators and even historians and economists who supposedly deal with the same set of facts have not formed the habit of making first-hand surveys of the environment, hence they ignore the fact that great clots of typically paleotechnic housing exist in only slightly modified form throughout the Western world today, even back-to-back houses and cellar lodgings. These clots not merely include most of the workers' dwellings built before 1900, they include a great part of what has been done since, though they show improvements in sanitation. The surviving mass of housing that was built between 1830 and 1910 does not represent even the hygienic standards of its own day, and it is far below a standard framed in terms of present-day knowledge of sanitation, hygiene, and child care, to say nothing of domestic felicity. Slum, semi-slum, and super-slum. To this has come the evolution of cities. These mordant words of Patrick Geddes apply inexorably to the new environment. Even the most revolutionary of contemporary critics lack genuine standards of building and living. They had no notion how far the environment of the upper classes themselves had become impoverished. Thus Friedrich Engels not merely opposed all palliative measures to provide better housing for the working classes, he seems to have held the innocent notion that the problem would be solved eventually for the proletariat by a revolutionary seizure of the commodious quarters occupied by the bourgeoisie. This notion, quantitatively considered, was fatuously optimistic. Socially speaking, it merely urged as a revolutionary measure a process that had gone on in the older towns as the richer classes moved out of their original quarters and divided them up for working class occupation. But above all, the suggestion was extremely naive because it did not perceive that the standards embodied in the more pretentious residences were below those which were desirable for human life. In other words, even this revolutionary critic was apparently unaware of the fact that the upper class quarters were, more often than not, intolerable super slums. The necessity for increasing the amount of housing, for expanding the space, for multiplying the equipment, for providing communal facilities, was far more revolutionary in its demands than any trifling expropriation of the quarters occupied by the rich would be. The former notion was merely an impotent gesture of revenge, the latter demanded a revolutionary reconstruction of the entire social environment, such a reconstruction as we are on the brink of today. 6. Houses of ill fame. Let us look more closely at these new houses of the working classes. Each country, each region, had its own special pattern: tall tenements in Glasgow, Edinburgh, Paris, Berlin, Hamburg, or two-story buildings, with 4, 5, sometimes 6 rooms in London, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Chicago, vast wooden fire traps called three-deckers in New England, or narrow brick row houses, still clinging to an older Georgian row pattern, in Baltimore. But they are united by certain common characteristics. Block after block repeats the same formation, there are the same dreary streets, the same bleak alleys, the same absence of open spaces for children's play and gardens, the same lack of coherence and individuality to the local neighborhood. The windows are usually narrow, the interior light insufficient, no effort is made to orient the street pattern with respect to sunlight and winds. The painful grayish cleanliness of the more respectable quarters, where the better-paid artisans or clerks live, perhaps in a row, perhaps semi-detached, with a soiled pocket handkerchief of grass before their houses, or a tree in the narrow courtyard in the rear. This respectability is almost as depressing as the outright slatternliness of the poorer quarters, more so indeed, because the latter often at least have a touch of color and life, a Punch and Judy show in the street, the chatter of the market stalls, the noisy camaraderie of the public house or bistro, in short, the more public and friendly life that is lived on the poorer streets. The age of invention and mass production scarcely touched the worker's house or its utilities. Iron piping came in, likewise the improved water closet, eventually the gas light and the gas stove, the stationary bathtub with attached water pipes and fixed outlets, a collective water system with running water available for every house, and a collective sewage system. All these improvements slowly became available to the middle and upper economic groups after 1830, within a generation of their introduction they indeed became middle-class necessities. But at no point during the Paleotechnic phase were these improvements made available to the mass of the population. The problem for the builder was to achieve a modicum of decency without these new expensive utilities. This problem remains soluble only in terms of a primitive rural environment. Thus the original division of Muncie, Indiana, the middle town of Robert Lynd's survey, had houses 8 to a block, each on a lot 62.5 feet wide and 125 feet deep. This certainly provided better conditions for the poorer workers than what followed when rising land values crowded the houses and narrowed the garden space and the play space, and 1 out of 4 houses still lacked running water. In general, the congestion of the industrial town increased the difficulties in the way of good housing, and added to the cost of overcoming these difficulties. As for the furnishing of the interiors, Gaskell's picture of the housing of the working classes in England strikes the lowest level, but the disorder continued, despite minor improvements, in the century that followed. The effects of pecuniary poverty were in fact aggravated by a general falling off in taste, which accentuated the impoverishment of the environment, by offering to the poor barbarous wallpaper, meretricious bric-a-brac and framed oleograph pictures, and furniture derived from the worst examples of stuffy middle-class taste, the dregs of the dregs. In China a friend of mine reports seeing a miner, bent with toil, tenderly fondling a stalk of delphinium as he walked along the road, but in the Western world, down to the 20th century, when the allotment garden began to have its civilizing effect, the same instinct for fresh vital form was destined to feed on the deliberate monstrosities that the manufacturer offered to the working classes under the guise of fashion and art. Even religious relics, in Catholic communities, reached an aesthetic level so low as almost to be a profanation. In time, the taste for ugliness became ingrained. The worker was not willing to move from his older quarters unless he could carry a little of its familiar filth, confusion, noise, and overcrowding with him. Every move toward a better environment encountered that resistance, a real obstacle to decentralization. A few such houses, a few such lapses into ugliness, would have been a blot, but perhaps every period could show a certain number of houses of this description. Now, however, whole quarters and cities, acres, square miles, provinces, were filled with such dwellings, which mocked every boast of material success that the century of progress uttered. In these new warrens, a race of defectives was created. Poverty and the environment of poverty produced organic modifications, rickets in children, due to the absence of sunlight, malformations of the bony structure and organs, defective functioning of the endocrines, through a vile diet, skin diseases for lack of the elementary hygiene of water, smallpox, typhoid, scarlet fever, septic sore throat through dirt and excrement, tuberculosis, encouraged by a combination of bad diet, lack of sunshine, and room overcrowding, to say nothing of the occupational diseases, also partly environmental. Presently the recruiting sergeant was not able to use the children of this regime even as cannon fodder. The medical discovery of England's mistreatment of her workers, during the Boer War and the World War, did perhaps as much as any one other factor to promote better housing. The crude results of all these conditions may be followed in the mortality tables for adults, in the disease rates for urban workers compared with agricultural workers, in the expectations of life enjoyed by the various occupational classes. Above all, perhaps, the most sensitive barometer of the fitness of the social environment for human life is the infant mortality tables. Wherever the comparison was made between country and city, between middle-class quarters and poor quarters, between a low-density district and a high-density district, the higher rate usually fell in the latter class. Had other factors remained the same, urbanization by itself would have been sufficient to lop off part of the potential gains in vitality. Farm laborers, though they remained throughout the 19th century a depressed class in England, showed a much longer expectation of life than the higher grades of town mechanics, even after municipal sanitation and medical care had been introduced. Indeed, it was only by a continual influx of new life from the country that the Paleotechnic city could survive at all. The new towns were established in the mass by immigrants. In 1851, out of 3,336,000 people of 20 years and upward, inhabiting London and 61 other English and Welsh towns, only 1,337,000 had been born in the town of their residence. As for the infant mortality rate, the record is even more disgraceful. In New York City, for example, the mortality rate for infants in 1810 was between 120 and 145 per thousand live births. It rose to 180 per thousand by 1850, 220 in 1860, and 240 in 1870. This was accompanied by a steady depression in living conditions, for after 1835 the overcrowding was standardized in the newly built tenement houses. These recent calculations corroborate what is known about the infant mortality rate in England during the same period. There the rise took place after 1820 and fell most heavily on the towns. There are doubtless other factors responsible for these retrograde tendencies, but the new towns, as an expression of the entire social complex, conditioning, hygiene, diet, working conditions, wages, childcare, education, had an important part to play in the result. There has been much unwarranted congratulation over improvements in urban health under industrialism because those who believed that progress automatically occurred in every department of life during the 19th century refused to face the harsh facts. They did not let themselves make comparative studies between town and country, between the mechanized and the unmechanized, and they assisted further in creating confusion by using crude mortality tables, not corrected according to age and sex groups, and not therefore allowing for the heavier distribution of adults in the cities and the larger incidence of children and old people in the countryside. These statistics made town mortality rates look more favorable than they really were on close actuarial analysis. To this day scarcely the beginnings have been made toward a satisfactory analysis of births and deaths, health and disease, in relation to environment. By lumping urban and rural rates together in a national figure, the relatively poorer showings of the prosperous industrialized and urbanized areas have been concealed. Similar misleading analyses continue to be made, even today. Thus Mabel Boer has attempted to vindicate the Industrial Revolution from the charge of creating urban blight by making a study of the changes in the death rate that took place before 1815, that is, before the overcrowding and bad sanitation and general urbanization of the population had produced their characteristic devitalizing results. There is no need to cast doubt upon this earlier improvement any more than one need forget the steady general drop in the death rate throughout the 19th century. But it fails to wipe out the equally indisputable fact of later deterioration. Instead of giving credit for the early advance to the Industrial Revolution, one should give due credit to quite another department, the increase of the food supply, which provided a better diet and helped raise resistance to disease. Still another factor may have had a part, the wider use of soap made possible through the increased amount of available fats. The use of soap in personal hygiene may have extended from the washing of the nipples of the nursing mother to the child in her care. Finally it passed by example from the feminine to the masculine half of society. This increased use of soap is not easily measurable in trade schedules, for soap was originally a commercial monopoly, and as such, a luxury article. Ordinary soap was produced and consumed within the household. The spread of the soap and water habit might well account for the lowering of infant mortality rates before the 19th century, even as the dearth of water and soap might account in part for the deplorable infant death rates of the Paleotechnic town. Mark this: hygienic poverty was widespread. Lack of sunlight, lack of pure water, lack of untainted air, lack of a mixed diet, these lacks were so common that they amounted to a chronic starvation among the greater part of the population. Even the more prosperous classes succumbed, sometimes prided themselves on their vital deficiencies. Herbert Spencer, who was a nonconformist even to his own creed of utilitarianism, was forced to preach the gospel of play and physical relaxation to his contemporaries, and in his essays on education he went so far as to make a special plea to parents to permit their children to eat fruit. The mischief was universal. Only those relics of an older culture, the country clergyman, the landed aristocrat, the artist, had enough sense to flee the paleotechnic environment, as the ladies and gentlemen of Boccaccio's Decameron fled from the plague in Florence. Doing so, they had their reward, not riches perhaps, but length of days. Do you doubt it? Consult the life insurance tables. 7. Resistance to barbarism. That people remained in any degree human in this depauperate and devitalized environment was a triumph. That the working classes could raise families and keep their children from utter physical and moral debasement was a tribute to their heroic fiber. On a moral level, the standard of the paleotechnic town often remained high. If Catholicism, Baptism, Wesleyanism, perhaps made the worker oblivious to his actual environment, too patient toward oppression, too content with his mean station in life, they nevertheless prevented him from sinking spiritually to the level of his physical surroundings. It is partly to this poor remnant of the old temple city, embodied now in sheet iron chapels and tawdry red brick churches, designed in debased Gothic, it is to this fragment that one must attribute some of the saving grace that kept it from outright barbarism. From the older gospel of Christianity, but still more from the new social gospel first preached as a political doctrine during the French Revolution and later elaborated as an economic creed in socialism, came important compensations. The first was a survival, the second a mutation. In the slums and working class quarters a new hope was born. From the depths of the proletariat came the dream of a more friendly social order and a more humane way of life than a mechanistic capitalism had made possible. Out of the friendly societies, a surviving bequest of the guilds, the new trade unions began to spring up. Around the table of a public house, that vestigial club of the working man, a more purposive sociability was born. Here plans were made for banding against the employers, here projects for universalizing the ballot, for raising wages and shortening hours, for regulating the general conditions of industry and eventually taking command of the state were first hazily argued and inchoately formed. In some half-used building, a bare room, like that of a dissenter's chapel, would become the meeting place for those who were struggling for some modicum of economic security, trade union headquarters. The bleak walls, lighted by a bluish gas flame, the room itself reached by a rickety flight of stairs and a dusty passage, did not provoke a feeling of confidence and power. 2 generations must pass before the Maison du Peuple in Brussels and other cities would serve as social centers for the working classes. Still, the early Unionists did not make the mistake of confusing a beautiful building with a strong union, the spirit was firm though the shell was weak. Similarly, a group of Rochdale weavers pooled their pennies to purchase tea outside the retail system, thus they founded the cooperative movement without a modicum of help from the classes above, an attempt to eliminate the sacred motive of private profit. This movement, in less than a century, came to rival in power and size and capital as it was to surpass immensely in moral significance the greatest capitalistic corporations of the world, clear proof of the absurdity of the contention that without opportunities for unlimited profits and unlimited individual aggrandizement the talent and skill necessary to run great collective enterprises cannot be summoned forth. Rochdale weavers, Lancashire cotton spinners, who, though starving thereby, stuck to the anti-slavery cause, resolute trade unionists, decent workers in every paleotechnic town throughout the Western world, their sturdy examples modify one part of our just indictment of the environment. All the outer evils remained real, the brutality, the exploitation, the befoulment, and the depression. These things were persistently inimical to life at its best, cramping it, frittering away its energies, robbing it of gaiety and sweetness. But despite these grave handicaps, the spirit of the working classes, who suffered most acutely, was not overwhelmed. Again and again these heroic men and women displaced circumstances and rose superior to the motives that governed their rulers, even as they rose superior to the stultifying environment that capitalism had provided for men and masters alike. Perhaps as compensation, the most debased urban environments sometimes stimulated the most valiant efforts at change. Were not the miners, more than once, the leaders in revolutionary unionism, and in Europe did they not provide out of their own membership great choral societies? In fact, the slum offered the worker compensations that the new villa quarter did not possess. There is snobbery in the grand salon of the ocean steamer, but not in the storm-tossed lifeboat. When people are shorn of all expectation of worldly goods and worldly success, they find their neighbors, reduced to a bare crust. Lazarus finds it easier to share the scrap with his neighbor than Dives does the surplusage of his banquet. The Circe of capitalism might transform the workers' dwellings into pigsties, she could not metamorphose all their inhabitants into swine. Thrust into this cruel environment, the workers of Europe, after enduring much, threw off their passive role. They took the first steps forward toward a new order of cooperative endeavor, out of which the city, as a conserver of the human heritage, could again arise. It needed, perhaps, this last exasperated contact with the paleotechnic hell to give mankind, in desperate revulsion, a fresh vision of heaven. At all events the vision slowly took form. 8. The minimum of life. From the standpoint of theoretic capitalist economics, there was no housing problem in the paleotechnic town. Even the meanest paid worker could be housed at a profit, in strict accordance with his income, provided no outside standards based on health and safety were introduced to mar the free play of economic forces. If the result was a slum, that fact was a justification of the slum, not a condemnation of the profit system. Unfortunately, this method of housing was not a permanently satisfactory one. Sooner or later, the question of standards upset the pure equation of supply and demand. Diseases could not be segregated. The laundress or the milkman might introduce typhoid fever into the most exclusive quarters of the city. Sheer self-protection demanded that the upper classes should concern themselves with the housing of the poor. So the first public attacks on the evils of housing came from the heads of the health departments in London and New York. The health officers pointed out that poverty, malnutrition, and bad housing were correlates of crime and disease. By the middle of the 19th century, the housing problem was discovered, if not rigorously defined. In the industrial towns there was usually a chronic shortage of living quarters for the lower paid workers, and the quality of the accommodations offered was below the minimum current standards. The attempt to remedy the situation took various forms. Philanthropists like the American merchant, Peabody, and Prince Albert, formed in London philanthropic associations to promote better housing for the poor, and during the next half-century they built an experimental series of working-class homes. This example was followed in other metropolises. Beginning in 1851 in England, through the initiative of Lord Shaftesbury, an attempt was made to establish minimum standards of sanitation, the decent repair of workers' houses, and the provision of a minimum of paving, water, open spaces, and sewer drainage in the new quarters, was ultimately enforced by law. Private initiative, like that of Ruskin's disciple, Octavia Hill, working strictly within the lines of capitalism, attempted to show that with the proper upkeep and supervision of slum quarters, the conditions of backward properties could be improved to the common advantage of owner and renter. As early as 1851 the Netherlands permitted communes to expropriate land for housing purposes, and in 1873 the city of Amsterdam provided sites and furnished funds to an association formed to construct sanitary dwellings for workingmen. Finally, beginning in Belgium in the 80s, an effort was made to supply money at lower rates of interest to special societies dedicated to the provision of good workers' dwellings. All these experimental initiatives had a certain educational value, they proved that something better could be done. Unfortunately, neither the second nor the third built new quarters, while in England local authorities were very reluctant to make use of their new powers to declare insanitary buildings vacant, or tear them down. As for the model housing associations, their propaganda was better than their performance. In England, for example, the Metropolitan Association for Improving the Dwellings of the Industrial Poor, a title that says much, was founded in 1842. By 1851 they had succeeded in building a model tenement, which won a prize in the Crystal Palace Exposition. When compared with the quarters that had been built for workers up to this time, these dwellings were palatial. Judged by reasonable human standards, they were extremely cramped. Worst of all, the improvements embodied in these model dwellings, privacy, sanitary devices, and water, added to the cost of the structure. Here at the beginning the reformers knocked their heads against an inexorable fact, a fact that still makes adequate housing within the framework of unregulated private capitalism all but impossible. James Hole, a contemporary writer on housing, recognized the crux of the difficulty when he wrote that the worker cannot have wide streets and proper conveniences for his house without paying for these advantages, and the cost has been frequently brought forward as an objection to such improvements, and, in fact, to all proposals for raising the standard of workingmen's dwellings, either by legal restriction or by the building of better houses when undertaken as a measure of philanthropic enterprise. Those reasons and those objections still linger on today. The point cannot be gainsaid. Higher standards do mean higher costs. There were only two ways of meeting these increased costs: one was to raise the wage level for the lower income groups, the other was to provide a public subsidy out of taxes to make up for the difference between what the worker's family can afford, and what he must pay in order to have better accommodations in new quarters. Thus the two family houses built by this London association cost about £450, and the rent of from 3 shillings 6 per week to 4 shillings was at the time within the reach only of regularly employed skilled artisans. It did not touch the problem of housing the great mass of underpaid workers. In order to offset these costs, the reformers wishing to do something were forced to whittle down the necessary improvements. From the beginning, the usual panaceas were offered, above all, that which has been resurrected again today, namely, mass production and mechanization of the process of building. In designing the Langbourne buildings for Mr. Alderman Waterlow, the architect had the joinery made to uniform size and pattern and attempted to effect a saving through building the walls of artificial stone, consisting of clinkers and Portland cement. Had the method effected any real economies, the example might have spread, but even in the relatively simple dwellings of the early Victorian period, without the mechanized utilities of our present age, the advantages of such economies in the shell of the fabric were unexpectedly small. Result: model tenements were forced to lower earlier standards of good housing. It was only by comparison with contemporary slums that they could be thought of as improvements. In London, after 1850, model dwellings were 6-story tenements, as contrasted with the usual 2- and 3-story buildings in the older quarters of the East End, models of congestion. In establishing these new barracks for the poor, the reformers sought to conserve their properties by an extra-legal series of regulations that were posted on the walls, enforced by inspection, reinforced by the penalty of expulsion. In other words, they suppressed some of the worst features of capitalistic housing by methods which, if applied to the old quarters, would often have made them more agreeable for human habitation than what the reformers themselves could show. By such prudent management these model structures sometimes accumulated a surplus profit, above the 6% to which they restricted themselves. But even with speculative profits eliminated, the provision of new sanitary facilities and conveniences resulted in higher rents. Hence these model quarters were usually occupied by classes economically above the level of those for whom the dwellings were originally intended. The net result of model tenement building and remedial legislation aiming at higher standards, was to give the sanction of law, philanthropy, and municipal effort to a low-grade urban environment. Doolittle, Bernard Shaw's dustman in Pygmalion, might well prefer the unsupervised licentiousness of his original slum to the sordid respectability of the new quarters. Such minimum standards, finally, had the effect sometimes of calling the attention of builders and land exploiters to possibilities they had guilelessly passed by. The new minima upset the more generous provisions that often continued to prevail through local custom. Schumacher points out that this took place in Germany, and there is little doubt that it was also a consequence of housing reform, particularly after New York City's model law in America. Perhaps here we have a key to the essential human achievement of the new urban culture: it worked out a minimum of life. There have been periods in the past that exhibited greater animal ferocity, gashing or burning the flesh of people who had sinned against the prevailing moral code or theological beliefs. But the 19th century, smugly conscious of its new humanitarian principles, converted such outright brutalities into a slow quiet process of attrition and inanition. A minimum of schooling, a minimum of rest, a minimum of cleanliness, a minimum of shelter. A grey pall of negative virtue hung over the urban improvements of the period, and its highest boast was the expansion of these minimum conditions and these negative gains. The quintessence of this minimum life was achieved in the prison. Indeed, one might without much exaggeration say that housing reform was preceded by prison reform, as John Howard preceded Shaftesbury, and the prisons embodied most of the negative improvements that were introduced for the benefit of free citizens of the non-criminal classes, in the factories and tenements. The factory maintained the coercion of the prison, the enforced silence, the repetitive routine, the lockstep, the constant surveillance of the foreman or jailer. Often enough a formidable prison wall would be around the structure, too, and the new housing quarters, with their closely calculated number of cubic feet of air and square feet of window space, cut off from sight of grass and flowers by the dusty paved courts and the dustier streets, could not have been more adequately designed if the sole object of the building were punishment. The speculative spread of the industrial town meant the growth and spread of a dreary prison environment. The reward an honest man got for a faithful day's labor was not measurably different from that which a more erring member of society got as punishment. Indeed, the freedom of the first was another name for anxiety and insecurity and fearful humiliation. A minimum of life, malnutrition at every level. When, according to Olmsted, the teachers in the ragged schools of New York took their pupils for a holiday in the country, they found it quite impossible to prevail upon them to refrain from completely ravishing the private gardens of the benevolent gentlemen who have offered them entertainment. Was it a wonder? The children were starved. Indeed, half the antisocial symptoms that broke out in the new towns, the brawls, the pervasive drunkenness, the love of violence, were not special signs of inner depravity. They were blind reactions to the environment, a step higher, perhaps, than complete submission to its degradation. 9. Paleotechnic drama. In the routine of Coketown's life, what respite existed from the monotony of subdivided occupations, from the warped, one-sided attempt to drive human energies into a single channel, mechanical production, financial gain? After his weekly spree in the tavern or the brothel, the worker returned to the factory or the mine more cheated, more defeated, more empty of life, than ever. Dickens reduced the facts of paleotechnic life to the simple terms of a schoolboy's primer, but his observation holds a great measure of truth. Dombey loses his wife, Gradgrind betrays his son and daughter, because these hard utilitarian rationalists overlooked the need for spontaneous joy and human understanding. Nevertheless, one or two elements of drama still remained in the industrial town. The main drama revolved around the factory, its actors were the masters and the leaders of labor, and the workmen themselves took part, now as actors, now as passive chorus. It was in the lockout and the strike, those double-edged weapons, each of which cuts sharply into the hand that wields it, that the inert weight of impersonal forces and passive adjustments suddenly became lightened by a deed. The drama was a grim one, and, in the picket line, or by the factory gate, the action might become deadly, while behind the scenes, in the silent heroism of the workers' homes, there was often sacrifice on the level of high tragedy. The stakes might seem sordid, at best trivial: half an hour less of work, a few shillings more per week, the restoration of a dismissed comrade, the willingness to meet and bargain. But for the workers those little matters meant life and death. And this was the major tragedy: the workers' utmost success still meant only such life as might exist within the paleotechnic prison. Without the possibility of the strike, however, the filth, the monotony, the starvation, the anxiety, would have been unbearable, and the strike alone brought the possibility and therewith the necessity of a comradeship that could break through the mechanical partitions of the factory. An alternative to Mr. Stiggins's Grand Junction Ebenezer Temperance Association. With the polis itself gone in the industrial non-city, politics became supreme. The ghost of the old civic unity now spread over national and imperial territory by the device of representative government and universal suffrage. The lure of the ballot led men to concentrate their political interests upon abstract issues, and parliaments attempted to solve by purely legal formulae matters that demanded concrete experiment and the cooperation of engineers, architects, administrators, artists. Most successful in fostering the political drama, then, were such issues of war and peace as lent themselves to the machinations of the politician. A good war in Afghanistan or the Sudan might save a bad peace. Thumb through the old files of the Illustrated London News. In the most turbulent years you will look in vain for scenes of strikes and demonstrations. Instead, you will be filled with images of the far-flung British armies and the exotic places in which they conducted their missionary and military operations. The ancient medieval civic pomp, which had lingered in Leeds, for example, till the middle of the 18th century, according to the Webbs, disappeared. By the middle of the 19th century the pageantry of the Lord Mayor's parade in London had become so dull and threadbare that it prompted the ridicule of Mr. Punch. But in the bleak industrial towns national politics became drama, battle, sport. Its orators were the chief actors, its protagonists were the greatest prize fighters, its parliamentary leaders were the leading generals, and its election bouts, with their speeches and their torchlight parades and their hysterical mass enthusiasms, were the principal occasions for emotional release, more universal even than the revival meeting. Politics in fact in the industrial city took the place that the motion pictures and the football and cricket matches do under a later regime. In every such center the political auditorium became the chief civic institution. Exeter Hall, Albert Hall, Madison Square Garden, the endless mechanics halls. Sonorous oratory served the double function of stimulant and anesthetic, exciting the populace and making it oblivious to its actual environment. In the ranks of the trade union movement itself mere political windbags rose to leadership, men who commanded crowds in order to sate their narcissism, copious in emotion, diffident, fumbling in action. Such actors threw in the shade the type of personality whose grasp of the practical life and whose administrative skill would have equipped him to run the industry on behalf of the workers. The latter kind of organizer either remained frustrate, or deserted to the capitalist camp, where his talents were more readily recognized and given freer play. This migration of the proletarian elite into the commercial or political bureaucracy was a weakness that only the cooperative movement, apparently, knew how to cope with. The final word on this systematized exploitation of wind and verbiage was written, not by Lenin or Mussolini, but by William Morris in News from Nowhere. In his utopia the only use he could find for the old Houses of Parliament at Westminster was as a storage place for dung. Genuine democracy needed more persistent organs of association, and more specialized competence, than the talkers whose wiles governed political parties could muster. Even today those organs, that competence, have still to be locked together in an effective reciprocal arrangement, in which the principle of rational criticism and consent will be combined with the acceptance of the authority that science and functional ability must in the nature of things wield. 10. The non-plan of the non-city. The standardization of the factory slum was the chief urban achievement of the 19th century. Wherever the steam engine, the factory, and the railroad went, an impoverished environment usually went with them. To make this development easier, it was necessary to have an appropriate type of urban layout. Fortunately the mechanical city plan had been invented before the machine-conditioned town itself had come into existence. If the layout of the town has no relation to social activities and needs other than those of the surveyor, the real estate speculator, and the jerry builder, the simplest means of organizing it topographically is by means of rectangular blocks of identical size, separated by streets and avenues of standard widths. This plan offers the engineer none of those special problems that irregular parcels with curved boundary lines present. An office boy can figure out the number of square feet involved in a street opening, or in a sale, and a lawyer's clerk can write a description of the necessary deed of sale, merely by copying a standard document. With a T-square and a triangle, finally, the municipal engineer, without the slightest training as either an architect or a sociologist, could plan a metropolis. The neatness of the mechanical drawing, as in the plan of 1811 for New York, would obscure the extent of the eventual civic folly. This rectangular type of plan is often referred to as a particularly American contribution to city planning, but like so many American innovations, it had its origin in the Old World, and if it is more conspicuous in American cities, this is merely because other types of planning were, after the 19th century, less influential. From the 17th century on, the extension of old towns, Stuttgart and Berlin, for example, took place by the addition of regular rectangular blocks. Such a mechanical extension could proceed into an indefinite future, toward an ever-receding horizon, and once the boundaries of walls and fortifications were let down, either figuratively or by actual demolition, cities began to grow by a process of indefinite accretion. The essential urban unit was no longer the quarter, it was the block, projected as a function of a traffic artery. From the standpoint of the new real estate speculators, this type of plan was perfect. Each lot, being of uniform shape, became a unit, like a coin, capable of ready appraisal and exchange. Such block platting provided the maximum number of valuable corner lots, with double exposures, and it permitted plans to be made for unlimited future development without foresight or responsibility. Being conceived as a purely physical agglomeration of buildings, the town planned on rectangular lines could sprawl in any direction, limited only by gross physical obstacles and the means of transportation. Every street might be a traffic street, every section might be a business section. Indeed, to permit the progressive intensification of land use, with a corresponding rise in rent and realty values, was the prime virtue, from the capitalist standpoint, of this inorganic type of plan. So deeply ingrained has this point of view become that in the zoning plans made by allegedly competent authorities in the United States, something like 16% of the urban area has usually been allotted to industry, although the needs of actual business, as Bartholomew shows, are amply covered by an average use of under 5%. Even from the most limited physical point of view, most of these rectangular plans were highly inefficient. By usually failing to discriminate sufficiently in the first instance between traffic arteries and residential streets, the first were not made wide enough and the second were usually too wide, thus throwing the cost of excessive paving and over lengthy utilities lines upon residential districts that could ill afford them. The refined meanness of the English by-law street was an exception, but even here, as Unwin was brilliantly to demonstrate in Nothing Gained by Overcrowding, money was thrown into excessive street acreage that could have been spent to better purpose on internal parks and play areas. By paying no attention to topography, the municipal engineer opened the way for fat pieces of honest municipal jobbery in the grading and filling of streets. On steep hilly sites, like that of San Francisco, the rectangular plan, by failing to respect the contour levels of the hillside, placed a constant tax on the time and energy of its inhabitants, and inflicted on them and their heirs a daily economic loss, measurable in tons of coal and gallons of gasoline wasted, to say nothing of undoing the major aesthetic possibilities of a hillside that is intelligently platted. Although the absence of the shortcuts provided on the diagonal Baroque plan has also been held a point against the checkerboard plan, one must admit that the wasteful and unusable plots formed by diagonal avenues at their point of concentration probably even up accounts. What was more serious, in causing waste and confusion, was the platting of checkerboards within the highway net created by old roads. The irregular direction of the latter would often create a crazy pattern of streets which the municipal engineer never brought together. Brooklyn offers many examples. The indifference to geographic contours, in the application of the formal gridiron to the land surface, was nothing short of sublime. The engineer's streets often swept through swamps, embraced dump heaps, accepted piles of slag and waste, climbed cliffs, and ended up a quarter of a mile beyond the low water mark of the waterfront. In the layout no thought was given either to the direction of the prevailing winds, the placing of industrial districts, the salubrity of the underlying foundations, or any of the other vital factors involved in the proper utilization of a site. Hence there was no functional differentiation on the plan between the industrial, the commercial, the civic, and the residential quarters. In a street map, all these parts looked alike, although their requirements for traffic alone, no less than for efficient work, were different. This means that in reality no section was suitably planned for its specific function. As a result, industry and business were encouraged until zoning ordinances were tardily introduced at a much later stage of development to spread everywhere. External regularity, internal disruption. Since the main purpose of the inorganic gridiron plan was speculation and sale, it succeeded admirably on its own premises. The first step in the development of the town or the new quarter was the platting of the streets. The next step was the division of the blocks into building lots and their early sale in individual parcels to the private owner or builder. Once the land had been hopelessly broken up into separate lots under separate ownership, it was practically impossible to make a socially coordinated development for a single block, to say nothing of a whole quarter. When land was needed for any public purpose, the buying out of the owners became one of the great handicaps to good public management, a process that lent itself in many cities, not only to tedious delays, but to various forms of blackmail and graft. The lex addicts, which permitted the assemblage of parcels and the pro rata distribution on a better plan to the individual owners, did not come in, even in Germany, until 1902, and the much earlier principle of excess condemnation, which permits the municipality to condemn more land for a public purpose than it actually needs, in order to have control over the surrounding development, likewise was used with great diffidence. As for an expression of the permanent social functions of the city in the new type of plan, it was utterly lacking. Although civic centers might sometimes be provided in new towns, as they were in the early 19th century in the plans for Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Chicago, by the time the gambling fever had risen these municipal sites would be sold to pay for their street extension and street paving. When the need arose for sites for city halls and law courts and municipal administration buildings, for schools and universities and parks and playgrounds, the appropriate parcels of land would have been already in individual ownership, sometimes already built upon. Even if these tracts could then be purchased, the cost of assemblage or condemnation, the cost of demolition, the cost of the original and now useless structures, all raised the total cost, while the size and shape of the new parcel and the disposition of the surrounding streets might be altogether inappropriate to its functional use. It is only when special sites are located and delimited before building has taken place, as in the medieval Bastides, that the rectangular plan affords a possibility for intelligent social adaptation. This implies a degree of civic coordination that the municipal engineer cannot, by himself, practice. The reckless extension of the Paleotechnic town was accompanied by the progressive destruction of open spaces, and as the periphery widened, the open country became ever more remote from the center. The filling up of small brooks and streams, the covering over of the canals, the building up of vacant lots, demanded that equivalent spaces be restored for the use of growing children within the city. But the very growth of the city increased land values, so that plots that could easily have been afforded for playgrounds and playing fields, if planned for the original development, rose so high in price that their acquisition became excessively costly, if not prohibitive. No serious public recognition of even the need for public playgrounds came, however, until after 1870, and the movement itself did not begin to make headway until the 20th century. Hence a peculiar function of the Paleotechnic street, it was forced to take the place of the back garden of the medieval town or the open place of the Baroque order. Thus this paved area, adapted primarily to wheeled traffic, became also park, promenade, and playground, a grim park, a dusty promenade, a dangerous playground. Even where overcrowding of the land did not exist, for example in many of the towns of Midland America, the broad street was taken as a peculiar symbol of progress, so that it was laid out with an amplitude that bore no functional relation to its present or potential use. The value of such street planning was largely decorative, it was a symbol of possible traffic, possible commercial opportunity, possible conversion into more intensive uses, It thus provided an extra excuse for the fantastic land values that were sometimes optimistically tagged onto the abutting properties. The surviving civic traditions of New England were not better shown than in the fact that towns like Pittsfield and New Bedford, though submitting to industrialization, kept conservatively to narrow streets 30 to 60 feet in width and thereby eased the burden of taxes on the adjacent houses and gardens. They thus kept some of the advantages that a new generation of planners was to rediscover in the platting of the modern industrial garden village at the end of the 19th century. All over the Western world during the 19th century new cities were founded and old ones extended themselves along the lines I have just described. The first sign of a boom would be the extension of skeleton streets, consisting of curbstones, and standpipes for the water system. The multiplication of these streets unnecessarily widened the city and added to the amount of expensive pavement, expensive sewers, and water mains, permitted growth to take place in the most costly fashion possible, by scattered individual houses, instead of by compact settlements, and increased the unnecessary burden of man-hours spent in transportation. The better all these facilities were from the technical standpoint, the worse they often proved in terms of social values. Money was being spent prematurely, sometimes spent on the wrong functions, usually in the wrong order. The pecuniary values derived from urban growth were roughly in proportion to the size of the city, the importance of its commercial life, and the density of its population. Did not the financiers and industrialists who governed the 19th century towns regard growth as the very essence of civic success? Each new city made a chart of its increase in population and predicted its future as a great metropolis of its region. At the beginning of its growth, the citizens of Toledo, Ohio, proved statistically to their own satisfaction that by the end of the 19th century it would be greater than Chicago or New York. This belief in unlimited growth was pervasive. People gambled on such growth, and then tried to put a bottom under their hopes by deliberately attracting business and industry and population away from competing towns, sometimes by gifts of land, even factory buildings, without ever demanding that the manufacturers who settled in the town guarantee a wage level high enough to keep the new workers from being a public liability. New York, indeed, not only built the Erie Canal to ensure her connection with the hinterland but managed later, through securing differential freight rates worked out at the expense of other towns, to maintain her monopoly of the oceanic and continental traffic routes. The rectangular street and block system, projectable indefinitely toward the horizon, was the universal expression of capitalistic fantasies. The abstract street net, with its lot selling and renting by the front foot, became the dominant expression of the city. The hope for a steady rise in the unearned increment was at its lowest in the meaner factory towns. It achieved its maximum of feverish excitement in the great commercial and political centers. So far from expressing utilitarian interests, other than profit, these plans carried the system of absolutist abstractions even farther away from reality. Paleotechnic planning had the mechanical regularity of the Baroque without its coherence, the despotic restrictions without the aesthetic mastery and the visual compensations. Even when a great piece of planning was undertaken, as in the conversion of the old wall around Colne into a boulevard, the bordering houses would, stylistically speaking, present a picture of dull aesthetic caprice, so-called individuality. The ultimate unit in this rectangular street platting, the atom of mechanical design, was the individual rectangular plot into which each block was divided. Rarely, in big cities, was the width of this plot greater than 20 feet, often, as in parts of Baltimore, it was only 15 or 12, but the depth might be 100 or 125 feet. As long as row houses were 2 rooms deep, this platting was tolerable, but as soon as the need for more dwelling space grew, the natural line of expansion was not laterally, to embrace a second costly plot, but backward, to eat up the backyard areas and to increase thereby the sunless interior space. Bad enough for individual houses, worse when the same system of lot units constricted the building of multiple family houses or office buildings. The desire to utilize every square foot of rentable space possessed the owner, even when he was building for his own use, and not for sheer pecuniary exploitation, and in its search for profits it often overreached itself, for an overcrowded plan does not necessarily bring the maximum financial return. Cumbrous, uneconomic plans, with a maximum amount of wasteful corridor space and dark ill-ventilated rooms, characterized the two-family houses, the three-deckers, the higher tenements. And the habit of letting the shape of the individual lot determine the plan and layout of the house dominated the imagination of the architect. He lost the ability to design freely in more comprehensive units, built for common living and not for individual division, individual ownership, individual sale. The individual rectangular lot was his sole determinant. It needed the social criticism of the present generation, backed by detailed cost analysis, to compel the architect to think in terms of light, insulation, open space, communal grouping, and even today, so deeply embedded is the pecuniary order of thinking, it is hard for the architect fully to embrace his freedom. In short, as practical urban design, the dominant method of planning was simply a bad dream. Millions of people are still living in the midst of blighted areas, destitute of civic comeliness, paying bitter tribute day by day to the collective hallucinations that govern the layout of the Paleotechnic town. 11. A close-up of Coketown. One may grant that at the tempo at which industrialism was introduced into the Western world, the problem of building adequate cities was almost insoluble. The premises which made these operations possible also limited their human success. How build a coherent city out of the efforts of 1,000 competing individualists who knew no law but their own sweet will? How integrate new mechanical functions in a new type of plan that could be laid out and speedily developed if the very essence of such integration depended upon the firm control of public authorities who often did not exist, or who, when they did exist, exercised no powers except those specifically granted by the state, which put individual property rights at the top? How provide a multitude of new utilities and services for workers who could not afford to rent any but the most destitute types of shelter? How create a good physical plan for social functions that themselves remained abortive? It was small wonder that almost the only examples of good planning were on traditional lines. Planning flourished better in historic cities, under the guidance of a surviving Baroque bureaucracy, as in Paris and München, than in those newer centers where a fresh start could, theoretically, have been made. Cities that still contained vital residues of medieval tradition, like Ulm, sometimes managed, through the slow tempo of their growth and a bold policy of large-scale municipal land ownership, to effect the transition with relatively little loss. Where industry came in explosively, however, as in Nuremberg, the results were as vile as in towns that had no historic shell whatever. And in the New World, towns were built as late as 1906, Gary, Indiana, with no regard for any physical features except the location of the industrial plant. The very century that boasted its mechanical conquests and its scientific prescience left its social processes to chance, as if the scientific habit of mind had exhausted itself upon machines, and was not capable of advancing further. The torrent of energy that was tapped from the coal beds ran downhill with the least possible improvement of the environment. The mill villages, the factory agglomerations, were socially more crude than the feudal villages of the Middle Ages. The new urban emergent, the coal agglomeration, which Patrick Geddes called the conurbation, was neither isolated in the country nor attached to a historic core. It spread in a mass of relatively even density over scores and sometimes hundreds of square miles. There were no real centers in this urban massing, no institutions capable of uniting its members into an active city life. Only the sects, the fragments, the social debris of old institutions remained, left like the flotsam of a great river after the flood has receded, a no-man's land of social life. These new cities not merely failed for the most part to produce art, science, or culture, they failed at first even to import them from older centers. When a surplus was locally created, it was promptly drained off elsewhere. The rentiers and financiers employed it upon personal luxuries, or upon philanthropies, like that of Carnegie's Music Hall in New York, which often benefited the capital cities long before any similar bequests were made to the region from which the riches were originally drawn. Approach more closely the Paleotechnic town, examine it with eye, ear, nose, skin. The ordinary observer, because of the growing contrast with the emerging neotechnic environment, can at last see what only poets like Hugo or Ruskin or Morris saw 100 years ago, a reality which the Philistines, tangled in their utilitarian web of dreams, alternately denied as a sentimental exaggeration or greeted with enthusiasm as an indisputable mark of progress. Night spread over the coal town, its prevailing color was black. Black clouds of smoke rolled out of the factory chimneys, and the railroad yards, which often cut clean into the town, mangling the very organism, spread soot and cinders everywhere. The invention of artificial illuminating gas was an indispensable aid to this spread. Murdoch's invention dates back to the end of the 18th century, and during the next generation its use widened, first in factories, then in homes, first in big cities, later in small centers, for without its aid work would frequently have been stopped by smoke and fog. The manufacture of illuminating gas within the confines of the towns became a characteristic new feature. The huge gas tanks reared their bulk over the urban landscape, great structures, on the scale of a cathedral. Indeed, their tracery of iron, against an occasional clear lemon-green sky at sunrise, was one of the most pleasant aesthetic elements in the new order. Such structures were not necessarily evil, indeed, with sufficient care in their segregation they might have been handsome. What was atrocious was the fact that, like every other building in the new towns, they were dumped almost at random. The leakage of escaping gas scented the so-called gas house districts, and not surprisingly these districts frequently became among the most degraded sections of the city. Towering above the town, polluting its air, the gas tanks symbolized the dominance of practical interests over life needs. Night had already come into the pottery districts in the 18th century through the use of cheap salt glazes. Now it closed in everywhere, in Sheffield and Birmingham, in Pittsburgh and Lille. In this new environment black clothes were only a protective coloration, not a form of mourning. The black stovepipe hat was almost a functional design. The oil and smudge of soft coal spat everywhere. Even those who washed their hands left a rim of undissolved grease around the side of the wash bowl. Add to these constant smudges on flesh and clothing the finely divided particles of iron from the grinding and sharpening operations, the unused chlorine from the soda works, the clouds of acrid dust from the cement plant, the various byproducts of other chemical industries. These things smarted the eyes, rasped the throat and lungs, lowered the general tone, even when they did not produce on contact any definite disease. As for the reek of coal itself, it is perhaps not a disagreeable one. Man with his long savage past has become fond of musty odors, so perhaps its chief misdemeanor was that it supplanted, and made people insensitive to, other smells. Under such conditions, one must have all one's senses blunted in order to be happy, and first of all, one must lose one's taste. This loss of taste had an effect upon diet. Even well-to-do people began to eat canned goods and stale foods, when fresh ones were available, because they could no longer tell the difference. The loss of elementary taste discrimination extended to other departments than food. Color discrimination became feeble, too. The darker tones, the soberer colors, the dingier mixtures, were preferred to pure bright colors, and both the Pre-Raphaelites and the Impressionist painters were reviled by the bourgeoisie because their pure colors were thought unnatural and inartistic. If an occasional touch of bright color was left, it was only in the signs on the hoardings for Coleman's mustard or Reckitt's blue paper surfaces that remained cheerful because they frequently had to be changed. Dark, colorless, acrid, evil-smelling, this new environment was. All these qualities lowered human efficiency and required extra compensation in washing and bathing and sanitation, or at the last extreme, in medical treatment. The cash expenditure on cleaning alone was no small expenditure in the Paleotechnic town, at least after the need for cleanliness itself was acknowledged. Take one item alone from a typical Paleotechnic survival, Pittsburgh today. Its smoke pollution began early, for a print in 1849 shows it in full blast. Today the annual cost of keeping Pittsburgh cleaned has been estimated at $1,500,000 for extra laundry work, $750,000 for extra general cleaning, and $60,000 for extra curtain cleaning. This estimate, some $2,310,000 per year, does not include losses due to the corrosion of buildings or the increased costs of painting woodwork, nor yet the extra costs of lighting during periods of smog. So much for pecuniary losses. But what of the incalculable losses through disease, through ill health, through all the forms of psychological deterioration from apathy to outright neurosis? The fact that such losses do not lend themselves to objective measurement does not make them non-existent. Indifference to these forms of devitalization during the Paleotechnic period rested mainly on invincible ignorance. In Technics and Civilization I quoted the indignation and surprise of a leading apologist for this civilization, Ure, over the testimony offered by the acute physicians called before Sadler's Factory Investigation Committee. These physicians referred to the experiments made by Dr. Edwards of Paris upon the growth of tadpoles, proving that sunlight was essential to their development. From this they concluded we now know with complete justification that it was equally necessary to the growth of children. Ure's proud answer was that the gas lighting of factories was a sufficient substitute for the sun. So contemptuous were these utilitarians of nature and well-tried human custom that they brought up more than one generation upon a devitalized diet, based purely on the consumption of calories. That diet has been modified during the last 20 years by a fresh budget of scientific knowledge. Unfortunately, the Paleotechnic environment is less amenable to correction, and it still casts its blight over tens of millions of people. Next to dirt, the new towns boasted another distinction, equally appalling to the senses. The baneful effects of this blight have been recognized only in recent years, thanks to advances in techniques not unconnected with that typical neotechnic invention, the telephone. I refer to noise. Let me quote an ear-witness account of Birmingham in the middle of the 19th century. In no town in the world are the mechanical arts more noisy, hammerings incessantly on the anvil, there is an unending clang of engines, flame rustles, water hisses, steam roars, and from time to time, hoarse and hollow, rises the thunder of the proofing house where firearms are tested. The people live in an atmosphere vibrating with clamor, and it would seem as if their amusement had caught the general tone, and become noisy, like their inventions. The indifference to clang and racket was typical. Did not the manufacturers of England keep Watt from reducing the noise made by his reciprocating engine because they wanted auricular evidence of its power? Today, numerous experiments have established the fact that noise can produce profound physiological changes, music can keep down the bacteria count in milk, and by the same token definite ailments, like stomach ulcers, seem to be aggravated by the strain of living, say, within sound of an elevated railroad. The diminishment of working efficiency through noise has likewise been clearly established. Unfortunately, the Paleotechnic environment seemed specially designed to create a maximum amount of noise, the early hoot of the factory whistle, the shriek of the locomotive, the clank and urge of the old-fashioned steam engine, the wheeze and screech of the shafts and belting, the click and whir of the loom, the pounding of the drop hammer, the mutter and snuffle of the conveyor, the shouts of the workers who worked and lived amid this varied clamor. All these sounds abetted the general assault on the senses. When reckoning up the vital efficiency of the country as compared with the city, or the medieval town as opposed to the Paleotechnic town, one must not forget this important factor in health. Nor have recent improvements in certain departments, the use of rubber heels and rubber tires, for instance, lessened the strength of the indictment. The noise of the gasoline-driven motor cars and trucks in a busy city, as they start up, change gears, acquire speed, is a sign of their deplorable technical immaturity. Had the energy that has been put into styling hoods gone into the design of a silent engine, the neotechnic city would not be as backward as its Paleotechnic predecessor in the matter of noise. Recent experiments with sound in Chicago show that if one grades noise by percentages up to 100%, or which is the sound like an artillery cannonade that would drive one mad if continued over an extended period, the countryside has only from 8 to 10% noise, the suburbs 15%, the residential districts of the city 25%, commercial districts 30% and industrial districts 35%. These broad lines would doubtless hold almost anywhere during the last century and a half, though perhaps the upper limits were higher. One must remember, too, that the Paleotechnic towns made no effort to separate factories from workers' homes, so that in many towns noise was omnipresent, in the day and often in the night. Considering this new urban area on its lowest physical terms, without reference to its social facilities or its culture, it is plain that never before in recorded history had such vast masses of people lived in such a savagely deteriorated environment. The galley slaves of the Orient, the wretched prisoners in the Athenian silver mines, the depressed proletariat in the insulae of Rome, these classes had known, no doubt, a similar foulness, but never was human blight so widespread, never before had it so universally been accepted as normal and inevitable. The point becomes all the more appalling when one realizes, not only the absolute unfitness of this environment for human life, but its extraordinary quantitative multiplication. In 1850 there were but 6 towns with over 100,000 population in the United States, and but 5 in Germany. By 1900 there were 36 such places in the United States and 33 in Germany. 12. The Old Curiosity Shop. We have followed in detail the process of decomposition and unbuilding in the new industrial and commercial city. We have watched a bleak ideology and a coarse practical routine deface the landscape, undermine the body, desiccate the spirit. If our gaze has been narrowed to the factory and the slum, it is because they were the new dominants, and because quantitatively they occupied so large a space. The survivals of the past, including many useful ones, capable of being reconditioned for life at a higher level than the buildings that replaced them, were swept away in almost every growing city during the 19th century in a fever and a fury of demolition. Old open spaces were built over, and old buildings were hastily destroyed. Trim medieval marketplaces became dusty plazas, and quiet, well-insulated residential quarters became opened up to traffic, through the systematic widening and straightening of old streets. A factory, a new block of offices, a railroad yard, had the right of way over the finest monuments of the past. One cannot object to such replacement when the new is in any sense the equivalent of the old. But in many cases the new building was a tawdry makeshift, thrusting its way into the picture, not because it better expressed the vital social needs of the new day, but because it offered some callous Philistine the opportunity for speculative gain. The same disintegration took place in every other part of the city's culture. It is effectively symbolized in the new architectural forms. There was, indeed, a moment in the development of form when in England it seemed as if a new synthesis might be created. Between 1780 and 1830, owing to the strong vernacular impulses that persisted, it seemed as if the false alternatives of classicism and romanticism would be thrown off. Middle-class houses were built in this period that might, had they become universal forms, have met halfway the best of Manchester's factories. Skinkle, when he visited Manchester, had an intuition that in these new buildings the source of a new form could be found. Had he looked at the squares and row houses of Bloomsbury he would have found their direct equivalent. And the design that accompanied Robert Owen's proposed factory colony even suggested how these simple, common-sense forms might have been worked out in terms of workers' housing. His plan is still sounder than a great many more elaborate housing developments that have been put up in England during the last generation. In all these various initiatives there was an early anticipation of an effective synthesis of modern materials, modern methods of construction, and modern needs, symbols of positive science and cooperative effort. Soane in England showed it in some of his work, so did Skinkle in Berlin, but the proof of its soundness is that the same spirit appeared, perhaps even more clearly, in the work of anonymous builders and designers, in bold and beautiful forms. This mutation, although real, was swamped in the proliferation of fashionable architectural weeds, noxious weeds like the filthy factory slums, sentimental weeds like the cottages and churches of the Gothic revival, weeds transported from arid areas, like the brittle classic structures that became schools, banks, courthouses, government offices. By the middle of the 19th century the mutations were so far lost that when Philip Webb designed the Red House for William Morris, he went back to the vernacular form of the late 17th century, romanticized further by ogive patterns in the brickwork, a type of house with relatively small windows instead of beginning at the point where the best domestic building of a generation earlier had left off. Not merely was there a break in form. The movement towards synthesis was further handicapped by the earlier disruption of symbols. Almost all the leading architects in Europe, from Wren onward, exhibited this disruption. Who would guess that the Skinkel who projected the clean design for a department store in Berlin also designed extremely romantic Gothic churches, while he dreamed in his paintings of buildings even more deeply saturated with wild mysticism and mysterious gloom. Such a gap between building and faerie, between architecture as the flesh and bones of civilization and architecture as stylistic fancy dress, had been opened up indeed by the architects of the Renaissance. But they at least had the justification of believing for the moment that their fancy dress was reality. They read the old texts, they aped the old gestures, they looked upon themselves as continuators of a more noble manner of life, once lived by the Greeks and the Romans. In this respect, most of the new classicists, the new medievalists, the eclectics, were humbugs. They made no attempt to reduce the distance between their background and their life. Though the medievalists might affect piety and preach a return to the Middle Ages, their efforts were as half-hearted and their buildings were as sterile as the Renaissance forms they derided. In short, the Gothic revival, from first to last, from Horace Walpole to Pugin, from Scott to Ralph Adams Cram, remained the work of a sect. Even when it sought to embrace every element in civilization, its premises were antagonistic to that mission. It rejected the best along with the worst. As in religion, the architectural sects multiplied throughout the 19th century, so that, by the middle of the period, the hope for a common form based upon the prevalence of some narrow set of historic types was doubly lost. Though once Ruskin foolishly suggested that salvation lay in going back to a single style, that of the 13th century in Lombardy, his own historic interpretations proved, if they proved anything, that this was as impossible as the suggestion that the novels of Dickens and Reed should be cast in the mold of the Divine Comedy or the Song of Roland. The age demanded new forms, for new functions had come into life, and a multitude of new associations and organizations, a new kind of civic ritual, had grown up in the city along with a new attitude toward the universe and a new feeling for nature. None of these demands could be framed or satisfied in the old forms. None of these new feelings could be symbolized in a Roman column or in a Gothic vault. When the architects of the period resurrected old symbols, they felt the Plutonian touch of this new society. In spirit, if not in material, they turned to iron. Only in their plans, as Dr. Berendt has shown in relation to Perseus, did they advance to contemporary ground. Byzantine cottages and Swiss chalets, Italian villas and Moorish palaces, began to fill the Victorian landscape in the villa quarters around the British and the American cities. Germany, more insulated before 1870, attempted with sentimental clumsiness to recapture architectural Bilder durch in Vergangenheit. By the third quarter of the 19th century, the disruption had become complete. A single avenue might contain, as the result of a decade's building, souvenirs from cultures millennia apart and from regions at the remotest ends of the earth, now modified with cast iron ornament or original embellishments, now copied with photographic lifelessness. Under this impulse, every city, in proportion to the available wealth and historical scholarship, tended to become an old curiosity shop, a junk heap of discarded styles, cut off completely from the culture that had given them a rational meaning. What was the result of this cultural rag-picking? Variety? No, the solidification of chaos, an order no less mechanical in its unexpected facades and its reproductive ornament than the meanest by-law street of identical houses. Every avenue was designed in accordance with the most inexorable of laws, the law of chance. The street picture lost all consistence, it was a jumble of competing styles, carried out in no common material, ordered to no common visual end. The ground plan might be that of a rectangular plot in a rectangular block, but even that fact did not make for order, since a large building might be placed alongside a shabby cramped building, and a church might be dwarfed by a nearby warehouse. The actual design of the facade and the evolution of the interior as often as not denied the limited surface order. Individualistic style competition mistakenly looked upon as a sign of a quite different state, individuality took the place of that collective mastery of form which characterizes a vital culture. Meanwhile, the only contemporary style that manifested vitality, that of the mechanical age itself, was carefully kept out of the architect's training. Even the engineer, seeking confirmation from the aesthete, bashfully hid his clean forms under melancholy iron foliage. And as if the architectural picture itself was not sufficiently chaotic, a crisscross of telegraph wires, trolley poles, railroad bridges, elevated structures, and competitive advertisements completed the visual disorder. This collapse of form was of course as visible in the interiors of buildings as on the streets. Within the home it was associated with the proliferation of ugly sub-Baroque decoration and with the cult of comfort. Shall we say that this hard-bitten age sacrificed all the older aesthetic pleasures of ear and eye to the pleasures of tactile relaxation? Instead of beauty, a new quality was demanded: comfort. Ottomans, ranged with pillows, to meet each cushion of flesh with a softer cushion of horsehair or down, super-upholstered chairs, stuffed and overstuffed. There is some reason to think that the Victorian middle classes, who could afford warm bedrooms, nevertheless made love by preference beneath blankets, under cover of darkness, thus reducing sexual intercourse to purely tactile terms. Bare was a term of reproach in Victorian decoration. One of Conan Doyle's early characters almost goes insane because placed in a bare, whitewashed room, and Tolstoy was regarded as a saint by his disciples because his bedroom was in the Victorian sense unfurnished. Just as nakedness of the body caused a flutter of shocked reproof, even when exhibited in statues, so naked architectural forms not merely seemed harsh, they seemed indecent. The change took place early. Note the Carpenter Gothic details with which even the excellent Downing improved the severe and excellent farmhouse architecture of the early 19th century. And as the outer environment in the Paleotechnic town became more bleak, the domestic interiors filled up and spilled over with ornament. Every square foot of the wall must be covered with pictures, bad reproductions, if not originals. Every square foot of floor must be covered with carpets, which caught and held the dust and prolonged the menial duties of those who were supposed to keep them clean. Every shelf must be crowded with vases, knick-knacks, souvenirs, shells from the seashore, minerals from distant mountains, sandalwood boxes from India, lacquered trays from China, cloisonné from Japan. Double and triple layers of hangings obscured the light and filtered out a little dirt from the street, but in turn became dirty. Table covers, with tassels or embroidery, and covers upon the table covers, and doilies upon those, formed another rampart of decoration. Wax flowers under glass cases, or a leftover ormolu clock, dried flowers in the fireplace in summer, immortelles in a wreath around the portrait of a deceased member of the family, dust and desiccation, fancy work and ornament, in short, the art of the whatnot. In this pursuit of interior decoration the middle-class dwelling, like the city outside, became an old curiosity shop, and though up to the 80s the Victorians often avoided historicism, and made their furniture in shapes whose incredible ugliness was the product of an active, if appalling, imagination, after this a reviving cult of the antique completed the parallel. As for the workers' dwellings, imitating all these fashions in the only forms open to the worker's purse, they were little better than a rubbish heap. But no matter how sordid the room, it would not be bare. I have lived in a Bloomsbury lodging house in which every vase on the mantel shelf was broken, and had thus lost the only value it ever possessed aesthetically, that of being whole. The cult of the formless, it would seem, could go no further than it did in decoration. It prevailed over the whole period that began around 1830. Its worst inroads were marked by the atrocities duly celebrated in the Great Exhibition of 1851 in London, and of 1876 in Philadelphia, and it did not receive its first sharp check until the 80s, when the aesthetic movement took shape under Whistler, William Morris, and their varied collaborators. Comfort was associated with ugly superfluity, misplaced art, purposeless manufacture, decorative dirt. And as form broke up, formlessness itself was theoretically systematized, the age made a virtue of necessity. For the spirit of Romanticism, as it took shape in the 18th century ruin and the informal landscape, or in the 19th century Jardin Anglais, was essentially a denial of the importance of form. More than that, it was a justification of the processes of decomposition. Shrinking from the problem of orderly collective control, people overvalued the wild, the irregular, the unrestricted, forgetting the fact that the wilderness itself could not continue to exist, on the edge of the paleotechnic environment, without eventually invoking bold administrative supervision by the community over the land and the land uses. For nature to be untouched and unspoiled, men must collectively determine the appropriate means of exploitation and refrain from opening up to competitive ownership that which should be sequestered for the large common good. Beauty alone, observed Sir Uvedale Price, one of the chief exponents of Romantic design, has hitherto been aimed at. Beauty, in the Romantic mind, meant a certain utilitarian order and purposefulness. The new planners set their minds in another direction and sought to preserve and if necessary to introduce the rough, the unexpected, the decayed, the disorganized, the dilapidated. They preferred deformed trees to those that were well grown, rocky landscapes to lush, nourishing meadows, and the more scraggly conifers to rounded symmetrical trees like the horse chestnut and the maple. What they sought was not a livable landscape but a picturesque landscape. And the same animus that they displayed toward nature had a part in their conception of architecture, hence their fake abbeys, their newly built ruins, such as the crazy castle of Pichelsburg near Potsdam, done in the English fashion. In a sense, this worship of national history recognized something that the classic architects with their static forms tended to overlook: the dynamic quality of time, the effect of duration upon form. But unfortunately the Romantics centered their interest in the last process in the cycle of growth, the stage of decay and death. They should have been primitives and have begun, so to say, with a live baby, but in fact they were decadents and began with a corpse. In fine, this cult of the picturesque was a disguised form of laissez-faire applied wholesale to the environment. The accidental, the unforeseen, and the perverse became new values. Whatever could not be reduced to an orderly pattern, whatever denied man's collective control and defied his organization and avoided the human measure, was exalted. While this cult had its origin in the landscape painting of the 17th century, as the very word picturesque indicates, it was carried to a logical conclusion in the paintings of Turner, the contemporary of Watt and Bentham and Stevenson. For Turner pushed the belief in formlessness, symbolically, to its final state. All the solid realities of the earth, buildings, trees, men, were dissolved in his atmospheric effects of mist and cloud. Given a sufficiently heavy blanket of fog, the new industrial environment itself became, as it were, disembodied. Turner seized that fact and turned it to creative uses. Behind the curtain of atmospheric effects, architecture disappeared, a castle on a bold headland became an amiable blur, so did a factory or a railroad viaduct by a foul river. The general effect was to make man's most strenuous efforts at disciplined expression seem unimportant or insignificant. To be successful, from this point of view, buildings must fall into ruin, and orderly plans must miscarry. In this manner, Romanticism was anti-communal and anti-architectural, for all its tendency to exalt the institutional order of the Middle Ages. Lawlessness was the only rule it recognized, and the wilderness was its only proper home. As a counterpoise to a sessile routine and a humdrum institutional life, there was a need, no doubt, for this new expression of the spirit. But applied to urban buildings, such an animus turned the city into a mechanical jungle, which was in fact the urban counterpart of the landscape park, as developed theoretically in the writings of a Repton, a Gilpin, a Price, a Downing Little, though these Romantics might have been prepared to recognize their saturnine urban offspring. The unexpected, the disorderly, the dilapidated, prevailed to such an extent in the cities of the 19th century, both new and old, that the very precision and articulateness of a good mechanical order, which at very least one might reasonably have expected to emerge in the new civilization, were lost. as an expression of a machine culture, or as an environment planned intelligently for mechanized production, the new cities were defective. Much of the new architecture of the last 20 years, with its one-sided glorification of the factory as a standard of form, must be recognized as an extremely belated attempt to build the utilitarian city. 13. The triumph of iron. There was, however, one department of building that occasionally showed something better than picturesque sprawl or dead standardized ugliness, that which was based upon the use of iron. Here, if anywhere, the Paleotechnic period excelled, and here it found its first approach to a coherent form, in the planning and building of its great iron structures. Inevitably, when the utilitarians thought of forms for their new industrial fabrics, they thought either of converting iron into natural materials, or natural materials into iron. The first impulse was silly. The imitations in cheap woods and metals of the grain of a fine natural wood was a typical triumph of cheap romantic decoration, like the translation of stucco into marble in the Baroque period. Schinkel actually brought this perversity back to Germany from England. But the other impulse was honest enough, given the new necessities of life and the new powers of the machine. In discussing the architecture of the new Smithsonian Institution, Robert Dale Owen predicted that the time would come when iron would be commonly used in all sorts of buildings. Long before, Faustus Verentius in the 16th century had suggested that iron might be used for walls and for the roofs of big buildings, like churches. At last these predictions and hopes were fulfilled. Toward the end of the 18th century, the first iron bridge in the Western world, China had long known them, was built over the Severn. And early in the 19th century, iron was used to frame the roof of the central markets in Paris, for iron's great quality in spanning space, its strength in cross-section both under compression and tension, gave it a special place in such structures. The first original step in the application of iron to building, however, came toward the end of the 18th century in England, the erection of glass and iron conservatories. Such hothouses were an Eotechnic invention. Albertus Magnus, who had a reputation in the 13th century for being a magician, showed flowers growing in midwinter to one of his visitors, presumably in a glass hothouse. And these conservatories, either as an annex to the house or a special feature of the garden, had become common in the great country houses of France and England. This effort finally crystallized, and the symbolism is appropriate in every respect in the design of the Crystal Palace in London by Joseph Paxton, the engineer, who had achieved his reputation as a builder of hothouses. The great Crystal Palace in Hyde Park sheltered the Industrial Exhibition of 1851, the first such exhibition to be conducted on an international scale. Both as a technical feat and as an imaginative application of modern design to modern materials, the Crystal Palace was perhaps the foremost contribution to building that had been made since the development of the ogive and the flying buttress. For the heavy forms of masonry it substituted the relative lightness of the iron skeleton, for the solid masses and enclosures of the old-fashioned supporting walls, the new design substituted open space bounded by mere filaments of glass. What was spacious became more spacious by interposing only the lines of construction between the eye and the landscape or sky without. In the 13th century cathedrals, in the 16th century mansions and town houses, in the early 19th century dwellings in England, people had not been afraid of such broad surfaces of glass. Now, however, they cowered a little before the possibilities that their mechanical triumphs had opened up to them. When the time came to translate Paxton's daring initiatives into other buildings in the city, the result was a disappointment. James Buckingham, most energetic of Victorian utopian writers, might imagine a new city whose avenues would be covered by iron and glass arcades. Such arcades might even be built here and there as an annex to the shopping parade, from Naples to Westminster. But there was no real congruence between this imaginative architectural form and the new environment. Need I stress the reason? Glass is of all possible building materials the one that most requires a clean atmosphere. Its smooth surface does not absorb dirt and grime, but permits it visibly to accumulate, and in the act of accumulation it loses its own best qualities. Glass could be at its best in the Eotechnic Dutch town, woven around canals, with plenty of water and little smoke, but in the Paleotechnic town it was in downright contradiction to the rest of the environment. However cheap its original cost, the upkeep and cleaning was prohibitive. Even the brightest of iron and glass department stores, such as the Bon Marché in Paris, speedily looked a little dingy. Ironically enough, the Victorian blindness to the visible environment exhibited its opacities most profoundly in the use of glass. For the only type of building in which Paxton's construction was repeatedly used was the dirtiest spot in town, the railroad station, the last place where glass could be used with profit. Most of the train halls of the new stations were great sheds of glass and iron. From this St. Pancras station in London, built as early as 1866, to the later stations like that at Frankfurt am Main or Hamburg, these structures were often, in the abstract, very handsome, especially those built after the Great Hall of Machines in the Paris Exposition of 1889 had achieved something like a perfect engineering and architectural solution of the problem of spanning the space. But the actual effect of the glass sheds was to keep the smoke and effluvia of the locomotives from being dissipated at once into the surrounding air, hence they produced the maximum concentration of choking gases and dust, to welcome the stranger or speed the parting guest. Meanwhile the glass covering became almost as opaque to the sun's rays as it would have been if solid iron or brick had been used instead. In short, the misuse was ludicrous. Small wonder that these new types of construction awaited for fuller use the technological improvements that produced the neotechnic phase, electricity, the distillation of coal, smokeless cities. The cheapening of steel through the utilization of the Bessemer process nevertheless had a direct effect upon architecture. Form coalesced swiftly in the decade of the 80s, particularly in the hands of the bold architects who dominated the scene in Chicago. As a result of competition for central sites within a limited building area in American cities, a competition originally intensified by the inadequacy of surface transportation and the lack of instantaneous oral communication over a distance, the architects of the United States, uncontrolled by old world building heights and municipal regulations, had from the 1860s onward been pushing up the height of masonry constructions at the instance of the ground landlord. In order to go higher, the supporting wall had to be thickened inordinately at the base, and this took away rentable space. A new material, a different method, were needed. In the 1840s a New York engineer, James Bogardus, had introduced iron members as supporting columns and had greatly opened the face of commercial buildings. Now iron was added for the horizontal beams, and since iron rapidly loses strength under heat, the metal members were surrounded by a fire-resistant material. When these various parts were articulated together, as was first done theoretically by Leroy Buffington and practically by Major Jenny in Chicago, first in the Home Insurance Building, 1885, and completely in the Lighter Building, 1889, an entirely new type of construction appeared, the iron cage and the curtain wall. This translated into colossal Paleotechnic forms the vernacular frame and clapboard construction of the old American farmhouse. The outer wall became a mere boundary of the interior space, as in the Crystal Palace itself. Instead of the buildings being a shell, it became essentially a skeleton with internal organs for equalizing the temperature and for circulation, with a tough external skin. This invention greatly simplified difficult constructions, and the more positive architectural talents of the time, like Louis Sullivan, were quick to take advantage of it and to further its logical development. Unfortunately, like so many Janus-headed inventions, it was the antisocial features of this new method that were exploited. The system of construction was used to squeeze the last drop of rent out of a site by overcrowding the land, putting 1,000 people on a spot that had hitherto accommodated but 100. Result: intensified land speculation, site crowding, increased traffic congestion, frequently lack of daylight and decent working space within the new buildings. Likewise a constant tendency to pyramid land values and structures, recapitalizing the original values on the basis of prospective congestion, and using the advance in values as an excuse for perpetrating further congestion. Finally, an urban form, towering against the skies, in which the actual living demands of men and women were subordinated at every step to pecuniary considerations. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the early Chicago skyscraper was a triumph. Essentially it has been unsurpassed by later designs. It must be put alongside the early Manchester cotton mills, the Crystal Palace, the Brooklyn Bridge, and its immediate contemporary, the Eiffel Tower. These were expressions of the power and order that were inherent in the new mechanical complex. They were structures purposefully designed to assist the organization of productive machinery, to exhibit goods to large crowds in a well-ventilated building, to enable traffic to pass over a wide body of water, or to serve as a signpost of technological achievement itself, rational means toward rational ends. Such triumphs had little effect upon the ordering of the rest of the environment. In this utilitarian age, the truly mechanical remained an exception, and half-baked compromises in form, the not yet mechanical, the sentimentalized mechanical, the less than adequate mechanical, continued to prevail. Yet all these forms had a preparatory meaning, a meaning that was to come forth once more with the opening of the neotechnic phase in industry. The Crystal Palace prepared the way for the synthetic materials and the clean surfaces used in neotechnic urban architecture. The Eiffel Tower prepared the way for the electric power pole and the radio transmission tower. The skyscrapers made possible, through their experimental organization, a new type of building with flexible interiors, adjustable from generation to new demands of life. While from the tops of tall steel towers, almost as high as the Eiffel Tower itself, the populace became aware as from the Ferris wheel and the chutes of the amusement park of the new angle of vision of the approaching airplane, soaring and diving through space. Within the common industrial scheme, a new order, an appropriate form, was slowly coalescing at last. 14. Far from the madding crowd. Those who valued paleotechnic civilization were inclined to be contemptuous of the countryside, whereas those who were sensitive to rural sights and sounds and who enjoyed rural occupations, fled, when they could, from the blackened walls of Coketown. Throughout this period the impulse to escape, although it could not cure the diseases of industrialism, took special forms that momentarily counteracted the compulsions of the day's routine and its defilements. For the belligerent, there was war and piracy; for the ambitious, there was colonization in new lands; for the powerful, the planning of parks and landscapes; for the reflective, rambling, musing, botanizing in rural retreats. For the rising middle classes of the 19th century the romantic retreat took the form of building villas and suburbs, where the spreading agglomeration of Coketown could be temporarily kept at bay. In the city, Mars and Vulcan had become friends. Venus, neglected, sought the consolations of domesticity in a distant suburb. The impulse toward suburban living perhaps came directly from the more temporary escape of the watering place or the summer resort. Mr. Van Wyck Brooks has pointed out that in the discovery of almost every important summer resort in America, artists and writers, people who gauged life by other standards than the pragmatic one, were mainly responsible, sensitive to the environment. They served like the hazel wand to indicate the places where the springs of life were still flowing. Unfortunately, the effect of these recreation centers was too limited. Even the chosen few who visited them returned eventually to the city to dissipate their vigor and lust of life in its smoky streets. Some more permanent form for the exodus was needed. The answer was the middle-class romantic suburb. In embryo, the modern suburb already existed in the 16th century, quite different in function and purpose from the so-called suburb around the medieval town, which often served rather for summer residence and recreation. There is an allusion to the new type in the English courtier. The manner of most gentlemen and noblemen also is to house themselves, if they possibly may, in the suburbs of the city, because most commonly, the air there being somewhat at large, the place is healthy, and through the distance from the body of the town, the noise is not much, and so consequently quiet. Also for commodity we find many lodgings, both spacious and roomy, with gardens and orchards very delectable. So with good government we have as little cause to fear infection there as in the very country. Our water is excellent and much better than you have any, on ground and fields most pleasant. That briefly sums up most of the advantages of the new suburb: pure air and water, quiet, space, rural beauty. As the crowding became more universal during the next 3 centuries, the demand to get away became more imperious. If one did not leave on one's own initiative, the doctor's orders would prescribe it. Somjanins remarked in 1795 that tradesmen's wives who felt suffocated by the smoke of London must have their villas at Clapham, and though this tendency developed more slowly in the pure industrial city, which often knew no alternative possibility, it characterized most of the mixed towns with their infiltration of a rural aristocracy and leisured people. At first, the possibilities of suburban living were limited to those who could afford a horse and carriage of their own, or who could make the daily journey to town by public coach. But by the 1820s in London, later of course elsewhere, a new environment was taking shape on the outskirts: Barnes, St. John's Wood, Hampstead, later Bedford Park. At first the street pattern of these new villa districts remained regular. The houses, even if externally given over to neo-Gothic caprice, were the usual spacious houses with regular, often square ground plans and high-ceilinged rooms, pseudo-Greek temples with an altar in every room but no god. Following romantic principles, house and plot pattern and garden changed. The street avoided straight lines, even when no curves were given by nature. When the cult of naturalism finally invaded German town planning toward the end of the 19th century, contour levels of even the minor sort were treated as definitive guiding lines for the sake of the irregularity they produced, an exaggerated rebuke to the engineer's habit of forgetting them completely. But after allowance is made for these lapses, the fact remains that the suburb served as an experimental seedbed for the new domestic architecture. It was in the suburban house that Richardson made his decisive advance toward a new architecture, and after him, Frank Lloyd Wright. It was in the suburb that Sid effectively applied his post-Baroque doctrines of the discontinuous street, and thus made one of the first systematic efforts to insulate the new domestic quarters from through traffic. By economizing on paving, curbing, wide roadways, and similar extravagant utilities, the suburb often created a far better residential scheme than the city. The money thus saved could go directly into trees, gardens, open spaces. Simple natural forms were less expensive than mechanical substitutes, no small discovery in an age that believed that iron piping was cheaper than privet hedges, or paper flowers, made in sweatshops, more commendable than those grown in the earth. But the very popularity of this move to escape partly robbed it of its success. Land values went up on the outskirts of every town, sometimes in sound agricultural territory, in expectation of suburban developments. By the time the impulse reached the lower middle classes and the manual workers, the form of the suburb had changed, too, into a derisive caricature: rows of cramped cottages, with a grass rug in the front, a minor drying green and catwalk in the rear, half an hour or more away from the place of work. Even for the well-to-do, the growth of a suburban neighborhood usually meant a progressive intensification of use, a change in site values, eventually a further change in use toward completer coverage of the land. As the city crept nearer the suburb, its purity and solitude vanished, along with its ample gardens. Finally it would be swallowed up, as Chelsea and Hammersmith and Hampstead, suburbs all, were swallowed up, in the growth of London. 2 points should be noted about this new type of community. First, it was a segregated community, not merely set apart topographically from the central areas of a city, but its occupants were laterally segregated from other economic classes. Except for a small detail of tradesmen and handymen, the suburb was a one-class community. It boasted, in fact, of its exclusiveness, which means, sociologically speaking, of the fact that it was not and could not become a city. Further, suburban living encouraged a complete segregation of consumption from production. There was no visible connecting link, except the iron rails that led to the city, between the barbarous industries that manufactured the goods and the romantic suburban homes, remote from the grime and the sweat, where these things were consumed. In the industrial town, poor men demonstrated, beggars held out their hands in the street. The eye, if it were not carefully averted, would behold a slum, or at least a slum child, on a 5-minute walk in any direction. In the suburb, the illusion of an innocent world could be preserved, without encountering these inconvenient reminders of social brutality. Here domesticity could flourish, forgetful of the exploitation upon which so much of it was based. Here individuality could prosper, oblivious to the pervasive regimentation beyond its curving roadways and naturalistic gardens. In short, the romantic suburb was a collective attempt to live a private life, an effort to make the apparatus of Coketown tolerable to the possessing classes by enabling them to profit by its goods and avoid its evils, to have the best of both worlds. Women and children first is a sound motto, and the instincts that prompted this exodus by the middle classes were sound. Life was actually in danger in the new factory slum, and the merest counsel of prudence was to flee with all one's goods, as Lot and his household had fled before the sultry hell of Sodom and Gomorrah. But unfortunately this sound motto did not apply to the women and children of the working classes, despite many pious hopes vouchsafed in the middle of the 19th century that cheap fares and special workers' trains would at once solve the housing problem of the poor and permit everyone to spend part of his day in a rural environment. In a sense, the suburb was woman's special contribution to the new urban complex, for the suburb alone met the needs of childbearing and child-rearing. Untainted by thoughts of child labor, foul air, prostitution, the home achieved a new spaciousness. The long Victorian novel and the strong Victorian parent were both largely byproducts of the suburban fireside. As the sense of privacy increased, the suburbanites copied the romantic Byrons and Lamartines. They made a virtue of idiosyncrasy. If a private retreat, why not a private religion, why not a private architecture? Dickens caricatured these private crotchets in his picture of the old Un, Mr. Wemmick's father, in Great Expectations, with his castellated house and his moat and drawbridge and sunset salute. But it was impossible really to caricature an impulse that had, from the beginning, a constant air of unreality. The desire for privacy, for exclusiveness, for an environment of snobbish isolation, these things are drawn from the same root. The fact was that the collective economic methods of Paleotechnic civilization and the common social life did not bear looking at. The individuality of the suburban cottage, now expressing itself in painful excrescences of original ornament, or again in no less painful imitation of historic styles, this individuality was in effect a confession that the proud Philistines of the period had neither the intellectual penetration to analyze their condition nor the courage and the imagination to transform it. The suburb was a Pharisaic way of passing by on the other side, leaving the civic organism itself in the gutter. So much for the weakness of this movement. One must realize nonetheless that like so many other impulses of Romanticism, it was a healthy reaction, to be condemned, not for what it did, but for what it omitted to do. After all, the suburb was a first semi-collective attempt to create for the middle classes, if not for the whole community, a biological environment on an urban basis. That was a rational purpose. These new houses were more spacious as a rule and more open to the sun than the dingy rows that lined the streets of the town, and this new setting, with its trees and lawns and gardens, was more sweet to the eye and ear and nose than were the city's pavements. In these open spaces, with their nearby fields and streams, children could play and gamble again, as even the children of the wealthiest had but little chance to do in the big centers. In the suburb there was space for gardening and caring for children, for playing at lawn tennis, croquet, or at bowls, puttering around the carpenter's workbench. In short, the suburb was nearer to providing a balanced round of activities outside daily work than the Paleotechnic city. If not as healthy as the countryside proper, the suburb would still be healthier than the congested city, once its water supply and its sewage disposal were taken in hand. In creating a better biological environment, however, the builders of the suburb failed to take account of the need for a more adequate social environment. On the contrary, the suburb usually fell off from even the low standards of Coketown. It started a depolitizing process that has been steadily spreading as the suburb itself has been spreading throughout our civilization. The suburb was a Teal-Stott, a specialized urban fragment, just as much so as the meanest coal town, iron town, cotton town. Hence it lacked the necessary elements for extensive social cooperation, for creative intercourse, for an expansion of the social heritage as a whole. Consuming much, it produced little, created less. The stimulus of variety, the shock and jostle and challenge of different groups, were largely absent from its life. For the inhabitants of the suburb lived divided lives. Their purses were in the central city, their domestic affections were concentrated 1 or 2 hours away, in the villa. Neither side of their lives could be wholly active, wholly efficient. The necessary routine, with its daily shuttling between home and workplace, between nest and market, undermined life at both extremes. Spatial concentration has an essential part to play in psychological focus, and that above all was lacking in this new regime. Hence a final paradox: the most lasting benefits in the suburban pattern of development came from a handful of industrialists who worked within the heart of the paleotechnic scheme and who sometimes quite literally stuck to their guns. Godin at Guise, Krupp at Essen, Salt at Saltaire, Cadbury at Bourneville, Lever at Port Sunlight, all heralded at the beginning of the 19th century by the hard-headed fanaticism of Robert Owen. These men made a sound contribution to urban life. They accepted the vital principles of Romanticism, the delight in nature, the concern for children, the interest in healthy rural sports, as a basis for a new type of community development. But they did not forget the factory. They united the domestic and the industrial scheme in the same general frame. In this handful of exemplary developments, the foundation for a new attack upon the problems of housing and city development were finally laid. They paved the way for the new biotechnic conception of a balanced urban environment, what was first called the Garden City. 15. The Woodlanders. If the so-called working-class suburb was merely a peripheral slum or semi-slum rather than a central one, a new element nevertheless entered the city, at about the same time, which improved the environment. The new landscape park. In a sense, this was merely a remodeling of the Baroque park which, as a setting for the royal palace, had remained in the capital cities of Europe. Under pressure of democratic and humanitarian demands, these parks had been thrown open to the inhabitants. But in the 19th century the nature of the park was altered. Its mission was, as Olmsted said of Central Park, to provide for the masses of the city a brief equivalent of a visit to the countryside. The designers recognized the need of the saving opposite within the city. This was the more positive side of romantic disorder. In what form do these new pastoral spaces first appear? To achieve peace and quiet, to insulate oneself from the noisy lanes of traffic, one must do not laugh, visit the dead. Mount Auburn Cemetery in Boston was one of the first of the new landscaped areas, spread out in ample acres, which was designed to resuscitate the living as well as solemnly to enfold the deceased. In this crazy utilitarian world, it was the dear departed who enjoyed most fully a good environment, while the dark caves of houses were more like catacombs than homes for the living. Life came back to the town by way of the graveyard, just as in more than one city the removal of tombstones served to turn the churchyard into a necessary breathing space for congested quarters. This is not the first time in recorded history, from the days of the Egyptian tomb builders onward, when the dead were abundantly supplied with the necessaries of life that were denied to the quick. In the main, the great capitals, still under the sway of Baroque standards, still profiting by the regular seasonal migration of the county families, were more receptive to the idea of the landscape park than were the purely industrial towns. London and New York responded to the idea sooner than Pittsburgh and Leeds. In the capitals, indeed, there was this further stimulus: the avenues were becoming too congested for the fashionable display of equipages, which were an important part of the surviving Baroque ritual, and the country had become too inaccessible to aristocratic horseback riders. It was necessary to set aside special areas where the merchant princes and their wives could drive. To achieve their own special privileges, they had to secure municipal support for such open greens. The leaders in this whole movement to re-ruralize the town were the Americans Downing and Olmsted, the latter one of the vital artists of the 19th century. He took the capricious naturalism of the earlier lovers of dead trees and broken branches, and the meaningless irregularities of the Jardin Anglais, and created new harmonies, based upon a closer study of the lay of the land and of native plant formations. He was not afraid to use the commonest wildflowers and native shrubs in his planting, and he followed the contour lines in the laying out of paths and roads. These naturalistic plans accordingly saved expense on grading, filling, and vain architectural embellishment, and his native plants had a better chance of surviving without excessive labor than had the exotics of an earlier school of design. But his plans were animated by technical intelligence and civic foresight. He was the first planner to see the necessity in his extremely original design for Central Park of deliberately separating pedestrian traffic from wheeled traffic by creating underpasses and overpasses that permitted them to operate as separate systems. This bold scheme anticipated by more than 2 generations the rational layout of the modern town, as first comprehensively set down by Messrs. Henry Wright and Clarence Stein at Radburn, New Jersey, a major contribution. By 1870 Olmsted had carried his thinking about parks beyond his original conception of the big landscape park, lying in the midst of the growing city. He saw that even better tracts of land might be destroyed on the outskirts, and that by the time the urban mass had reached these outlying areas they might be just as badly needed. Hence he outlined the conception of the complete park system. This system began with the individual square for local promenade and meeting, and the individual playground for active recreation. Such grounds were connected up by strips of roadway, greensward, and rows of trees, called parkways, elongated versions of the strip common of New England already embodied in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. Accordingly, by increasing passages of open space, it led into such neighboring wild landscapes like that of the Palisades in New York or Middlesex Fells in Boston as might and should be preserved. Olmsted's disciple, Charles Eliot, Jr., saw the further necessity of using the riverside and seacoast areas, no less than the pastoral or mountain landscape so dear to the older Romantic planner, and had Eliot's timely warning been carried into political action, by creating permanent park strips and footpaths along the beaches and promontories of Massachusetts and Maine, that splendid coast would not have been turned into the dissolute landscape slum so much of it has now become. This conception of a continuous environment of public greens and open spaces as an essential element in urban planning and not an afterthought or a mere embellishment was an important contribution to sound contemporary city design. In a more systematic and highly developed form it must still govern every rational conspectus of the new city. Neither the medieval town nor the Baroque town had such continuous areas. Indeed, the notion of the country and the city as being continuously interrelated and interpenetrating was foreign to the earlier conception of urban organization. Unfortunately, the attempt to thrust park areas into a paleotechnic street net met with countless obstructions. Though experience proved again and again that, even upon purely commercial terms, these new open areas paid for themselves by raising the land values along adjacent properties, the commercial interests tended nevertheless jealously to oppose the removal from speculative action of such large tracts of land. Meanwhile, the premature platting of streets and the speculation in building lots, which went on in every growing center, made it difficult to get hold of the necessary land. The failure to make the park system central to planning resulted in a certain belatedness in every program for parks and playgrounds. By the time the need had become pressing enough to demand action, the price tended to be prohibitive. Smaller towns here had an advantage over bigger ones, though too frequently they failed to seize it. Still, the landscape park and the park system were real social mutations in urban form, perhaps the only ones of importance, outside the plan of the romantic suburb, that the period could point to. In Europe, by a happy sort of revenge, the old Baroque fortifications, which had done so much to cause congestion, were torn down and replaced by parks. These formed the lovely rings and star-like green salients around a Bremen, a Lübeck, a Wien, a Krakow, a Cologne. The immediate platting of big landscape parks helped break up the clotted urban massing of the great metropolis and softened the rigors of life for its inhabitants, and the best of these parks, such as Prospect Park in Brooklyn, count among the proudest works of art of this century. Eventually, the idea and the example touched even the sordid milieu of the pure industrial towns, creating a guilty conscience, if not a fresh will to order. By 1890 the typical paleotect had begun to lose a little of his pride and self-confidence in the insensate environment he had helped create. 16. Reaction. One may well close this picture of paleotechnic urban form with a quotation from John Storer, in his essay on Our Cities, published in 1870. It may be doubted whether, among the arts yet to be discovered, or at least perfected, among the almost uninvestigated sciences to be shaped into form, worked out in theory, and harder still, in practice by the strong men of the future, should not be included the art and science of city life. To mold the vast congeries of life massed around a given center, say 10 miles around Charing Cross, for instance, into a systematic organism, so as to give the most good possible to every one of the vast human family therein contained, is a matter difficult of achievement, and one admitting a vast improvement over all former precedents. The statement was admirable. And after fully canvassing the defects of the paleotechnic town, one must balance up accounts by admitting that nothing one can say today is more rigorous or more penetrating than the criticisms of a sanitarian like Chadwick or Richardson or Simon, of a political reformer like Shaftesbury or Buckingham or Bellamy, of a prophet like Ruskin or Morris, of a creative geotech like Olmsted. For the first people to discover what was wrong with these vast, inconsequential urban clottings, and the first to take vigorous steps to rectify the manifold evils, were the more intelligent, public-spirited members of this society. They attended to first things first. It was the leader of Victorian aestheticism, John Ruskin, who begged the industrial leaders not to worry about art until they had provided for the inhabitants of their towns clean air and pure water and easy access to the country. When you know how to build cities, and how to rule them, he observed in Munera Pulveris, you will be able to breathe in their streets, and the excursion will be the afternoon's walk or game in the fields round them. And even on the social side of existence, the towns had begun during the early part of the 19th century to make a great contribution. For this century, which is so often falsely called the age of individualism, in reflection of the callous public morals of the rich, was in essence an age full of associational experiments, closer to the spirit of Fourier than its smug leaders imagined. If the physical organization of the new urban areas was entirely inadequate, one must remember, nevertheless, that within the interstices of these towns, new organs for social cooperation and social thought were defining themselves: the trade union, the scientific society, the consumers' cooperative society, the public library, means whereby the military capitalistic regime could be eventually transformed into a social commonwealth. Chapter 4. Rise and Fall of Megalopolis. 1. The New Coalition. The story of every city can be read through a succession of deposits, the sedimentary strata of history. While certain forms and phases of development are successive in time, they become, through the very agency of the civic process, cumulative in space. The point of maximum accumulation, the focus of past achievements and present activities, is the metropolis. The emergence of the big city from the multitude of regional cities that characterized the Middle Ages is so obvious a fact that certain economic historians have described the change as that from a town economy to a metropolitan economy. The characterization is mainly sound, but is the fact a permanent one? Will life continue to ebb out of the villages and country towns and regional centers? Will urban life come to mean the further concentration of power in a few metropolises whose ramifying suburban dormitories will finally swallow the rural hinterland? Many analyses of contemporary city growth have taken this development to be a final one. Vast plans have been drawn up in various metropolises for continuing this process, and for absorbing a greater population, even in countries whose rate of population increase has been steadily diminishing. The continuance of metropolitan aggrandizement has been taken for granted. Unhappily for these hopes and plans, even the blind drift of contemporary forces does not promise a continuance of this process. It is self-limiting. Meanwhile, the disabilities and burdens of metropolitan development have been heaping up. Already, one can detect a new economic and social pattern, a step beyond the metropolitan economy. So far from representing adequately the forces of modern civilization, the metropolis is one of the biggest obstacles to their fruitful human use. In what ways is this true? How has it come about? And what alternatives lie before us? Those questions I purpose to answer. Thorstein Veblen made us familiar with the conflict that is latent between mechanical enterprise and commercial enterprise, between the old-fashioned industrialist, whose fun was in the day's work, and whose pecuniary gains were testimonials of success after the event, and the new kind of financier, growing out of the banker and speculator, for whom pecuniary gain was the be-all and end-all of existence. Up to a point this distinction is a genuine one. It is reflected in the environments they have helped to create. One may distinguish roughly between producing cities and consuming cities, between the five towns, Pittsburgh, Lyons, Turin, Essen, on one hand, and London, New York, Paris, Berlin, Rome, and their subsidiary pleasure resorts, on the other. During the Paleotechnic period, when great fortunes were being made in steel and coal and oil and machinery, money would be amassed in the back country, at the expense of local resources and the local population, and then spent, if not completely dispersed, in cities far remote. The very means of luxurious expenditure were often wanting in the industrial towns. Beginning in the third quarter of the 19th century, the center of gravity shifted from the producing towns to the capital cities. Free competition, which was the dominant catchword of the early 19th century, if never the universal practice, gave way to the effort to achieve practical monopoly or quasi-monopoly. This movement broke down the partition between the various classes in society that had hitherto been relatively isolated. A coalition of land, industry, finance, and officialdom was formed in almost every country in order to effect the maximum amount of pecuniary exploitation. The agents of power, the aristocracy, the political bureaucracy, and the army began to direct national interests toward the service of the industrialist. They sought raw materials and markets capable of absorbing his excess production, hence the partition of Africa, Asia, and similar backward sections of the world. The industrialist, in turn, abandoning his naive belief in laissez-faire and free enterprise, came to rely upon his imperialistic allies to help stabilize industry and to give it monopoly advantages, hence protective tariffs, subsidies, export subventions. This coalition of economic interests was in good part responsible for the continuous increase of population in the great capitals during the 19th century, and for the building up of new metropolitan centers. The overgrown city, instead of appearing as an isolated phenomenon, an emblem of purely political concentration, became the dominant type. Coketown, the pure industrial city, was the recessive form after 1890. Even in the most secluded provincial town, the pattern of institutional life was a metropolitan one. The shibboleths of power politics, the orgiastic urges of nationalism, the acceptance of both the commercial and the cultural trademarks of the metropolis became well nigh universal. England, whose utilitarians had turned the green country of Shakespeare into the black country of Dickens, proceeded during the 19th century to paint the rest of the map red. In successive waves of belligerent exploitation, other countries followed suit. The colors of life, ebbing from the insensate milieu of the industrial town, flowed back into the metropolis in the gay uniforms of the guards and cuirassiers. The basis for metropolitan agglomeration lay in the tremendous increase of population that took place during the 19th century. Peoples of European stock multiplied from about 200 million during the Napoleonic Wars to about 600 million at the outbreak of the World War. This stock, which accounted for only about 1/6 of the population of the Earth in Malthus' day, rose to about a third of it in a little over a century. In 1800 not a city in the Western world had over 1 million in population. London, the biggest, had only 959,310, while Paris had a little more than 500,000, and Wien about half of that. By 1850 London had over 2 millions and Paris over 1 million inhabitants. They were still without serious rivals. But by 1911 metropolises with more than 1 million inhabitants had come into existence, including Berlin, Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Wien, Tokyo, and Calcutta. 30 years later, as a result of this feverish concentration of capital and the military and mechanical means of exploitation, there were 27 cities with more than 1 million population, headed by New York and grading down to Birmingham, including metropolises on every continent, even Australia. The rise of cities with a population of over 100,000 was equally marked, likewise the spread of vast suburban rings around the central districts of all these cities. Nearly one-half of the population of the United States at the time of the 1930 census lived within a radius of from 20 to 50 miles of cities with over 100,000 inhabitants. The mere alteration of scale and extent resulted in qualitative changes in these centers. 2. The tentacular bureaucracy. What forces furthered this process of urban agglomeration? What made the metropolis the image of social hope and economic enterprise, even for those parts of the world whose dear ways of life were sapped and undermined by the extension of la ville tentaculaire? The means of agglomeration were the continental railroad lines and the worldwide lanes of ocean commerce, means which brought an endless flow of raw materials and foods into the metropolis. All roads led to the capital. But the civic force was the centralization of the organs of administration in the great capitals, and the growing dependence of every type of enterprise, political, educational, economic, upon the process of administration itself. Once the means of instantaneous communication were available, there was a fresh incentive to concentrate the organs of administration, production could be controlled, the shipment of goods routed, orders given and cancelled, credits extended and the exchanges of goods and drafts cleared, on a single spot. Remote control, first embodied in the separation of staff and line in the army, spread to business operations. With the manufacture of the typewriter in the 70s, and the coincident spread of high-speed stenography, more and more business could be conducted on paper. Mechanical means of communication, mechanical means of making and manifolding the permanent record, mechanical systems of audit and control, all these devices aided the rise of a vast commercial bureaucracy, capable of selling in ever remoter territories. The word bureaucracy had indeed become a discouraging byword for inefficiency by the middle of the 19th century. Dickens needed no special powers of invention to create Sir Tite Barnacle and the Circumlocution Office. Everyone experienced, throughout the financial and political world, the difficulty of getting things done by direct action. The simplest civil act required legal sanctions, documents, verifications. From the searching of a deed up to the establishment of civil rights in marriage, no one could move without the aid of special functionaries. Lawyers, who knew the prescribed forms and technicalities, formed a large part of the growing professional population. Their services were needed in the observance, and even more in the tactful breach, of the law. In all this development, the political bureaucracy served as a special target for chronic disparagement. It was supposed to have a monopoly of roundabout methods and a finicking attention to form. But the businessman's self-righteous indignation about the monstrous growth of political bureaucracy was extremely humorless. Such an attitude overlooked the fact that the greatest development of bureaucracy during the last century took place within the realm of business itself. This development put to shame the puny additions to the governmental bureaucracy. Plainly, no great corporate enterprise with a worldwide network of agents, correspondents, market outlets, factories, and investors could exist without relying upon the services of an army of patient clerkly routiniers in the metropolis, stenographers, filing clerks, and bookkeepers, office managers, sales managers, and their varied assistants, right up to the fifth vice president whose name or OK sets the final seal of responsibility upon an action. The housing of this bureaucracy in office buildings and tenements and residential suburbs constituted one of the major tasks of metropolitan expansion. Their transportation back and forth to work, within a limited time span, raised one of the difficult technical problems that confronted the city planner and the engineer. Not merely did the bureaucracy itself require office space and living space, but the byproducts of its routine came to occupy an increasing share of the new quarters, files, vaults, places for live storage and dead storage, parade grounds and cemeteries of documents, where the records of business were alphabetically kept, with an eye to the possibility of future exploitation, future reference, future lawsuits, future contracts. This age found its form in a new type of office building, a sort of human filing case, whose occupants spent their days in the circumspect care of paper, numbering, ticketing, routing, recording, manifolding, filing, to the end that the commodities and services thus controlled could be sold to the profit of the absentee owners of the corporation. A new trinity dominated the metropolitan scene: finance, insurance, advertising. By means of these agents, the metropolis extended its rule over subordinate regions, both within its own political territory and in outlying domains. Directly or indirectly, they expedited the flow of tribute back into the big centers. Economic enterprise, political power, social authority, once divided over the length and breadth of the land, now concentrated in the 7 Romes. To obtain money, one must go to the metropolis; to exercise influence, one must achieve a prominent financial position in the metropolis. Here and there a lone wolf, like Henry Ford, would temporarily remain outside the system. But such isolation would be largely an illusion. Mark how Ford himself, who once manufactured a car adapted to popular needs and rural life, finally succumbed to the lure of metropolitan style in the outer design of his car. Monopoly capitalism, credit finance, pecuniary prestige, these are the 3 sides of the metropolitan pyramid. Whatever goes on in the big city ultimately traces back to one or another of these elements. The metropolis is the natural reservoir of capital under this economic phase, for its banks, its brokerage offices, its stock exchanges, serve as a collecting point for the savings of the surrounding country, and in the case of world capitals, for the surplus capital of foreign investors. Investors and manufacturers both gravitate to the metropolis. The more constant the need for credit capital, the more important for the borrower to be close to the big banks that can advance it. The concentration of financial power in national or semi-national banks, like the banks of England and France, or in the hands of politically irresponsible private bankers, like the houses of Rothschild and Morgan, is a characteristic feature of this regime. As Balzac clearly saw at the very beginning of this concentration, the banker was supreme. Directly or indirectly, he manipulated the puppets that appeared on the political stage, he contributed to the funds of the political parties, and his sanction was as necessary to the success of a political policy or an industrial invention as his veto was fatal. But mortgages on metropolitan real estate, whose values are secured by the continued prosperity and growth of the metropolis, become a mainstay of savings banks and insurance companies. In order to protect their investments, these institutions must combat any attempt to lessen congestion, for this would also deflate the values that are based on congestion. Note how the program for slum replacement and suburban resettlement mapped out by the Roosevelt administration in 1933 was undermined by the fact that the administration created at the same time another agency whose sole purpose was to keep intact the existing structure of mortgages and interest rates, a policy that made it impossible to scale down sufficiently the grotesque burden of urban land values and urban debt. In the medieval order, the fatalities and insecurities of life were offset by the organization of guilds and friendly societies. In the metropolitan regime, these services are performed by special financial corporations, insurance companies. Fire, flood, sickness, disability, accident, and death are all covered by one or another form of insurance. In the calculations made to ascertain the rates of insurance, the first advances in statistical sociology took place, and in intensive work toward health maintenance and disease prevention, great organizations like the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company have demonstrated the cash value of improvement in these departments by education and medical aid. Unfortunately, within the current metropolitan scheme, insurance is an attempt to achieve security by piling together at one point the maximum number of risks. In the short run, the insurance company may be solvent; in the long run, it becomes itself one of the elements contributing to the bankruptcy of the regime as a whole. By their control of vast capital resources, the insurance companies become the effective landlords of distant farming lands, as well as of metropolitan real estate. Remote farms in Arkansas and Iowa, rubber plantations in Brazil and power plants in Africa. These and 100 other rural domains become directly tributary to the big city through the agency of finance. So long as the productive mechanism is in working order, the flow is continuous, but a drought, a dust storm, an earthquake, a glut of commodities, or a war will seriously shake the fabric, and the existence of these implacable metropolitan claims may then stand in the way of rational political adjustment. Hence the necessity for completing the process of metropolitan monopoly and concentrating the control even further. To prevent aggressive rivalry on the part of sub-metropolises and their provinces, one final step is necessary: the effective monopoly of advertising, news, publicity, periodical literature. These four departments have diverse points of origin and represent various initial interests, but historically, they have been loosely tied together since the beginning, and within the metropolitan framework they finally coalesce. They work to a single end: to give the stamp of authenticity and value to the style of life that emanates from the metropolis. They establish the national brand, they attempt to control the national market, they create a picture of a unified, homogeneous, completely standardized population that bears, in fact, no relation to the actual regional substratum, although in the course of time it partly succeeds in producing the thing it has imagined. In all these efforts, the stage, the motion picture screen, the radio, no less than the newspaper and the printed book, concentrate upon fixing the national appetite upon just those products that the metropolis can sell at a profit. Similarly, they create an image of a valuable life that can be satisfied only by a ruthless concentration of human interest upon pecuniary standards and pecuniary results: the clothes of the metropolis, the jewels of the metropolis, the dull expensive life of Park Avenue and the Kurfürstendamm, Piccadilly, and the Champs-Élysées, become the goals of vulgar ambition. Advertisement becomes the spiritual power of this new regime, ostentatiously or covertly. The greater part of the literature produced with the imprint of the metropolis is advertisement, an effort to establish the universal prestige of the metropolis, if not of this or that special product. Such methods, such standards, infect the older emblems of the spiritual power, the church and the university. These institutions imitatively create huge ornate buildings, also in the spirit of advertisement, and are tempted grossly to copy the methods of the financier on whom they more and more rely. Example: the employment of commercial fundraisers by various religious bodies and institutions to acquire capital for buildings and other purposes. Such a concordat between the ecclesiastical and the financial powers has many parallels in the modern metropolis. Where the organs of finance and publicity are concentrated, the possessing classes are likewise brought together, for the ritual of their life, as lived in public for the benefit of the illustrated newspapers and the newsreels, is an essential part of the pecuniary lure. The concentration of the rich is a typical metropolitan phenomenon. The wealth that they accumulate in the metropolis goes into private foibles and public philanthropies, when it does not return to commerce in the form of further investments. The princely ritual of conspicuous expenditure, no longer confined to the royal court, gives rise to the special luxury industries of the metropolis: dress, food, adornment. Because of the universal nature of metropolitan standards, the exotic fashions of the rich are presently copied and reproduced on a mass scale for the benefit of the entire populace. As for the more altruistic modes of expenditure, some, like hospitals, are inherited from the past; some, like research foundations, are peculiar to the metropolitan economy itself. Here, too, the millionaire of the new regime takes the place of the absolute prince. In the second and third generations of money-making, philanthropy itself becomes a business of high repute. Just as about 200 corporations control about half the industrial capital in America, so do a relatively small group from the financial classes control the organs of culture in the metropolis and in a good part of the outlying territories. When new lines of activity are to be promoted in the arts and sciences, it is inevitably to the swollen purses of the metropolis that the promoters direct themselves. Here, more often than not, the new foundation settles. Thus a multitude of associations of national and international scope naturally have their headquarters in New York, London, or Paris, charitable organizations, religious foundations, scientific and educational institutes. Here patrons and clients come together. Here competitive patronage increases the opportunity for special interests to find support. A disproportionate share of power and influence and wealth has been drained away from the hinterland. In order to recapture any of these things, it is necessary for the provincial to leave his home and fight for a place in the metropolis. A third condition abets the agglomeration of population. Victor Branford suggested that the growth of imperial bureaucracies, coming as a result of political centralization in war, was the characteristic agent that transformed the industrial town or caused it to yield in power and influence and numbers to the metropolis. War is the forcing house of bureaucracy. In America, the Civil War and the World War; in Europe, the Napoleonic Wars, the Franco-Prussian War, the Russo-Japanese War, and again the World War. The fact is that imperialism and financialism go hand in hand. Exploitation, whether external or internal, requires protection, the protection of the flag, the protection of the military forces that march under the flag. As the population is heaped further into great centers, they must rely more fully upon distant sources of supply, to widen the base of supplies and to protect the lifeline that connects the source with the voracious mouth of the imperial metropolis, become the functions of the army and the navy. Whereas the agricultural base of the village is the local fields, and the base of the regional city is the local region, the base of the metropolis may be outside the political unit of which it is a member. Insofar as it dominates those distant sources of goods and those distant markets, the growth of the capital can proceed indefinitely. Such an increase as London showed in a century, from 1 million to 6 million people, is unprecedented, so far as history offers any records for comparison, and it was dependent upon the worldwide transportation system and the worldwide system of capital investment and market interchange that London had so vigorously helped to invent and knit together. Beneath these tendencies toward centralization of power and agglomeration of people lies another economic fact. This is the increase of ground rents that follows inevitably from such growth. In the metropolis, the rent of land, no longer fixed by custom, no longer stabilized by slowness in change of use, rises by leaps and bounds. Parcels change rapidly from hand to hand, with successive increases in value, until they have ripened sufficiently to permit the fullest value to be plucked by the last owner who holds it just before its actual use. Under capitalism, the rise of land values attendant upon congestion is by itself sufficient motive for and justification of the whole process. Do not fancy that this increase of values is incidental. On the contrary, strenuous efforts are made to ensure it. In Cobbett's day, he complained about the effect of the funding system upon the overbuilding of London. The gathering of rentiers into the capital was a powerful factor in its expansion. But there are other means of effecting this end. Railroad systems are deliberately designed to compel passengers and goods to pass through the metropolis before going elsewhere. Each great capital sits like a spider in the midst of its transportation web. In America, in addition, as Thompson points out, the rate structure is not based upon the actual cost of service. The charges are arbitrarily equalized in such a fashion as to give a subsidy to the big cities at the expense of the rival towns that are perhaps more conveniently located, even though the cost of handling freight in big cities is, by reason of their very congestion, disproportionately high. By itself, the big city becomes the prestige symbol for the whole civilization. Life in all the subordinate regions is sacrificed to its temples of pleasure and towers of pecuniary aspiration, as life in the valley of the Nile was sacrificed to the theocratic cult of the tomb builders. So much for the economist's naive myth that the gigantic metropolis is what it is merely because of its tangible economic benefits or the natural superiority of its geographic situation. 3. Shapeless giantism. Circle over London, Berlin, New York, or Chicago in an airplane, or view the cities schematically by means of an urban map and block plan. What is the shape of the city and how does it define itself? As the eye stretches toward the hazy periphery, one can pick out no definite shape, except that formed by nature, a banked river or a lake front. One beholds rather a shapeless mass, here bulging or ridged with buildings, they're broken by a patch of green or the separate geometric shapes of a gas tank or a series of freight sheds. The growth of a great city is amoeboid, failing to divide its social chromosomes and split up into new cells. The big city continues to grow by breaking through the edges and accepting its sprawl and shapelessness as an inevitable byproduct of its physical immensity. Here the city has absorbed villages and little towns and reduced them to place names, like Manhattanville and Harlem in New York. There it has left the organs of local government and the vestiges of an independent civic life, as in Chelsea and Kensington in London, but it has nevertheless enveloped those urban areas in its physical organization. In this all-devouring growth, the outskirts during the last generation have grown faster than the center, in America, at twice the rate of the metropolis proper, and almost 6 times the rate of the non-metropolitan parts of the United States. Physically incoherent, socially disparate, these new metropolitan districts are at best statistical collections. Here and there in the mass one may partly trace the outline of a city, but the mass itself is not a city, in a functional sense, any more than the immediate countryside that surrounds it is a rural area. What was purely a visual perspective in the Baroque city becomes in the later metropolis a more pragmatic perspective of profits through urban extensions. In the upward extension of the city the same tendencies prevail, to increase urban heights and distances and numbers has now a direct financial motive. Sometimes the shapelessness of the metropolitan aggregate is further expressed by the irregular blocks and the aimless inconsecutive streets, or the wild jumble of structures that have been superimposed on a regular pattern of streets, that is San Francisco, Chicago, Detroit, London. Sometimes there are large patches of orderly, consecutive growth, that is Paris, Berlin, Madrid, Buenos Aires. But the difference between one type of order and another is a difference in the degree of sprawl, confusion, debuilding. As one moves out of the central district the vast enveloping aimlessness of this growth becomes overwhelming. No human eye can take in this metropolitan mass at a glance. No single gathering place except the totality of its streets can hold all its citizens. No human mind can comprehend more than a fragment of the complex and minutely specialized activities of its citizens. There is a special name for power when it is concentrated on such a scale, it is called impotence. 4. Means of congestion. Contrary to popular belief, the growth of great cities preceded the decisive technical advances of the last 2 centuries. But the metropolitan phase became universal only when the technical means of congestion had become adequate and their use profitable to those who manufactured or employed them. The modern metropolis, however, is an outstanding example of a peculiar cultural lag within the realm of technics itself, namely, the continuation by advanced neotechnic means of the forms and ends of paleotechnic civilization. The machines and utilities that will lend themselves to decentralization in a life-centered order, here become a means either to increase the congestion or afford some slight palliation, at a price. The most characteristic technical achievements of the big city are those that further congestion, and the first of these is the canalization of water, its storage in vast reservoirs, its transmission through vast mains, tubular rivers, from the open country to the heart of the city. With reason New York prided itself on leading the way here. The Croton system, opened in 1842, was both a handsome piece of engineering and an intelligent means of combating some of the worst effects of urban overcrowding. The provision of pure, municipally supervised drinking water lowered the incidence of typhoid epidemics and helped offset the rising death rate in other departments. Accordingly, the seizure and purification of an abundance of water has become a main line of municipal strategy. In closely settled areas, or in areas of limited catchment, this brings the growing metropolis into conflict with other cities and other political divisions. The fight between Arizona and California over the diversion of water to Los Angeles became a bitter one. The very living of the farmers of Arizona was threatened by the city's expansion. Not merely does running water become a necessity of metropolitan life, the bathroom reappears with it. This improvement comes to the mass of workers but slowly, but the facilities for cleanliness have now become accepted as a necessary part of the metropolitan standard of life. The bathtub becomes a permanent fixture, and presently the provision of hot water as well as cold water seems desirable. Such a level of bodily hygiene had never been reached before even among the upper classes. The pace of its introduction was undoubtedly quickened by the necessity for overcoming the disagreeable or dangerous effects of metropolitan living. As the installation of the bathroom becomes more elaborate, the cost of building per dwelling increases, hence an increasing constriction in room space sets in among the middle classes, who are the first to espouse frequent washing and bathing as necessities. A characteristic process, overt relief of the effects of congestion, indirect increase of congestion itself. This flood of water cleanses the Augean metropolitan stable, so far well. For such cities as are exposed to military attack, however, it increases the precariousness of their existence in times of war. Not merely must the distant water supply be guarded against pollution, but the dams and pumping stations and viaducts must be guarded against bombing from the air. More than ever the water supply remains the key to permanent residence in cities, and since the very growth of the city blots out wells and defile minor streams, there are no decentralized substitute sources worth speaking of. If the system as a whole does not work, the city will collapse. Should an enemy disorganize the water supply of the metropolis for as much as 3 days, the result would be a far more horrible loss of life than the worst conceivable vomit of poison gas from the skies. The next important agent of congestion is the transportation system. In the early stages of metropolitan growth, this was met by the use of horse-drawn vehicles, and since the main metropolitan areas were laid out before 1900, it means that the entire street and avenue system had been designed for the use of carriages and wagons. As traffic increases, the elaboration of utilities follows, first macadam surfaces, later the wooden block, then asphalt. To keep these ways clean and clear, a public street cleaning service must be supported. Eventually, in the northern cities, the cost of snow removal, in order to ensure regular transportation of goods and food, must be added, too. An increase in transportation facilities, however, does not lessen congestion in the streets. Even with horse-drawn vehicles there were serious traffic difficulties in the first half of the 19th century. New York then experimented with creating a pedestrian's bridge over Broadway. Avenues must be widened, new avenues, more palatial in scale, must be broken through in order to make the necessary shortcuts and connections. Sometimes solid blocks of buildings must be swept away. The extension of 7th Avenue and the widening of Varick Street in New York cost over $6 million a mile, the Wacker Drive in Chicago cost $22 million a mile, while the double-decking of Michigan Avenue cost $16 million a mile. These terrific costs put a serious curb on the wide reconstruction of the metropolis. Where such improvements are financed, at least in part, by taxes and assessments against the properties benefited, they tend to produce a rise in rents, which in turn becomes capitalized in the form of higher land values. Result, more intensive uses, and in time the congestion thus produced results in a further traffic congestion that nullifies the improvement. No one has in fact suggested a means of providing these additional facilities for transportation without having precisely this effect upon taxes, upon land values, and upon occupancy. The burden of costs may be shifted, but the amount remains. What holds of the street system holds even more of the mechanical transportation systems by subway and elevated railroad. Technically, these, too, are the pride and delight of the metropolis. With the coming of electric traction in the 90s, large-scale congestion became popular by multiplying tracks and trolleys on the surface of the town, and by building cuts and tunnels for subsurface transportation. The architecture of the new stations, from the Paris Metro to Professor Grenander's handsome buildings in Berlin, or those of Adams, Holden, and Pearson in London, are among the highest architectural achievements of the metropolis. The result of all these assiduous attempts mechanically to mobilize and disperse, night and morning, the inhabitants of the metropolis is nevertheless plain. One and all, they have intensified the pattern of congestion. And the difference between the actual costs of transportation and the fares paid, about 3 cents in New York on every 5-cent fare, constitutes a public subsidy to the real estate speculator. Though such transportation systems open up new areas on the outskirts of the city, they but thicken the crowding at the center. Except for the Inner Circle Railway in London, metropolitan subway lines have been almost uniformly built so as to throw an increasing load of passengers into the central district. In the middle of the 1920s, as many as 2 million people came into Manhattan from the outlying boroughs and territories in a single day, and a good part of this traffic took place within the span of an hour and a half, morning and night. Note the effect of all these new utilities as they cross and crisscross, through and over and under the city. Beneath the visible city an invisible city grows apace, a buried city of water pipes and sewers and gas mains and electric cables and steam pipes and telephone wires and vast cellars where heat and electricity are produced for the buildings above, a city of ramifying subways and ominous tunnels in which the entire population spends no inconsiderable part of the day. This underground city, growing step by step, followed the main outlines of the street net on the surface. Because each property owner is a law unto himself, no attempt was made to work out a collective policy and a coherent plan which would enable this dual city growth to take place in an economic fashion. The necessary utility mains, which might have been carried through the cellars of buildings, are carried in the public territory occupied by the street. Not merely is the cost of outside connections high, but no repair or change can be made in these utilities without periodically mangling the street and blocking the traffic. Here is a paradox that runs through contemporary metropolitan civilization: the existence of a rational collective organization of the physical means of life without the necessary organs of collective association and responsible social control. The result is that even in terms of purely mechanical efficiency the system is an extremely wasteful one. In addition to these main public means of congestion, the metropolises of the Western world worked out a series of private means: vertical transportation by means of the elevator. Elevators were first used in this fashion in the early Manchester cotton factories. One of the first elevators to be run by steam power was that in the tower of the New York Crystal Palace in 1853, and shortly after the Civil War the first elevator was used in a New York apartment house. The example spread rapidly to the office building. It became the principal means, along with the steel-framed building, of increasing plot congestion. Until the first heights of building and setback ordinances were passed in New York in 1916, any individual owner was at liberty to overcrowd a site to a limit set only by the safety of the foundations and the superstructure. This vicious pattern has now become a symbol of material progress. For no reason at all, more than one recent housing project, in Rotterdam, in Paris, in Lyons, in Moscow, has copied these forms of metropolitan congestion. Even with the generous open spaces provided at Drancy, the achievement is as senseless as it is financially extravagant. The result of such methods upon the transportation system was to increase the normal congestion by adding special pools and clots. The city plan worked out for New York in 1811, for example, was on the basis of 4-story buildings. On those terms the street widths were adequate. In areas where buildings 16 stories or more high came into existence, there was not enough land to provide sufficient streets alone, without building sites, on the previous scale. Fortunately for circulation, the average number of stories in New York remains today, despite skyscraper building, less than the number of Berlin or Paris. The notion that vertical transportation relieves horizontal congestion is one of those desperate rationalizations that are sometimes put forward on behalf of a losing cause. Not merely does it promote an intensified use of the abutting streets and transportation lines, but it creates secondary forms of congestion within the building during the periods of maximum movement, at morning, noon, and night, hence further delays and stoppages. 5. The costs of costiveness. The facts of metropolitan congestion are undeniable. One reads them abstractly on the density maps and the transportation traffic maps, one participates in them in the clamor and the confusion of the streets, one encounters them in the constant stoppages of movement as one follows the traffic lights from one part of the city to the other, one becomes physically oppressed with the concrete fact of congestion in the crowded office elevator or in the even more tightly jammed subway train, rank with the odor of human bodies on a summer's evening. Congestion appears in the form of impeded movement and cramped space, lack of office room, lack of house room, the universal presence of crowds. Such form as the metropolis achieves is crowd form, the procession on the boardwalk at Coney Island, or the body of spectators in the boxing arena or the football stadium. To escape from these congested quarters requires skill and patience. Watch your step. What's your hurry? Even the motor car, which originally carried with it the promise of swift movement and free command of space, becomes reduced, by the fact of congestion, to the limp of a faltering pedestrian. Confusion, constriction, costiveness, these are the typical byproducts of metropolitan congestion. Those who seek to escape to larger quarters in the suburbs only serve to increase for those who remain the difficulty of getting beyond the spreading confines of the city. Consider the costs of metropolitan congestion. We shall find that they are rising to a point that makes congestion financially unendurable, even if it were humanly tolerable. The purely physical limits to metropolitan congestion are set mainly by three facts: the available amount of water, the point at which one metropolis begins to melt into a rival metropolis, and finally, the cost of mechanized transportation when the outskirts are too far from the center. But long before the first 2 points are reached, other serious handicaps enter. First, the demand for water. As the metropolis absorbs more inhabitants, it must eat further back into its hinterland for water. In addition to the Croton system, New York was compelled to build the even grander Catskill system, tapping a source 100 miles away. In less than 20 years, the need for a new source became evident. The city now reaches back for the waters of the Susquehanna River, claimed equally by the states of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Each additional mile of tunnel and pipe, each additional reservoir, adds to the unit cost. When the regional plan for New York made a study of the water system, it found that the cost of water during the decade of 1920 was between $35 and $65 per year per head. If the rate of growth then prevailing kept up, the cost by 1965 would reach $69 per inhabitant. In other words, a family of four would have, on a pro rata basis, to pay $276 for water alone. This is almost as much as a good third of them can afford for the rent of their urban dwellings. The further increase of the use of water for industrial purposes, for bathing, and for air conditioning will aggravate the need and raise the cost higher. Indeed, the latest toy of metropolitan engineering, air conditioning, makes such huge demands for water that, if popularly adopted, it would almost be enough in itself to wreck municipal finances. Only its high upkeep per unit will forestall its collective collapse. The cost of all the necessary transportation systems in a big city is equally massive. Certain factors elude exact calculation. The initial capital cost, particularly for the underground systems, with their difficult tunneling and boring, is necessarily high, but this is only a part of the total expenses. Year by year one must add the cost of coal consumed in hauling around live human bodies. Above all, one must add on the human cost, the physiological wear and tear, the psychological boredom and harassment and depression brought about by this daily shuttling between dormitory and workplace. Consider the number of man-hours reckoned in multiples of a million stupidly expended in the daily transportation of the human body, minutes and hours which, at the peak of traffic, cannot even be utilized in achieving the trivial anesthesia of the daily newspaper. Add to this the depression of the uncomfortable journey, the exposure to infectious diseases in the overcrowded car, the disturbance to the gastrointestinal functions caused by the strain and anxiety of having to reach the office or factory on time. Emerson said that life was a matter of having good days, but it is a matter of having good minutes, too. Who shall say what compensations are not necessary to the metropolitan worker to make up for the strain and the depression of the 20, 40, 60 minutes he spends each night and morning passing through these metropolitan mansewers? A walk to work, as much as a mile each way, is at most seasons a tonic, particularly for the sedentary worker, who plays such a part even in the typical metropolitan industries, at the typewriter, the linotype machine, the sewing machine. In the subway, even more than in the water system and the sewage disposal system, one encounters a characteristic form of metropolitan waste, namely, a vast expenditure of time, energy, money, human vitality upon an activity that has flatly no value in itself, an activity whose main use is to uphold the crowd prestige of the metropolis and increase the pecuniary values garnered by the ground landlords and the financiers. The organized decentralization of industry and the building up of a series of sub-centers within what is now the metropolitan region would obviate a good part of metropolitan transportation. But this is impossible, for while congestion originally provided the excuse for the subway becomes the further excuse for congestion. An enlightened administrator like Mayor LaGuardia may observe that he could do more effective improvement in a city with 1 million inhabitants than in one with 5 million, but that is not the metropolitan consensus. For congestion becomes frozen in the form of a price pyramid, land rents and mortgages. Any attempt to reorganize the metropolis on rational lines threatens the stability of that pyramid. It would mean a collapse of values in the central area, a deflation of its putative claims on future wealth. For this reason almost every bank, every insurance company, every individual landowner, ultimately every savings bank depositor, has, as F. L. Ackerman has pointed out, a stake in congestion. The whole structure of our present pecuniary values and prestige values assumes the indefinite continuance of this metropolitan pattern.